Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see what if Deku the Prince of Asia had a harem, part 3. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is The Royal Hero by GiovanniPolder. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. Izuku and his girls made it to the room with all the news crew. There were some independent reporters, all wondering the answers of what just happened just a little ago. Izuku offered his hand to Eri and the girls to get them up saver. He followed last. Close behind him Shanks and Alfred followed. Izuku went to the podium, cleared his throat. Both hands were placed neatly on the table as he looked the room over. Everyone's eyes glued on him. Hello everyone. Thank you all for taking a moment out of your busy days to be here. I apologize for the wait. Now you all must have questions about what has happened today. While I am happy to answer whatever questions you all have, I would first take some time to apologize to everyone here. During my fight with Sheik, I was sadly forced to use deadly force, and if that caused anyone any trauma or problems, I deeply apologize for that, Izuku said as he bowed his head. 1 inch after the fight, the other royal families went down and bent a knee to me, announcing me king of the world. This is something new, something that hasn't happened for many centuries. I understand this is a shock to everyone, this includes myself. I will now take some questions, Izuku said, with everyone raising their hands, with some already asking. 5 inches, the lady in the front with the red glasses. Hello sir, I am Elaine from Royal Reports. My question to you is, what will happen with the other royal families? When they give up their power, what will you do with them? She asked in a respectable tone. A very good question. The world is a big place, and while I could travel from country to country day in and day out, I have a family that has their roots here in Japan. Much like myself, so if I could I would prefer not to keep traveling, he said with a chuckle. 2 inches, but I plan to keep them in power. My goal would be for the world to remain remotely the same. Each continent will keep their royal family. The Armstrongs will stay in control in America, etc. They will then, once a year we will have a meeting all together. So nothing will change. And who will take the leading part within Europe and Africa? No, there will be changes. First of all, Africa and Europe will be freed again. The power system in Africa is removed. 1 inch, what do you mean by that, sir? A man with hair that was entirely made off keratin asked. Within Africa, your rank in the world is only judged by your power. How strong you are means how important you are. That now stops. It will be like the rest of the world from now on. As for who will lead there, I met a kind ruler and his daughter during my travels within Africa. I plan to have that same daughter to take Sheik's spot. The name of this woman is Nefertari Vivi, daughter of King Cobra Nefertari, Izuku said as Alfred pulled out a laptop that had a video call with Vivi, who wore very fancy clothing. 4 inches, in honor that Prince Midoriya has placed his faith in me, I shall try and live up to his hopes, Vivi said very nervously, as this was her first time being on TV, or at least every TV. Do you already have any plans for Africa? Please go ahead, Vivi, Izuku said, giving Vivi the stand, which made her panic a little, but Izuku knew that she had to get her footing under her quickly, as she would be given a very high position. 2. Vivi had sweat on her forehead and was breathing a little heavier than she would normally. Vivi, please calm down, take a breath, just tell them about our energy plan, as if you were explaining it to me. These words from Izuku seemingly calmed Vivi down, her breathing calmed down and she looked ready. The plan myself and Prince Midoriya came up with is one to help everyone. By placing many large solar panels within the desert, we can generate more than enough power to sustain more than half of the entire world, if not more. 4. Izuku looked on with a smile as Vivi took point and started talking with the media about the plan. After 5 minutes, Izuku had to put a stop to it. That is enough for now. Our plans are not yet final, thus we should not say anything that will be proven false later on. But do not worry, when we have a real plan there will be a real announcement, but we have more to get to, Izuku said, holding down a laugh as he saw Vivi shrink down a little. Now you have met the future Queen of Africa, then my choice for Europe is a man well known by many already, previous Prince of Europe, Bjorn, Izuku said as Bjorn was let in by Jin. Bjorn was a man a little taller than Endeavor. He had long brown hair in a braid, as well as a brown beard reaching just down to his neck. A single scar on his face, going from the left temple down just below his eye, under his nose and down to the right side of his chin. His right forearm had bite scars, and he was missing his left lower leg, which was now clearly made from black material. 4. Bjorn made his way toward the podium with a slight limp, showing that while he was able to walk around, he wasn't fully at 100% yet. He gave a bow of respect to Izuku and his family. Izuku gave him a hand and then went for a one-armed hug. "Good to see you around, buddy," Izuku whispered into Bjorn's ear. Izuku then turned to the media again with Bjorn. Bjorn over a year ago was the Prince of Europe. He was kind and loved by his people. Then a year ago that stopped as Sheikh took over. I wanted to go back to how it used to be. Prince Bjorn, could you please tell us what happened to you?" One of the reporters in the front asked through a horde of random questions. "I am not sure if I am still a prince, but sure. Right after my loss last year, Prince Midoriya had ordered one of his help to get me to safety while also sheltering my parents and loved ones. Since that year I have been operated on half a dozen times and have been in rehabilitation for my leg." Izuku and Bjorn were then forced to answer question after question about what was going on with the countries and their goal for the future. Which Izuku just told everyone was safe and peaceful for everyone without any real info. There were questions if Izuku's girlfriends had plans with what they wanted to do with their rank, which they didn't think of as it was still very new to them. After a small questionnaire, Izuku thanked everyone for coming, but it was time to stop. He then went away with everyone. The second they were out of sight, they let out a breath of air they were holding in. "Not used to it yet, huh?" Bjorn asked the girls, who gave a shy nod. "Don't worry, it will become easier over time. Also, it's a pleasure to meet you all. I am Bjorn," Bjorn said as he bowed to the girls, who went wide-eyed and stopped back in shock. 1-inch Bjorn, you know that isn't needed, Izuku said toward Bjorn but shook his head. "It is very needed. You saved my life, friend. Because of you, I will be able to make love to my fiancé for many years to come. I will be able to see my children grow old. I owe my whole life to you and your family. And even if we ignore that, something I will never do. You are going to be king of the world. Your girlfriends will be queens. That deserves respect," Bjorn spoke with conviction. Izuku just had to chuckle as he shook his head a little. Bjorn had been like this for as long as Izuku knew. The man that resembled a Viking had a code of honor that he would never break, so Izuku knew that arguing about this was a lost cause. "Well, it's about dinner time, is it not? So let's get some food. I would love to enjoy dinner with you, Izuku. You know I would. But, you want to spend some time with your family out in the open, I understand. Jin, can you please make sure Bjorn here gets to where he wants to go?" Izuku interrupted Bjorn and asked Jin, who agreed right away and moved with Bjorn, who told everyone goodbye. 3-inches Alfred, did the chef come with everyone? Izuku asked as they made their way to the dorm. "No sir, but your father has asked everyone to show up for dinner at the Baratti." Ochako's eyes went wide for a second in shock. "That would be great. Will we meet everyone there or will we go in one group?" "A singular group, sir. We have already secured a bus that will take everyone." 5. Instead of going toward the dorm, they went right to the bus, but they were already last there, as everyone was sitting on the bus waiting for them. With them sat Izumi, Curtis, and Rayleigh. Both were acting like protection in the case that would be needed. 4. The drive was not that long for them. They showed up at the restaurant. They were placed in groups. One of most guys, one with most girls, then a table where Izuku's family sat. Inko stood up and addressed everyone. "Thank you all for joining us today. Order anything you like." One in the back, the royal chef, went to help the Baratti chefs. He already knew them as when he started as a chef he worked there, so this was a very fun reunion for them as they went ahead and cooked for Izuku's family and friends, which was a pretty big amount of stress for them. 3. But as the orders came in, they weren't able to stress as much, so they just did what they did best, they cooked. Izuku and Ochako ordered a normal steak, while Mina ordered an okra dish and Nomori ordered a hamburger steak. When Ochako took her first bite, she nearly fainted and moaned at the same time. It was by far the best steak she ever ate. "Oh my god, what is this?" A waiter walked up. "That is a 5 Wagyu beef, princess." Ochako would have spat out the piece of steak she was eating, but due to shock she swallowed it. 2-inches, is there something wrong with it? Is it not prepared well? The waiter asked, scared shitless that the first time they went were serving the next queens of the world. They fucked up an order. "Don't worry about it, she is just shocked at what it is. It's perfect, my compliments to the chef," Izuku told the butler as Mina pitched Ochako's side to get her back in action. The rest of dinner was fun. It started very stiffly, but over time each of them loosened up and started enjoying themselves fully. Each one of them was absolutely in love with the food. "Are you all still studying for the exam? Don't wants to hear about failings," Inko said, causing the more academically challenged students to look defeated as they remembered after this week of peace they would have an exam. But if they passed the exam they would receive a cool surprise, or at least that was what Aizawa said, but if they knew Aizawa that very well could have just been extra work. But after diner, they thanked the king and queen for dinner before going back to Ua with filled bellies and content smiles. The next morning 1A was sitting in the common room. Momo, Robin, and Ida were busy planning a study session. At the moment they were trying to get an empty classroom in order to better study. Izuku would normally join in, but he was having the talk with the royal families. Ochako and Mina were also going to join Nomori, Eri, and Izuku during the talk. 1-inch Midoriya, I still have a question about yesterday. Sure, what is it, Kaminari? Izuku was still busy making his breakfast in the kitchen. That chick with the sniper for an arm, who was that? Nomori jumped up excited. Oh, I know this. That woman was Kiana Susumi, or Lady Nagant. She was a pro-hero for a very short while, before joining the royal army, and quickly rose up the ranks. She later joined the royal personal guard, and took up the role of marksmanship teacher for Izuku. Yeah, Izuku also has a massive crush on her, it's super cute. Mina added on. They had asked last night, so they knew a little. 4 inches, I never said it was a massive crush, I just said that I might have liked her, Izuku called back as he moved his breakfast to the table. He had so much food, not just for himself but also for Eri, Nomori, Ochako, and Mina. So he used the Hana no Mi, flower fruit, to create multiple arms. 8 After breakfast, the group that was going to study went ahead and went to class to prepare for the exam. Should we not go as well? Ochako asked with Izuku shaking his head from the seat. No, not yet, we should get picked up, don't worry as much, Ochako, it really is nothing to be so nervous about. Izuku was calm, but Ochako was pacing around the room. She wasn't the only one, as each of the girls was rather nervous as they were about to spend a week in a room with royalty. 10 minutes later there was a knock on the door. This is us, Izuku said as he opened the door, seeing Kiana waiting. Hello, Prince. She had a smile on her face as Izuku hugged her. Come on, Kiana, don't act like that. Kiana just laughed. Okay, Izuku, my apologies, she said with giggles. Eri, sweetie, come, we have somewhere to go. Sure, Papa, coming. Eri had a small bag with her. The bag was filled with toys and drawing supplies so that she could keep busy. 2 On their walk, the girls went to talk with Kiana. Susumi, could I ask you something? Of course, Lady Kayama, and please call me Kiana. Sure, but then call me Nomori. But my question. I am aware of Izuku's crush on you. And knowing Izuku, you must have to be aware yourself, correct? Kiana had to stop herself from laughing as she saw Izuku looking down, using his hair to cover his face to now showing his blush. Yes, I am aware of the prince, his feelings. Why do you ask? Well, why not tell him your feelings? Even if you didn't have those types of feelings, why still not tell him? 1-inch, well, I did share my feelings, but it seems that it might have slipped Izuku's mind, but you were sleepy that day, so I could be partly responsible for that. Wait, you told me? Izuku popped back up. This made everyone focus on Kiana for an answer, even Eri. Yes, but I will say it again, I told you that I shared your feelings, but I will not be the first. You get yourself at least 5 girlfriends before I would act, so you fully know the difference between the love of a parent or a friend and the love of a lover. 2 inches, so in 2 more ladies minimum, you would return Izuku's feelings. If he still feels the same, then yes, why not now, if you both feel the same? Don't worry, Mina. Kiana is not one to back down from her words, so if she said that, I can hold out. It's not like we are missing any ladies to fill those 2 spots. Nomori joked, known all too well that the girls were all basically waiting for their date to confess to Izuku, and deal they are sort of already regretting. 6 But with that, they made it to the room where the other royal families were waiting for them, and Jordan had a smile on his face. Finally, you lazy bum, I got a surprise for you. What? Izuku asked, confused as he didn't even greet anyone yet. Bring them in, please. Jordan called out to his side of the room with the doors opening and a cart was pushed in. On top, there was something hidden by a white cloth. It was pushed next to Jordan, who thanked the man and pushed it himself. Let's call it a gift for becoming king of the world, he said as he stepped back and waved his arm, showing Izuku he could look. He looked around the room, and apart from his girlfriends, it seemed that everyone knew this was coming and might even know what it was. Izuku walked toward it and grabbed the cloth with his right arm and pulled it free, and to his surprise, It was 2 swords, but not just any swords. How did you get both Enma and Aim no Habakiri Jordan? Izuku said this as he unsheathed both blades and held them in his hands. One Aim is a moderately curved katana, a golden trefoil-shaped tsuba. It has a white color scheme matching its heaven motif. Its Kashira and Kojiri are both gold with its sheath being lacquered solid white a lot like its Suka with 3 cords. Both the Saya and Suka have simple light 5-petaled flower motifs on both sides. 2 Enma is seen to be a moderately curved Shobuzakuri-style katana with a lilac and gold color scheme. Like the Aim no Habakiri, the tsuba is trefoil-shaped, and each lobe is holed in the middle and thickly ridged. The Suka is lacquered solid lilac, rather than cloth-wrapped, as is the Saya. Both are embellished with simple, golden, 5-petaled flower motifs on each side. The Kashira and Kojiri are matching in appearance, being large with trefoil cutouts to match the tsuba. The Kojiri possesses an additional accent, which seems to be a wide, knobbed ring above it. One as he held on to both the blades a purple aura came from Enma that covered Izuku's arm and the sword like a flame. The same happened to Aim, but it was a white aura. Izuku's arms both turned black along with the swords, and both his well-trained arms turned to sticks, shocking the girls. Izuku. They screamed as they tried helping but were stopped by Inko and Hisashi. Don't worry, Izuku knows what he has to do. 3 Izuku kept standing tall and seemingly focused on his hands with a lot of intensity. He took deep breaths through the nose and breath out through the mouth, and then, with a loud and single yell, the aura disappeared and Izuku's arms returned to normal, but he was out of breath but still had a smile on his face. 2 inches. Thank you so much for this, Jordan. They're even greater than the stories that are told about them, Izuku said as he sheathed both blades, and with that, he fell to one knee, but was quickly picked up by Mike and Kurao. How shameful, and hero in training brought to his knees by some metal, Izuku said jokingly as he was seated by the 2 of them and Ochako as she pulled up a chair. 4 inches. Now that everyone is here and that is over, should we get started? Hisashi said with Izuku speaking up. We are still missing Vivi, she should be with us. Ah, I almost forgot. Well, let's get her into a video call, shall we? Right then a laptop was brought in with Vivi on it. One with that the first meeting started. Each of them brought up had a paper with the points that would be brought up today. So they knew what to expect, and then they all moved to the auditorium, which was filled with the leaders of countries, as well as a large screen for those that could not make it. The rest of the day was then filled with the sort of brainstorming. Overall, it was an extremely boring thing to have to sit through, but it helped everyone in the long run as everyone knew what everyone was doing. Trading for food and supplies. For Izuku, this year's meeting meant something else. He was carefully noting down what certain countries had a lot of and were trading with. Sure, there was overlap, but he did notice that each country in their own region had something special which, if traded neatly, could help. This went on for the entire week. Ochako, Mina, and Eri stopped coming after the second day, not because they were bored but because they really wanted to study up for the exam. Izuku was more than confident in his own abilities, so he didn't really need to study more than the weekend before the exams. 5. For 1A it was torture. When Ochako and Mina joined them to study and Eri joined them to draw, 1B also joined them to study. But even with more people to share in suffering, it was still a pain for their brains. 5. Robin, Momo, Ida, Kendo, Shishida, and Shoda helped everyone while studying themselves. Some students weren't with them, as Bakugo took Kirishima with him to beat the knowledge in him. They did that in a weird way. They would work out while learning. Something that helped Kirishima a bit. Math questions during bicep curls, or economics during squads. 3. The others didn't have that, but they did have the kindness of Momo and Robin teaching them. Ida was kind but was more like a very strict teacher, asking them for answers, while Momo and Robin took the time to help them reach the answers, walking them through step by step, to ensure they understood what they were doing. 7. Thankfully Aizawa was very honest about what he was expecting of them, as well as clearly tell them what parts could be added to the exams, which was a great help as the old teachers from high school and middle school never did that. But Aizawa found it irrational for them to spend weeks studying the entire book if learning 3 chapters was enough. 4. With the teachers, they were talking without Nomori. Are you sure about that, sir? Do you really think that is the best course of action? Vlad King asked with Nezu nodded. Yes, I am quite sure. Robots just sadly don't give that much of a challenge. So I think our best option would be for us to go against the students. 1 inch. What about young Midoriya? It's rather clear that he holds many strong abilities that even alone would be enough to give many heroes a problem. Cementos said from his chair, getting nods from the other teachers. Well, seeing that he will most likely be hunted down by villains all over the world, I do have one thing in mind that could be rather fun. Nezu said, gaining an evil smile. Spit it out, bossman. What do you have in mind for the royal listener? Present Mike asked. 3 inches. Well, we are going to fight the students, right? Small teams versus a single teacher. These teams will be made of people that won't work that well with each other. Either bad chemistry or them being too friendly with each other. But Midoriya is much like water, that he perfectly fills every area to complement his partner. That is true, Nezu, so what do you have in mind for him? Nezu threw a couple of files on the table showing multiple pro heroes such as Endeavor, Best Jeanist, Hawks, Mirko, Ryukyu, and some others. Why not have the king of the world fight against the world? Nezu finished as he cackled loudly. Izuku and the other royal families were inside the gates of UA. The week was over, so the royal families were going back home. It has been a fun week, Izuku. You should really visit us. We could make a party out of it for sure. Jordan laughed as Merlin rolled her eyes. You make a party out of anything. Jordan just laughed. 1 inch. Don't worry, I will try and come by sometime, Izuku said with a laugh as he gave his friend a hug. In all honesty, Izuku, you really should find some time to come by, perhaps with your new friends, Dwayne said, assuring it was a real invitation, one they wanted Izuku to follow up on. 4 inches. Same here, mate. We could go croc hunting like we used to do as kids, Mike said as Izuku, Karao, and Jordan all laughed while the girlfriends looked a little confused. You could do a round trip when you go to the second year, Karao suggested with Izuku nodding. 3. He hugged all of his friends goodbye. Izuku made each of them a promise that he would come by before the next meeting. Before they all went back home, each entered their own vehicle before driving in different areas. Inko and Hisashi were the only ones left. 1 inch. Eri, always remember you can come by, Inko told Eri, who smiled and nodded happily. Okay grandma, I will. I love you, Eri said as she hugged Inko, who already started crying and hugging Eri. Honey, stop the tears please, we don't want you to faint because of dehydration again, do we? Hisashi said, smile on his face, but Eri, you're always welcome to visit us, so when you get bored with Papa, we will have fun. He joked as Eri laughed. I will grandpa. I love you too, Eri said with Hisashi stealing Eri out of Inko's grasp and hugging her whilst spinning around. 1 inch. Where will you be going, mom? Izuku asked as he went and hugged his mother. Oh, we will go and visit Mitsuki now and get some coffee with her. Izuku smiled with a chuckle. You haven't seen her in a while, might be good for both of you to meet up again. This confused Inko a little but ignored it. 5. Hisashi with Eri in his arms tried hiding his a little. He did so very badly. He had the left side of his coat over her head. Well, we have to be going. Goodbye, son, he said as Eri giggled. I can't grandpa, I want to stay with Papa and my mama. Hisashi grabbed his heart, faking being hurt, but Eri went and hugged him one more time before being asked to be let down. She then ran right toward Mina. 1 inch. Bye-bye, sweeties, don't be afraid to call, Inko said from inside the car. Inko and Hisashi drove off waving back toward Izuku and the rest. Who went back to the dorm? Now mister, fun is over, you know what that means, right? Nomori said with Izuku dropping his head a little. Yes, but can I at least make a request? What? Can you be a sexy teacher when we study? This resulted in Izuku getting a smack from Nomori and a gasp. What are you saying? I am always a sexy teacher. She and everyone with her started laughing. You know what I mean, Izuku responded. 5. But back at the dorms, everyone was busy studying hard. I will get our books, Ochako said with Izuku shaking his head. No need, I already have them with me. He grabbed a scroll out of his pocket and rolled it out on the table. His right index and middle finger are extended, the other fingers are curled into the palm. Then with a poof of smoke in the middle of the scroll came all of the books needed. He had used the Maki Maki no Mi, scroll fruit. 4. They then started learning. Nomori, while she was a teacher and could help, didn't, she was spending the time with Eri. Both were watching a movie on a laptop while the rest studied. Izuku was still behind with learning, but much like Momo or Robin, he didn't need to study that much, most of it was already known to him. But going over everything again was great. The best thing, however, was the test exams Aizawa has given them so they could test themselves over the weekend. Inko and Hisashi just got out of the car. They just arrived at the house. Inko happily skipped toward the door and knocked. When the door opened and Mitsuku stood looking at her old childhood friend, she squealed before hugging. Both hugged each other, happy to see each other after such a long time. 1-inch Inko, oh my god, why didn't you say you were coming by? Mitsuki loudly said as she hugged Inko tightly while Inko was just laughing. I know sweetie, but we were popped by Ua, you know, with that royalty stuff. Inko said as Mitsuki went to give Hisashi a hug and a kiss on the cheek as they greeted each other like the old friends they are. 2 inches, oh yeah, I saw it on TV. Izuku has grown into such a good-looking man, and that daughter of his, what a cute face. Yeah, she is such sweetheart. I also saw Katsuki, he really grew up with your attitude. Mitsuki laughed loudly. Mitsuki was about to ask them to enter, but Inko pulled her out. Come, I want to go past old man Iroh tea shop again. Inko had her mindset as she began pulling Mitsuki and Hisashi toward the tea shop. 6 in the shop, they began talking. So how is Masaru, you enjoying the time without Katsuki? Inko asked happily. She instantly noticed Mitsuki's change. About that ink, Masaru and I are divorced. We are still working together and friends, but the spark was just gone. Oh, hun, how long? I never knew. It's okay Ink, it's been a while. I am having trouble finding a place for myself though. Oh, how about you take our home? Nobody really uses it anymore with Izuku in the dorms, I insist. 1 inch only until I find a place for myself, you and your stubbornness. Mitsuki knew she had no chance against Inko. She knew she was stubborn herself, but compared to Inko she was a pushover. Talking about Izuku, those girls are real beauties, kind of disappointed his crush is gone. Hisashi laughed. It's not, I am still pretty sure that he still likes you, who knows, maybe ask him out. 3 inches, ha, that would be a joy for Katsuki, his classmate taking the spot of his stepfather. Mitsuki laughed as all three laughed, but Mitsuki shrugged to herself. Who knows, she might give it a shot. Izuku always was the sweetest kid, and he really grew into a full-fledged hunk. 4 The teachers of UA, now also including Nomori, who after being called by Nezu made her way to Ua. They weren't alone, with her was Mirko, Ryukyu, Miss, Joke, and Mount Lady, all of who were sitting with each other. In the same room sat Endeavor and Best Jeanist that were sharing words and laughs with all might. The pro-hero Hawks was also in the room. He was alone while sharing glances at Endeavor. Edgeshot was sitting next to Kamui Woods and Gang Orca. None of them except the teachers of Ua didn't know why they were there. One Nezu walked in the room and sat down with everyone's focusing on him. Hello and thank you all for coming today. Each gave a nod which showed Nezu he could continue. You all must have some questions as to why you are here. The question is rather simple. We at UA will be having our exams. I want to request your help with the practical exams. 1. Mirko was the first to speak. So you want us to kick some knowledge into the students? Not exactly. So what? Endeavor spoke, unsure of what the goal was here. Oh, we want you all to fight Izuku Midoriya, Nezu said as some of them went completely wide-eyed. Excuse me, but do you mean newly crowned next king of the entire world, Izuku Midoriya? Hawks asked with Kamui also speaking up. The same person that fought and defeated the old prince of Africa? Yes, the one and the same. 3 Best Jeanist spoke up. He looked sure of himself, but much like most of everyone there he was in a slight panic. Why request this of his principal Nezu? What is the goal of that? Well, as you all know, Midoriya has been enrolled into UA because of his own skill, but he has had some scuffles with villains already. Now with him gaining an even higher rank than before, there is a bigger chance of him being hunted by powerful villains from all over the world. 4 Gang Orca then finished it for Nezu. And you want us to fight him to prepare him in a way? Yes, we know Midoriya is powerful, and he can more than adapt to what is needed in a fight. We have seen him fight without a quirk against Stain. We have seen him fight close combat against the Nomu in the USJ. We have seen him fight at long ranges during the entrance exam. We have seen a lot of powers ranging from flames to turning into a beast, to even harvesting light itself. Nezu said with then Nomori speaking up. 1 inch and more that he has been holding back. I have asked him about his powers before. I have written powers that could be troublesome for you all down so that you might think of counters. To give him a real fight. Nobody backed down. This was a request from Nezu in order to help the prince. Give me my file. I will find a way to kick his ass. Been training that 6 powers like hell. Mirko said with a smirk as she took a file from Nomori before opening it. 2. Her face changes quickly from confident to irritated. What the fuck, he can turn to rubber so blunt force attacks won't have any use, yes, but as far as I know he can only use one power at a time, so I would suggest team attacks, 2 attacks that differ in what they are, and flame attack and then a kick right after, or a pierce and then a punch, so that he can't block both attacks. Nomori said with a laugh. 3. Everyone then started brainstorming together to work on a way to fight Izuku. It was a clear problem for them. Their main idea was to rely on Aizawa and Best Jeanist as both had a power Izuku didn't have a clear counter to. That and Nezu would attack with saltwater, which according to Nomori would give them the biggest edge. 12. Izuku was unaware as he was completing a test exam about math. He was busy with leverage, something that would be useful in heroics in case you didn't have the strength required to lift something in order to save someone. Izuku didn't really need that, but you never really know, there was always a possibility. But as he was doing that, he had no idea that on one part, there was a group of heroic basically plotting against him in order to defeat him. And on the other part, Inko was thinking about how to get Mitsuki to get with Izuku. She wanted her son and her friend to be happy and they would be happy together. 3. Eri was happy herself. She had met so many new people which was very scary at first, but now she saw each of them as friends or family. It really made her happy that she now had so many people to trust. Half a year ago she had nobody to trust, she lived in fear of every new person she saw, but now each new person helped her, each new person was kind and friendly. She was a little saddened, however, not for any real reason but she wanted to play with her family, but each of them was taking a stupid test. Man, I am happy that it's over, I hate taking tests. Kaminari said as they just stumbled into the dorm. I felt really good about those tests, guess it's all thanks to Zuzu. Mina said as she went to sit on the couch tired from all the tests they had been taking for the past 3 days and they weren't done. They would now have to have a practical exam against what they assumed would be robots which after the pain of learning a lot was nice. 1. You did it yourself, all I did was help you stay focused on the task at hand, Izuku said as he went to the kitchen going to make some lunch for himself as well as Eri. Eri had done her own exams, ones Nemuri made special for her. They had a day off before Friday doing the practical, which they would do some light training for. 2. Izuku was going to do some real working out and tried getting everyone else to do the same but they believed they would fight robots so they didn't need any real training, so while Izuku woke up early and went to train they were just having an off day. Then around 11 everyone else joined in but Izuku was already covered in sweat. He had been going hard since 7. 1. Izuku hadn't only been doing strength training or stamina. He had been working out on his quirk, as well as worked out with some of his weapons. He pulled out Enma and Aim once but they were rather hard to control as he on accident cut a building in half. It did give him some big rubble pieces that he used to work on his hockey. 4. When the others joined they were a little shocked seeing Izuku stand in the middle of a destroyed street while he kept punching pieces of building. After a punch broke off a corner of a house which everyone saw as beyond impressive Izuku just let out a scream in frustration. Around 2 the others went back to the dorm while Izuku was still busy with his training. 2. He kept working on his hockey. He wasn't planning on using it during the exam, as if it was against robots that would really not be needed, but if it was against people he wasn't sure it would be saved against people. He didn't want to on accident pour his hockey into someone causing their organs to blow up or something crazy like that. 2. But when he came stumbling in at 16:30, absolutely drenched in sweat, "You not on the couch?" Mina said as Izuku stumbled in. "Come, sweetie, let's get you nice and cleaned up," Nemuri said as she moved Izuku toward the shower. She locked it from the inside as she helped Izuku to undress. Izuku was tired so he really didn't know what to do. He just followed Nemuri's instructions. 2. Thankfully Nemuri understood how tired Izuku was and put him in the bath, before scolding him for training too hard. Izuku fell asleep however, he was absolutely drained as he kind of went off script, he was too focused on his hockey training. He pushed himself further than he really wanted. But he woke up in bed. Ochako and Mina already have a couple of containers filled with food ready for him. So he ate and went right back to bed. 6. When he woke and felt good. He felt a little tired but after eating his fill he was ready for the exam. They went to the location Nezu requested them before they all dressed in their hero outfit and made their way to the teachers who were waiting for them, as well as all the students of 1B. 2. Hello students, hope you all had a good night's rest. I assume you all have a thought of what the exam will be. Nezu asked cheerfully as Kaminari leaned back a little, bring on the robots. As he cheered, making Nezu laugh. Well yes, the exams used to be done with robots, but that will change. Mina blinked once. Used to. Yes Lady Ishido, used to, you all will be fighting us. Nezu said as all the heroes gave a serious glare. 11. Kendo raised her hand. So the 40 of us against the 12 of you. False, today the 39 of you will be fighting the 12 of us. I assume I am the oddball out. Izuku asked Nezu, who nodded happily. Sir, why is Midoriya left out? Is this preferential treatment? Ida asked with Nezu laughing. No, it's clear to us that Midoriya is very strong, but with his ranking as the world's next ruler, he will most likely be haunted by villains all over the world. So I want to make sure he would survive. Nezu said as with his hand behind his back he pressed a bottom which opened the gate behind him. So to ensure that he will be fighting us. Everyone said at the same time. You can't be serious sir, oh I am Lady Uraraka. Prince Midoriya's fight will consist of fighting All Might, Eraserhead, Present Mike, me Mr. Principal, 13, Gran Torino, Vlad King, Ectoplasm, Powerloader, Cementos, Hound Dog, Snipe, Mirko, Ryuko, Miss Joke, Mount Lady, Endeavor, Best Jeanist, Hawks, Edge Shot, Kamui Woods, and Gang Orca. 3. Most of them looked rather confused and a little scared for their classmate, but Izuku looked excited. I do hope the prince does not take offense to this. But we won't be holding back. Best Jeanist said with Izuku just smirked. I would be offended if you held back. While Izuku was smirking he really was nervous, he would be fighting top-tier heroes. 4. But that fight will be at the end. First, you all will have to fight. First, up will be Snipe vs Sen Kaibara, Togaru Kamakiri, and Shihai Kuwar. That fight will take place now. If those named could please follow Snipe, while the others follow Recovery Girl and Miss Midnight toward the watching area. Nezu said before letting the class walk away. 2. The 3 boys went into their exam site and much to Kuwar's displeasure it was a well-lit area with little to no shadows. So the 3 boys went ahead and started thinking about how they could use their quirk. Kaibara had the quirk Gyrate. He can rotate any part of his body at high speeds, great for close combat, but against Snipe that would have little effect. Then Kamakiri with the quirk Razor Sharp. Allowing him to produce blades from his body, he can alter their sharpness as well as size. And last of the team of 3 was Kuwar with the quirk Black, which allows him to merge with anything that is the color black like shadows or paint. 1. Start, Nezu said into the intercom as everyone was watching, which gave them around 5 minutes to think of their plan, which was terrible but the only thing they had. Kuwar went into Kaibara's shadow as he walked behind Kamakiri who had both his arms in front of him, left one above his right, one with them straight in front of him. He had a large blade on the top side and an even bigger blade on the bottom side of his right forearm, which was so big that it covered his lower body from Snipe's shots. 1. Snipe could without effort fire 4 shots and hit both of them through the knees, stopping them in their tracks, but that was unfair, so he kept his fire on the shield. Kaibara wasn't idle. He had his hands turning at high speeds and started hitting the floor and grabbing the rubble as ammo, which when he got close shout out, by instead of rotating his forearms he rotated his shoulder, sending out the rubble the size of a small people like a slingshot. 2. Snipe just fired a single bullet breaking the rubble. But when Kaibara threw 2 rocks at once, Snipe hit one and allowed one to hit him as he needed to reload. But then Kuwar jumped out of the shadow of the rock. He grabbed the pistol and kept it off his friends, who all rushed closer. Now no need for safety as Kuwar was keeping him busy. 1. Kamakiri jumped close, now blades on the outsides of his forearms. With a spin he sliced downward through the belt of Snipe, which dropped his ammo. As Kaibara started spinning his forearms again right into Snipe's stomach, but Snipe knew what he was doing. He released his grip on his pistol before regripping Kuwar on the shirt and pulling him in the way of Kaibara's punch. 1. Oh shit, sorry man, I didn't mean. Kaibara then received heel in his face as Snipe hit him with a backward spinning heel kick. Snipe then rolled forward, letting Kuwar go as he had to dodge a punch as well as a slice from Kamakiri. 1. Kamakiri and Kuwar believed they had won. Both were in between Snipe and his guns and ammo. Kamakiri looked back to check, but his eyes went wide. That's right, cowboy, always keep an eye on your opponent's weaponry. Snipe said in his American accent as he showed his pistol as well as 2 full clips. And these bullets were special grade, created with lower amounts of gunpowder, which would not pierce flesh, it would feel like they would be hit with a golf ball. 2. Snipe then in rapid fire emptied his clip of 24 bullets into both the boys, 12 bullets on each of them, hitting their legs, arms and stomach. But during his second reload both boys ran forward. But they were just a little too slow as Snipe had already reloaded his second clip and fired his last 24 rounds into both of them, making sure they are both sore as hell tomorrow. But then he heard a click. He looked to his side. His left hand, the one he used to keep on his ammo, was cuffed by Kaibara, who had used Kuwar's body as a shield and then rolled with Kuwar as he fell, blocking Snipe's sight. 1. The team of Sen Kaibara, Togaru Kamakiri, and Shihai Kuwar win. Snipe losses. When Nezu called out that Snipe lost, he sounded like he was teasing. While Snipe wasn't injured, the 3 boys were, so like a good teacher he waited for the recovery girl robots to show up and helped put them up on the robots. Before making his way toward the teacher's area to rest up for his fight against Izuku. 1. That was a good plan considering. Momo said with Nimari nodding. That is correct, but what could they have done to increase their chances of winning? She asked both classes with Kendo raising her hand. Kaibara should have used the rubble to take out the lamps, creating shadows, which would have given Kuwar a better use of his quirk. Correct, Miss Kendo. 2. Pony also raised her hand. Ma'am, can I ask why you are here and not joining the fights? I was told by Vlad that you weren't injured anymore. That is correct, Miss Tsunotori. Well, one of the reasons is personal, but the second reason is that I am going to retire being a hero. I will just stay a teacher here at UA. Really, why, ma'am? Shota asked. Because I want to focus on being a mom for my daughter Eri. So you will give up on your dream of being a hero? Awase asked. 5. Nimari just giggled. No, Awase. Being a hero was never my dream. I wanted to help people, and a hero was my way of doing that, but I then quickly into my time as a hero I decided into becoming a teacher as well. Nimari said with a smile as all the students nodded. 1. Next up will be Hound Dog vs Ochako Uraraka, Yui Kodai, and Yosetsu Awase. Please make your way to the exam site. Nezu said over the intercom as the 3 of them stood up. Guess I am first. Good luck, sweetie. Izuku gave Ochako a kiss, who smiled before following Awase and Kodai, already trying to come up with a fighting plan against Hound Dog. The 3 students made it to the exam site with somewhat of a plan in mind. This, however, would result in luck, as the 3 students were all close combat fighters and they were against Hound Dog, one of the best close combat fighters at UA. With his wild beast-like fighting style made it near impossible for them to really win a fight, even if Hound Dog would be holding back. 2. But that wasn't even all he had. Because of his quirk, he has an increased sense of smell and hearing, making losing him 10 times harder than it would be to lose a normal person. But again, Hound Dog had a different skill. The skill Gunhead warned Ochako about during her internship. Hound Dog was great at getting within the head of his opponent. His time as a school counselor and his studies as a therapist helped him. 1. Exam 2 Hound Dog vs Ochako Uraraka, Yui Kodai, and Yosetsu Awase starts now, Nezu said through the intercom, making the match begin, making everyone move. Hound Dog started off running straight for the 3 of them right down the middle of the road, while the 3 students sprinted toward the right side right into a building for cover. 1. As they entered the building, their first part of the plan started. Here, Kodai, this should work perfectly, Ochako said as she grabbed a barrel and brought it toward Yui and Awase, who were waiting at the door. Yui nodded and grabbed the barrel. She then made it twice the size it used to be, no bigger than the door they came in through. Here, Awase. The boy nodded before welding the barrel against the wall, making entering too hard for Hound Dog, forcing him to find a different way in which would give the students more time to run away, while forcing Hound Dog to find a new way toward that spot to follow the scent or try and find them without their scent. 2. They kept doing this every so often as to hopefully buy enough time while maintaining distance with Hound Dog. That was until they came to the end and saw Hound Dog waiting for them, standing between them and the gate. I have been waiting. Hound Dog smirked at the slightly winded students. They had been going for a sprint as to hopefully outpace Hound Dog, but it worked to their disadvantage in the end. 1. I have a plan, Awase said, his face slightly mixed, not sure if this plan would really work. He whispered it to them, making Hound Dog jump forward, his claw right on Awase's face. Yui and Ochako jumped sideways, creating distance between them and Awase and Hound Dog. "Run now," Awase yelled as he welded Hound Dog's hand to his face. Awase also welded both his hands to Hound Dog's chest while welding his feet to his shoes and his shoes to the floor, making them stuck in place, while Ochako and Kodai were able to pass through the gate. 2. Ochako Uraraka, Yui Kodai, and Yosetsu Awase have passed the exam. Please make your way back. And Kanejiro Kirishima, Tetsu, and Rikido Sato please make their way to the exam site to face their opponent Cementos. 3. Kirishima jumped up smiling toward Sato and Tetsutsu. "Hell yeah, bros, we are going to kick ass." Tetsu was just as excited at Kirishima with the same level as energy. "Heck yeah man, we are showing them how manly we are and beating this thing like men." Sato, unsure of the weird connection between the two of them that was half sexual and half brotherly almost. "Why," he said, making his way toward the exam site, while half planning how they were going to do this. 2. Just as they reached the exam site, the others made their way back. Ochako went and hugged Izuku and Mina, extremely happy she passed. "Woo, I did it. Did you see I did it? We did. Smart plan against Hound Dog, too bad it didn't work out." Izuku looked past Ochako and saw Yui standing behind her staring at him. Can I help you?" Izuku asked before hearing Ochako let out a guilty laugh. I kind of promised that you would be on a date with her after the exams." "Oh okay." Yui got a small smile before giving a nod and walking away just as they heard Nezu give the starting signal. Right off the bat, Kirishima and Tetsutsu hardened their skin around their fist while giving a battle roar, all while Sato threw back a sugar packet, making his muscles bulge as his quirk took effect. They then sprinted forward, all while Cementos calmly crouched down, placing both his hands on the ground and sending wave after wave of cement walls their way. 1. The three of them took the challenge head on. They knocked down all walls that came their way. "Guys, this isn't working, there are too many walls," Sato called out, with Kirishima trying to hype his friend up. "We got this bro." They then kept at it for far too long. Then when it was already too late, they changed plans. "Bro, I got a plan. We make a train and move in one line instead of 3 lines." "Hell yeah, teamwork is manly," Kirishima said, staining his energy. They did do that, and oh did it become easier for them, but it was too late. 1. Sato's sugar had nearly run out, making him tired and his movement sluggish. Kirishima and Tetsu quirks both started weakening, making their skin slowly bleed at the damage they had received against the cement walls. That kept going until the 3 boys fell to the floor, defeated and exhausted from the brutal exam. 1. Everyone watching saw the teamwork started too late. They were only half through the street. Rikido Sato, Ajiro Kirishima, and Tetsu failed the exam. Kanmashiro Ojiro, Kanoko Komori, and Narengeki Shota please make their way to the exam site to face their opponent Power Loader. 1. As the 3 of them walked toward the exam site, they came to the realization that they were going to have a horrible time fighting Power Loader. No matter if they would win or lose, this was going to suck, not as much because they were weak, or because Power Loader was strong, but because Power Loader was just too smart. 2. The exam site was just an open field of dirt, which at first glance would mean Komori was gonna win, but right when the signal was given to start, Power Loader dove into the ground, which made it clear that this was gonna suck even more than they thought. 1. Fuck, we have to move now or else we are gonna lose. Agreed, Shota told Ojiro. The 3 nodded and began running with them, already noticing the ground starting to feel lighter. Spread out more, Ojiro called out as they spread out a little. Wait, let me use Hymenopelus radicata, it's known as the deep root mushroom. Komori began sprouting the mushroom seeds. 2. The roots dug into the ground. It made the ground slightly more stable as the root held the ground a little while they ran on it. But it didn't help as Power Loader was still digging around. They knew that going this way would cause them to lose. I have a plan. I will throw both of you forward through the gate. That way yous pass. Ojiro screamed before jumping toward the 2 of them. Shota grabbed Ojiro's tail and Komori's hand. Ojiro with a spin flung them forward. Both saw they were just short, and because of the pressure of the throw, the ground started sinking. This got Shota to act. He threw Komori somewhat with a punk-like throw while adding a second push which got Komori over the finishing line. 3. Mashiro Ojrio, Kanoko Komori, and Narengeki Shota have passed the exam. Can Kami Utsushimi Hantasiro and Reiko Yanagi please make their way to the exam site to face Vlad King? This is gonna be lit yo. Kami said with a peace sign as she made their way to the exam site. 2. How are we going to do this? Siro asked as they entered the exam site. Let's just trick him yo. Kami said with Siro and Reiko not knowing any other plan. The starting signal was given by Nezu, making the three of them rush into an alleyway. Kami then copied the entire entrance with her quirk to the best of her ability. 1. Vlad sprang into action. He looked around not seeing any of the examinees start using his skill as a hero to deduct where they went. Which was when he noticed that one of the bricks didn't adds up with the corner. Which made Vlad King sprint into that alleyway which when he went through it showed that Kami had used her quirk. This got Vlad to start sprinting forward through the alleyway. 2. Vlad was far faster than the three students and even saw them which panicked the students. They for a while started sprinting in a different area even going away from the gate. This is very ineffective. Vlad King is far faster than us, Yanagi said as she was floating along. What if we do a double trap? Yanagi, if you like, throw something at him to slow him down. Kami and I will trap him. Understood. Let's do this at the corner. 1. Around the corner, they sprang into action. Kami first, making an easy cover of the alley. Siro then started placing tape all over the alleyway, all while Yanagi started throwing trash and boxes toward Vlad King, who dodged or punched the attacks away. Yanagi let go. Yanagi flew above the gate. Siro then used his tape to fling himself and Kami up high toward the roof. 2. Vlad King ran after them going toward the corner behind them. He hoped to catch them still in the alley, but the trap they sat sprang into action. All the tape wrapped around him, trapping him like a fly in a spider's net. Which if the students were waiting could have cuffed Vlad, but they weren't. 1. Oh damn it, I will never hear the end of this from Mike, Vlad growled. He activated his quirk, his gloves allowing blood to flow from his hands. Vlad turned it into a sword and sliced through the tape, freeing himself. Before noticing the tape at the edge of the roof, making it clear that they went up high. Just then Vlad took a sprint toward the gate, or the fastest way toward the gate he knew of. 1. That was when he saw them, standing in front of the alley opening, smiling and waving at him, which kind of ticked him off. I will show you not to be overconfident. He jumped toward them, going face first into a wall, showing Kami had covered a wall. Vlad fell backhand on his nose. Ah, that hurt. Vlad wiped his nose and saw he had got a nosebleed. 3. When he got up again he was smirking. Smart plan, but oh so fucking annoying. Vlad cursed as he was slightly pissed. He smacked his nose against the wall. But Vlad began running to the gate, which happened to be perfect timing as he found the three of them a little in front of the gate. 1. Vlad turned his blood into a small spike. He threw it in front of them, causing them to stop running and step back. Siro shot an attack of tape that Vlad dodged. Just run. Siro screamed, sending a flurry of new tape in a spray before sprinting toward the gate. He shot out a line of tape onto the gate before then jumping forward while grabbing Kami and Yanagi. 1. Around halfway in the air Vlad shot out a second small shard of blood, cutting the tape, making them fall and roll through the gate, but just barely. Reiko Yanagi, Hanta Siro, and Kami Utsushimi have passed the exam. Kanami Nico, Mina Ishido, and Setsuna Tokage moved toward the exam site to fight me. See you there. Nezu cackled before moving toward the exam site. Wish me luck, baby. Mina kissed Izuku before she started skipping away happily, thinking this was an easy match. I know you will give it your all. Good luck, Mina, I know you will do great. Izuku sadly knew different. Mina started walking away laughing happily with Nami and Setsuna. All three were extremely friendly and cheerful, and they acted like three friends on a shopping trip toward the most far-off site during the exam. This, of course, was done on purpose. 2. The first idea of it was that they needed all the time to prepare against Nezu. Nezu was an evil genius. The second was all done so that the girls would become too friendly and let down their guard when fighting Nezu. Which was exactly what happened. 2. Man, we hit the lottery with this one. Mina cheered with a big smile on her face as she walked with her friends. Oh yeah, I know. I just hope we don't hurt Nezu too much, don't want to give the prince a bad look. Setsuna said with a smirk as Mina smirked herself. What, trying to steal my man from me? You know it, Pinky. Setsuna said with a wink as Mina just laughed along with Nami. 2. They then made it into the site. Were they half expected to see Nezu waiting for them, but nobody saw him. There was no sight of him, but they did hear him. Hello students, welcome to your exam. I have made it quite simple for you to pass. Seeing I am not a fighter and would rather not fight, so for this exam, you can try and find me, or you can just pass through the gate and win. 1. Oh, my, this is easy. Let's go. Setsuna cheered before jogging toward the other side with Mina and Nami following along. While this went on, Izuku shook his head, confusing some of the others watching. Midoriya, what is wrong? Ida asked with Izuku giving him a look before speaking. They are going to lose this match. This confused mostly everyone, as so far it seemed like they would pass the exam and win rather easily without even sweating, but Izuku knew better, he knew Nezu better. You all know why Nezu is the principal of UA, right, and why heroes like Mirko, Endeavor and All Might all listen to his advice, right? I thought it was because he is older. Shiro said with a shrug as he never really thought about it before. 1. Izuku shook his head. Nezu is one of the smartest things in this world. He has plans for the backup plans for the secret plans of his enemies' plans to fight against his first plans. Some have even guessed his quirk gives him omnipotence and he just lies about it, making him smarter to now have everyone fear him. This sounded like a scary story you told children as a joke, but as Nemuri and Recovery Girl both started nodding, they started becoming scared for their classmates who were just happily laughing and running toward the gate. 10. Nezu, however, was setting everything up in his machine. Now if I pull the wrecking ball back to a 74 degrees, with a distance of 2,429 meters from the wall, and hit it at around 0.6 meters from the window, it should all work perfectly. Nezu said as he sipped some of his tea. He then pushed a single button which released the wrecking ball as it collided perfectly with Nezu's calculations. 2. The wall imploded in on itself, with debris flying everywhere which to most people looked random, but Nezu had calculated everything. The window exploded, causing a shard of glass to fly into the room, where it bounced off a piece of brick which made the shard split into two, with one going off to the ground and the other to fly into the wires inside the building, causing a malfunction which caused a small explosion which set off a chain of explosions which started creating a maze for the three girls that were now standing still, covering themselves as they heard explosions go off. 3. What was that? Is Nezu okay? Nami asked as she looked around before that was then stopped when she finally noticed it. Run quickly, we need to run. She screamed at the top of her lungs as she started dashing the gate as quickly as she could, hoping they could still pass. Mina and Setsuna were confused but did what Nami said and began sprinting toward the gate. 3, 2, 1. Nezu counted down as he was sitting back in his chair still sipping tea as an explosion took out a nearby house which made a barrel fly up and land in front of the students, giving them just a little area before crashing into the barrel. Ah, is he trying to kill us? Mina screamed in fear as her easy exam just turned into a nightmare. But Nezu was smarter than that. He knew exactly the distance and even gave them half a meter spare to stop. 3. Quickly, Mina, melt here. Setsuna screamed in fear with Mina trying to do so only to be stopped by Nami. We need to go here quickly, believe me. Nami said with Mina doing so as Nami was the smartest girl in the group at the moment. Nami then took charge trying to find a perfect way out. They tried making Setsuna fly up but Nezu wasn't going to allow that, as he had, of course, made contingency plans in case they tried. 3. Which resulted in the girls wasting away the time while trying to get out of the maze Nezu had set up for them, which sadly if they had one more minute would have worked. But over the intercom was heard. Nami Nico, Mina Ishido, and Setsuna Tokage have failed the exam. Mr. Principal has won. Please hold until Nezu is back. Nezu of course had recorded himself saying he had won and played it, most likely also prepared for the other result. The girls came back quickly with Mina being very depressed about her loss, but Izuku was there. They don't be sad. Fighting Nezu is a tall task, even for those like All Might. Just be proud you gave it your all. He told all three of the ladies, who did cheer up slightly, but they did turn a little sour as they heard the cheerful voice of Nezu. Well, that was enjoyable. Now Kankosei Saburaba, Kyoka Jiro, and Hirayu Rin make their way to the exam site to fight Present Mic. 1. Kyoka sighed knowing this was going to be hell for her. Of course, the girl with the sensitive hearing had to fight the loudest fucking teacher they could get. She was just hoping the headache this was going to be would be fixed by loads of aspirin and recovery girl, but she still made her way toward the exam talking with her 2 teammates about their quirks. 7. Kyoka told them she had earphone jack, which gave her increased hearing, being able to hear people talk and footsteps from far away, as well as if she tried even heartbeats. She can also send out her earphones to attack with, as well as send her heartbeat in shockwaves through amplifiers in her boots. 1. Saburaba had the quirk Solid Air. He can solidify air walls and platforms. At the moment they are non-movable and at a certain density, but they did block sound a little, which could be used as a defense against Present Mic's yelling. 1. Last was Rin, who had the quirk Scales. This allows him to create scales on his body that he can use to defend attacks or to fire off at long ranges, which didn't help a lot for this exam, but they came up with somewhat of a plan, all hoping they could win, or at least lose with a fighting chance. 1. When the exam started, they began. Saburaba was at the front, with Jiro right behind him and Rin right behind her. They walked forward swiftly while never breaking formation. Present Mic was just being bored while waiting at the gate, not wanting to walk in the forest and deal with bugs or other weird and nasty creatures. From time to time he decided to yell at them. "You coming or what?" he screamed. "Now." Jiro called out, still far away from Present Mic. Saburaba blow an air wall large enough to cover their front. Rin turned his hands scaly and placed them over Jiro's ears and her jacks, blocking out as much sound as they could. 1. And it worked. It was doable. They kept doing it, with the attacks hurting more and more with each step they took. But they were close enough that they could see him from their location in the bushes, which brought them to their attack plan. Rin jumped out and forward with Saburaba and fired of Scales, forcing Present Mic to dodge. Jiro then from still within the bushes sent out a blast of her heartbeat, which lessened the effect of Present Mic's attack, but the attacks of Rin and the cover of Saburaba gave Present Mic some trouble. 1. But none of them could get close enough to the gate. Common little listers, at least give it a little soul. Present Mic yelled out with Kyoka using her heartbeat again, but it was overpowered. "You need more beats to rock my stuff." Which got her to think she needed her heartbeat to increase. So she did something she would never tell anyone. 1. She started thinking of herself doing the nasty with Momo and Izuku, which got her face red like Kirishima's hair, but it also spiked her heartbeat to a beat that could combat Present Mic. When she then shot it out, it cancelled out Present Mic's attack completely that he had so far used to block most of Rin's attacks. But now they made it through, and he was hit. A single scale sliced his left jacket sleeve. And the attacks just kept coming. 8. And with Kyoka being able to nullify Present Mic's weakest yells, ones he was forced to use to not hurt the kids too much, he was forced to dodge attacks, but he was a hero and he knew what he was doing, most of the time. Present Mic this time jumped up as high as he could and yelled downward, which created a sound blast that kicked Rin and Saburaba of their game. The next solid air wall was misplaced, causing Rin to fall against it and trip, which gave Present Mic time to get back to the gate. 1. He then started doing short yells, ah, 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 each attack toward Kyoka's general direction, but none taking the same line, which forced Kyoka to move, and that made her lose her train of thought, which caused her heartbeat to slow down, which gave the edge to Present Mic again. "You did well, kid, but you're outmatched. It's like a garage band against the Beatles." Present Mic screamed, making Kyoka scream in pairs as her ears felt like they were being abused. 104. But then, by the luck of the gods, a small singular spider fell from the tree right onto Present Mic's glasses, which for a man that had an absolute fear of bugs and spider, was enough for him to nearly shit himself. He screamed as high-pitched as he could right before he fainted and collapsed, which made the students laugh, as Rin and Saburaba took this chance to grab Kyoka and pass the gate. Kyoka, Jiro, Kosei, Saburaba, and Horyu Rin have passed the exam. Present Mic losses to a spider, which has been recorded and will be played all the time. Kansuyu Asui, Fumikage Tokiyami, and Pony Sunotori make their way over to the exam site to fight ectoplasm, Nezu cheerfully said as the 3 students made their way, all while the others were still laughing at the sight of Present Mic, with Nemuri laughing loudest of all at the sight of her BFF fainting. Tokiyami, Suyu, and Pony were making their way toward the exam site in silence. Tokiyami never spoke that much himself, and while Suyu wasn't one to talk a lot, she also never forced a conversation. Pony, however, did like talking. She just wasn't the best at Japanese, which made it hard to talk with new people. 1. When they arrived at the exam site going to fight ectoplasm, they saw he was already waiting, but he wasn't alone. There were half a dozen clones already standing at the ready with them starting right as they entered. Horn cannon. Pony called out as he placed both her pointer fingers on the side of her head and fired out her 2 horns toward a nearby ectoplasm, something that ectoplasm had no trouble kicking out the way. 6. Dark shadow flew up Tokiyami's chest going high, right as Suyu jumped up high. Dark shadow went in her path, allowing her to kick of dark shadow downward, where she landed a spinning downward heel kick right onto ectoplasm's right collarbone, destroying the clone. Fumi, she called out as she moved her tongue, which was enough for him to understand he needed to reposition, which he did, as he jumped and dark shadow pulled him toward that side, right as an clone of ectoplasm gave a sweep kick. 12. Suyu and Tokiyami began working in perfect harmony. They shared a few words between them, while knowing what to do, as Pony began walking next to them, fighting seemingly on her own, as she couldn't understand Suyu and Tokiyami that well. She tried to work with them as well as she could, but they were just out of sync. 4. Tokiyami and Dark Shadow moved as if they were mentally talking with Suyu, to give her a springboard. But it was like they ignored Pony. Sometimes her attacks were blocked by Dark Shadow and Suyu. It became horrible for Pony. 3. A little earlier. Why did those team UP? Why do you think Miss Kendo? Nimori said with Kendo thinking about it, but as far as she knew there's nothing they needed to work on. She only really knew Pony and she only needed to work on her Japanese. It's their communication, Shinso said with Nimori clapping. Golden Star. Yes, with Miss America. It's a clear fault, she just doesn't know how to speak Japanese perfectly, which will make it hard, and Miss Asui and Mr. Tokiyami know how to act without talking, which if they don't fix that will cause problems for anyone they work with. Nimori said with Tetsu raising his hand. 2. But ma'am, is perfect teamwork not exactly what we should strive for? Yes, Tetsu, teamwork is extremely important, but that would require the full team. If they don't work Pony into their teamwork, it will cause problems. 1. Back to the present. I see what you mean, ma'am, Tetsu said as it became really clear that it was a problem. So far the only teamwork they had shown was then Asui helped Pony to reach the next level. For the rest it was nothing. Pony however did show that she could handle herself. She had control over 4 horns that she was moving around at high speeds, being able to take down clones by herself. But each time Pony tried working together it caused some problems. 6. Suyu jumping into a horn, or Dark Shadow's connection with Tokiyami blocking the horn's path. Which got everyone frustrated, and it was hard to look at for everyone back in the watching room. To see the connection between Suyu and Tokiyami that most people could only dream of was now causing them so much trouble, because as they had shown once on accident, Suyu could jump off Pony's horns, which could give any pro trouble. 1. They came to the final point. Ectoplasm stood with 3 large clone next to him. You finally got through toward the final battle, I see, Ectoplasm said as he noticed the 3 students standing at the entrance of the room with him standing at the exit. Fumi, let do the thing. Sure. This again just left Pony on her own. Suyu jumped with Dark Shadow pushing her forward, with her tongue wrapping around Tokiyami as she flicked him forward, with him used Dark Shadow to soften his landing. As soon as Tokiyami landed he shot out Dark Shadow to fight Ectoplasm, with Suyu shooting out her tongue to push Ectoplasm of balance. As well as Suyu tried to push through, but the larger Ectoplasm had no trouble fighting her off. 1. Pony from still at the gate, started firing off horns. With her taking down a single larger Ectoplasm on her own, Pony was angry. She wasn't working and didn't know the right words to say. They needed to work together, and because of her frustrations it only became harder to tell them. 2. Suyu was kicked away by Ectoplasm rather hard, which made Tokiyami lose his cool a little. He screamed as his girlfriend received a powerful kick which got Dark Shadow's attention, only to then be kicked away. Which gave Pony some time to shine. She used 1 horn to catch Suyu on her belt. She then also shot a horn through the back of Tokiyami's cloak, before then jumping on 2 of her horns, as she flew them through the gate. in the end, winning the exam for her team. 2. Team Pony Tsunotori, Fumikage Tokiyami, Tsuyu Asui have passed the exam. My applause to Miss Tsunotori for her great ending. Now if Yuga Aoyama, Toru Hagakure, and Abara Shiosaki could make their way to Fight 13. Best of luck students, Nezu cheerfully said through the mic as the 3 students made their way out toward the exam, all talking about how they would handle things exam the best way possible. 1. While this was going on, Momo spoke up. Guess we are the final 3 groups. She looked at the remaining students that had yet to fight, which were herself, Kendo, and Robin, along with Ida Todoroki, Bakugo, Kaminari, as well as Shishida, Manga, Shinso, Juzo, and Bondo. Who will team up with each other? I don't give a shit, I just want to blow some shit up. Bakugo said with a spark popping out his palm. 1. But the 3 students made their way in, they were ready to fight. Let's start, Toru cheered, with Abara giving a singular nod and Aoyama giving an "we." Aoyama fired a laser at 13, who used her quirk to suck everything in before it could touch her. Abara then sent out her vines again, standing no chance against 13's quirk. 1. Toru however couldn't do anything. While she had some extra quirk lessons with Nezu about her quirk, she couldn't do anything yet. Hell, she wasn't even able to turn visible yet. But now she could do nothing but waste time. She was unable to get close because 13 was blocking the way out with her quirk. So she just grabbed some rocks and threw them. 1. Most of the fighting came from Abara and Aoyama. Well, not really fighting, as Abara hated fighting. She was going for the capture. She kept trying to wrap her vines around 13, trying to get a hold of her to safely grab her to aim her arms toward nobody. All while Aoyama was trying to fire a laser over and over again, to hopefully hit once. But 13 was holding back a lot. She was at the moment using one hand, but she had her second hand as well that she could use if the need would arise, which at the moment wasn't needed. But all while this was happening, Toru was yelling at herself for being useless. Hell, once or twice 13 didn't even block the rocks she threw, which gave Toru just a feeling of uselessness. 3. She was no threat. She wasn't even a worry for 13. She was nothing in this fight but someone to hold other back. Hell, if Midoriya was in this fight, he would have already pinned down 13 while making sure all his teammates would be perfectly fine, but here she is, being a problem for her team. 7. What are their problems? Mina asked for her friend Toru, wanting to be able to help her with Izuku thinking about it. It might be their fighting style. Abara doesn't have one, she only captures people. Kendo said with Izuku nodding. That is the thing, Aoyama isn't the biggest fighter, and the same goes for Hagakure. I believe this might be to show them the problem firsthand. Izuku said with them nodding. 1. Abara's scalp was starting to become irritated at the extreme use of her quirk. Not enough to hurt or cause problems, but after each attack, Abara tried, it did nothing. They didn't even come close. Forgive me for this, she prayed to herself as vines shot out from each side from the side and the top shot right at 13, but it was no problem for 13 to handle. She started using her other hand. I need help, Abara asked, with Aoyama firing his stomach again and again, but 13's quirk showed it was easy to work against it. 1. This made Toru even madder. Her team needed her but she couldn't do anything. Ah, she screamed before sprinting at 13, who stopped using her quirk in fear of hurting a student. Toru then tackled 13, who had stood ready to take her. But Aoyama fired his laser as well, which hit 13 right in the chest, which knocked her over, with Abara's vines wrapping around her. 1. She first tied her arms together, with the vines then wrapping around her chest. Within the end, it went around her legs, which made it impossible to move, that as well as Toru, who was still holding her. The winners are Abara Shiosaki, Yuga Aoyama, and Toru Hagakure. After having captured 13, but please Miss Hagakure, I want you to talk with Mr. Hound's dog next week, as throwing yourself in danger is unacceptable. Nezu said, with many students are grateful for that. 3. Each of them felt their heart drop when they saw Toru's shoes and gloves move toward black holes. It was an incredibly scary thought that their classmate would be ripped apart and sucked away into nothingness. Mina, you should have a talk with her in a minute, Izuku said, worried for the life of his friend. He sadly couldn't read minds, but he could read hockey, which was one of the ways Izuku could always see where Toru was, and how she was feeling. 3. And during the fight she was feeling sad and disappointed. Izuku just didn't know in what she was feeling it. Perhaps her fighting style, but hell, not even Kirishima could win against 13 because, well, you have to fight her at a long range from multiple sides or you want to die. Yeah, I will, Mina said as she held her stomach as she thought of a world without her two besties. 1. Will Tenya Ida, Nico Robin, Jozu Honanuki, and Kojiro Bondo please make their way toward the exam site to fight one of my dear old friends, Gran Torino, Nezu said as Ida and the rest excused themselves before walking away just as Toru and such came back, with Ochako and Mina running right to Toru and pulling her away. 2. Okay, babe, tell me, why did you go all crazy and run into 13? You know about the warnings she always gives about her quirk, so what the hell? Mina screamed at her friend who she could only assume was looking at the ground. 1. 2. I don't know, I just felt so useless and irritated that I couldn't do anything. I know what I did was dumb. Babe, we were worried, I thought I was going to lose you. Yeah, don't do scary stuff like that ever again please, Ochako asked with Toru nodding before hugging the girls. I swear, I will never do something scary like that. Mina then pulled her with Ochako. Let's get to watching Robin kick ass. Robin, Ida, Juzo, and Bondo all made their way into the area, unsure who Gran Torino is and what quirk he would be using. I assume he might have a speed quirk or a car quirk, as there is a car named like that. Juzo said with Robin adding onto that. I assume a speed quirk as we all have something to do with speed. Oh, we got ourselves some smarty pants, do we now? They heard from in front of them, as they made eye contact. A small old man, he was the size of Nezu and had gray hair, he was walking shakily with his cane in hand. 3. Are you my opponents? Gran Torino asked, faking as if he had trouble seeing them, something Ida fell for. We are, sir. Are you aware we should be fighting each other? Shall I return you back towards a seat? Oh, would you be so kind? Gran Torino said as Ida took off his helmet and closed his eyes as he started a speech about that as the true essence of heroism, only to receive a boot in the face before he could even finish his first sentence. 2. This kick, while not hurting Ida as much, was enough to kick him back a good while if not for Robin who had created multiple arms stop him. I believe that was an act. Ida, are you fine? Ida got back up with the help of multiple arms from Robin. I thank you, Robin. Yes, it seems I fell for it, but I shall not fall for it again, Ida said as he fixed his glasses and put his helmet back on. It seems we are quite serious now, aren't we? Gran Torino said before flying sideways as two sets of hands grew up from the ground and tried grabbing him. A little slow, Missy. Now, are you three just here for decoration, or are you going to move and try something? Gran Torino told the three boys. 1. Ida went down in his sprinter stance, wanting to just rush this old man and get it over with by using speed instead of violence. But Gran Torino was faster. He shot toward Ida, going for a kick in the ribs. Bondo saw it and tried jumping on the Gran Torino, who easily stopped his momentum before flying up and landing a powerful stomp on Ida. Having to take a stance in front of your enemy is a good way to get yourself killed, Gran Torino said as he flew away again, as this time Juzo tried grabbing him. 3. Juzo, start working on softening the walls around us. Give him nowhere to land. Bondo, you try and get him stuck, just try and not hit any of us. Ida, you're on chase duty, where he goes you go, Robin ordered. With the three noddings, making Gran Torino chuckle. The woman in charge, let's see what you made off. Gran Torino chuckled as Robin crossed her arms again and started creating arms over the place. 3. Gran Torino began flying around at incredible speeds. Ida was in pursuit on the floor. He was nowhere near at Gran Torino's speed, and while Ida had to turn and slide with each turn, Gran Torino didn't. He was able to stop at a moment's notice. Something that was the main source of problems for the four students. They couldn't predict where Gran Torino was heading. 1. Robin was lacking some speed by keeping her eyes open, but even if he came through her path he was too fast to get a grip on. You need to think bigger. Oh, screw this, I really don't want to keep getting toyed with by an old man, Juzo said, getting irritated that nothing he did even fazed the old man, thus he just ran away. He sprinted toward the gate, only to be kicked into the floor the second he turned around. You don't leave your elder's son. Gran Torino said as he pressed his foot down. 2. Robin's arms uncrossed for a moment as a twinkle in her eyes showed up. Her blank face received a smile. Robin, are you all right? This brought her out of her thoughts for a moment. Oh, I am more than fine, Ida. I have a plan. Keep him busy and away from here. Robin said with Ida nodding. I shall try my best. Before then going into a runner's stance. His engines roaring to life. Recipro burst. Ida screamed as he put his engines into overdrive. Blue flames forced themselves out of the exhaust as Ida zoomed forward after then Gran Torino had seen. Let's see if you can keep up, Snail. Gran Torino said before flying off with Ida hot on his tail. Juzo, Bondo, please keep him away from me for a minute. I am coming up with something to capture him. Why try? The old man is far too fast for that. He will just slip out. Don't worry. My plan should work for that. Robin said before closing her eyes and crossing her arms. She didn't close her eyes out of speed. No, this needed her full concentration. 3. Robin started to imagine her arms pushed together. Many arms fused together, into one giant limb, one singular massive arm that would be able to grab Gran Torino with no way for him to escape. The limb slowly became one. Slowly building from the bottom up, hundreds of arms come together into a new layer of flesh, all toward a goal. 2. Back at the viewing area. Wow, is she doing what I think she is doing? Kami asked, her mouth open a little in awe. I think so. Nimori said, also in shock. How is she doing that though? Kendo asked, not remembering seeing this during the sports festival. Izuku spoke up. It seems she is growing multiple arms and fusing them together to create a singular larger arm. How interesting. Izuku hadn't tried that yet. He had a similar power as Robin, but he had never tried growing them together or bigger. The main use he really had was for holding extra stuff. 3. Back at the match. Now Ida. Robin called out with Ida's legs giving out as he dropped to the floor and slid forward completely out of it. He wanted to speak, but Ida could only breathe. Gran Torino came back, slight sweat on his forehead. That was quite a race. If only you could last longer. Gran Torino said he was faking his confidence, to hide true surprise at the speed of the young boy. Only then, as he was breathing to fuel his quirk more, to be grabbed by two massive arms. They held him tightly, only having his head stick out, leaving no way for him to escape. I surrender. It's time for my nap anyway. Gran Torino said in his extremely old man voice as Nezu announced. Gran Torino has forfeited. The winners are Tenya Ida, Robin Nico, Jozu Honanuki, Kojiro Bondo. The next match is again Eraserhead, and those fighting will be Momo Yaoyorozu, Shoto Todoroki, Itsuka Kendo, and Hitoshi Shinso. Please make your way to the exam site. Nezu cheerfully said as the last team was also made aware of who they were. 2. Guess we are the last team. Kaminari said as he looked at Bakugo, Shishida, and Manga. And the only teacher not yet to fight is All Might. Shishida said with Bakugo smirking. Princey, better keep your eye open. I will kick All Might's ass so badly, he won't be fit enough for your fight. He told Izuku, who chuckled. That would just make me grateful. Izuku chuckled out as he also released he was going to have to fight rather soon. 1. The door for the exam site was opened and the 4 students saw a large massive city with Izuku crouched down on one of the cable towers on the wood. He was staring at them without the use of his quirk. So how are we going to do this? Shinso asked with Kendo looking toward Momo. Why are you looking at me? He is your teacher. 3. Well, first, we need to be aware of why we are facing him. That way we know the weakness he will try to exploit. It's our quirks, Shoto said right after with Kendo asking. Why we don't have similar quirks. But we all use our quirks a lot when fighting. Shoto said with their understanding. It made perfect sense. They were fighting the one hero that basically told quirks to fuck off. 1. Well, standing around won't help. Hey, Eraserhead, has the match started already? Shinso screamed at him only for Aizawa to chuckle as he stood up. He then jumped down into the street below, making them all lose him. Fuck, let's sprint for the gate, there is no way we could win this. Kendo cussed before they all began running. We should split up. As well, that way he can't fight all of us. Wait, let's first do this. Momo said as she ran into a building with the following. Todoroki, please close us up. Sure. He stomped his foot down. Ice shot out blocking the doors and windows. So we are stuck, now what? Shinso asked with Momo pulling her bathing suit apart from a little before dropping out multiple skates as Shinso and Shoto turned their hands as soon as possible as Kendo forced them. 6. Now we should be faster. Momo said with Shoto asking for a scooter. I could still use my ice without getting too stuck. Oh, of course, I didn't think. Sorry. Momo began feeling she failed a little before Shoto stopped her. You're fine Yaoyorozu, this will save us time in the long run, yeah, and it's fun, I haven't used skates in forever. Kendo said with a smile as he happily put on the skates with Shinso just nodding and humming. With Shoto now having a scooter and the rest wearing their skates. Shoto used his fire to burn the ice away, with Aizawa standing above the door waiting for them. 3. He expected them to run out. He really didn't expect to see them all on wheel rolling down at high speeds. Momo was the first to spot him. Behind us quickly. They took the signal as they shot out each in a different direction. He jumped after them, but a small clank took his notice as he looked down and saw a flashbang inside a Russian toy. He quickly covered up nullifying the flashbang blinding effect, but his ears were still ringing, giving him no sound cue as to where the students had gone. And the students were gone. 1. Shoto had stopped pedaling as that wasn't as fast. He had just placed his foot on the back with his heel raised and started blasting fire out of it, propelling him forward as well as being a super fun experience. The others however were just skating toward the gate, hoping to quickly win this. But as they came into the line of sight, Aizawa was already waiting there. He was in front of the gate. 3. Wasteful, should have kept 2 or so behind to keep me busy. Isn't needed, Shoto said as he placed his foot down trying to shoot ice, but Aizawa had stopped him with his quirk. He also threw his scarf at Kendo, hitting her wheels making her crash into the ground. He pulled his scarf back and did the same to Shinso, who was a little repaired as he went to roll, at the same time lowering the damage he took as he fell. Momo however had prepared herself. 1. She created herself a bow and arrow and fired it right at Aizawa. With her speed, it had no chance of hitting him, but it did make him dodge it, and throw his scarf to Shoto and wrap it around his head, before trying to look at Momo and blocking her quirk, only to realize he needed to move. He barely jumped out of the way of a Momo that was wearing a rocket pack and flew past him through the gate, only to crash into a large pillow she created herself just before impact. 78. Ha! Eraserhead has failed. Momo Yaoyorozu, Izuku Kendo, Shoto Todoroki, and Hitoshi Shinso have passed the exam. Kankatsuki Bakugo, Denki Kaminari, Jirota Shishida, Manga Fukidashi, please make their way to face All Might. Nezu said as the others went. Momo and the others made their way before the fight began, with Kirishima asking the question everyone wanted to know. How did you think of that sick move, Yaomomo? Momo looked embarrassed. She looked down and pressed her index finger together, as she spoke in a soft voice. I might have seen Midoriya watch something with Mina and Eri, and it gave me the idea. Wait, you mean jackass? Ha 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 Momo, that is awesome. Mina laughed before everyone joined the laughter. It only stopped as the match began. A little before the match starts, the 4 students that were going to fight against All Might just walked out of the watching area. Each of them was rather nervous at the thought of having to fight the number 1 hero. A man at the top of Japanese heroism and maybe even the world. All while they were first-year students. Kaminari was one of the most worried students. He wasn't one of the strongest fighters, and there he was having to fight All Might with Bakugo. 3. So what is our strat going to be? Kaminari asked Shishida and Manga, believing Bakugo would do his own thing like normal, but to his surprise, he spoke up. We are going to have to fight together. You extras, what is your quirks? Bakugo asked, having no idea who they were. Both looked a little offended but ignored it. 1. My name is Manga Fukidashi. My quirk is called comic. Whatever I say will show up in giant kanji, so I could say rush, and the kanji for rush would come forth and rush forward, or something like glue, and the kanji for glue would show up and would be sticky. Manga explained, with Bakugo listening closely before then facing Shishida. 2. I'm Jirota Shishida. My quirk is called Beast, which has mutated my body in this form, but I am also able to transform into a more beast-like state. It increases my strength, speed, and durability. To what level? Bakugo asked, with Shishida responding again. Not strong enough to deal with All Might if that is what you are asking. Bakugo released a breath before shaking his head. 2. So Bakugo, what do you think our best course of action is? Kaminari asked with Bakugo taking a breath. Running. So far I have come up with this. Bakugo said right before the gate as he began explaining his plan. The Mutt and I will put everything we have to stun All Might for a second or two, then Comic will get him stuck with anything he can, then Dunceface you will shock his ass, hopefully stunning him, when Mutt and I sprint straight for the gate. The three looked at him. You think that will really stop him? Fuck no, it's All Might, just improvise to kick his ass. Bakugo said before walking through the gate, cracking his knuckles while the other three just swallowed deeply before following him. 1. They looked around the small created city not seeing All Might at all. What no? Fuck it, just run for the gate, hell to fighting him. Kaminari said as he and the group began sprinting for the gate only to hear it. Ha ha ha, running is futile. All Might loudly laughed in front of them, only for him to punch forward, his muscles bulging and shining as he threw a punch forward. The wind pressure flew forward, completely destroying the street and the fronts of houses and stores. All while also kicking the 4 students back 24 meters. Bakugo stopped himself from rolling half a dozen meters in front of the rest. 1. He got up slowly. He was on one knee, one arm still on the ground. He looked up, get up quickly. Bakugo said to the rest only to feel a shiver on his neck as a gust of wind and a shock landed next to him. Have fear students, I am here. All Might spoke darkly, turning his normally cheerful motto into one that nearly made the students shit themselves. Bakugo raised his wrist up under his chest. He wanted to blast All Might with a strong attack, but All Might just kicked him in the ribs with a little force, lifting Bakugo fully of the floor and away into an alleyway. 2. The other 3 students were stuck in fear at their teacher. Not running away students, how truly foolish. All Might said with manga acting. Rush, rush, boom. The words rush came forward twice, hitting All Might like a train, moving him back 5 feet with each hit before a large explosion happened right in front of All Might. Who just tanked the hit? Rag. Shishida roared as he turned more beast-like and jumped All Might and started clawing at him, with All Might just blocking each strike or dodging it. 1. We aren't done, you basart. Bakugo screamed as he used explosions to fire himself forward right to All Might. He began turning himself as well, spinning at high speeds while collecting sweat into a puddle within his hand, only to reach All Might and throw the puddle into his face. Howitzer impact. A massive explosion happened. The shock itself blew Shishida away as well as manga, and it knocked Kaminari down. The blast had stumbled All Might a little. Sticky. Glue sticky. Freeze. Manga spoke again, creating a sticky substance and glue and freezing it stuck around All Might right then, now Dun's face. Kaminari ran and jumped on All Might. 1 million volt. Kaminari screamed as he directed the lightning right into All Might's face. While Bakugo and Shishida began sprinting at the gate, with Kaminari stumbling away, his brain hurting but giving manga more range for attacks. 1. Boom, boom, rush, explode, storm, wind, rush, boom, rush. Manga began yelling word after word, ignoring the soreness in his throat at the high amounts of words used. All Might however just took each attack, but with each, the ice got looser until he got his opening. Ha ha ha. All Might be flexed his entire body, the frozen glue breaking apart and the attacks being blown away, all while All Might laughed. 1. Fuck. Run harder, Mutt. Bakugo screamed, his explosions going faster, all to hopefully reach the gate before taking more damage from All Might. Running away already, I expected more. Bakugo heard before, feeling a powerful chop to the back, dropping him into the broken street. But he got one word off before. Run. He yelled with Shishida doing that. All Might however jumped up and with an X/, he flew forward faster than Shishida could believe. He landed roughly, the ground being torn up as his feet dug into the ground. Fight me, hero, show me true heroism, ha ha ha. All Might laughed before going to fight Shishida. 2. With the students. He is really scary like that. Toru squeaked out as All Might spoke to the students. Papa, will you have to fight him? Izuku smiled at Eri before nodding. Yeah, do you think I can win? Can Papa beat All Might? Eri nodded strongly. She threw her arms in the air. Papa is the strongest there is, of course, you will win. Of course, he will. Nemuri said, giving Izuku a smooch on his cheek before going back to watch. All Might does love his acting. Nemuri finished as she remembered the times he brought up role-playing a villain to the students. 1. Back at the fight, Shishida's wrist was caught by All Might, who swung around before throwing the beast away toward manga and Kaminari. Right then Bakugo came back up. I am going to scorch your ass so badly you won't be able to fight the princess. Bakugo smirked as explosions popped as he got his feet. Big words for someone that has spent more time eating dirt than fighting me. Bakugo's smirk turned to a glare as he jumped up. An explosion followed, giving him more height, only for more explosions to follow, bringing Bakugo higher and higher. 4. An rising star easily can be shot down. All Might said as he raised his hand and held back his middle finger with his thumb. He infused his quirk and fired an airblast right into Bakugo, who stopped using his quirk and dropped back down to earth. Only he started using his quirk to spin downward even faster. He aimed both his gauntlets right at All Might, and 5 meters above All Might Bakugo threw his super move. Zar Bomb. Bakugo fired both his gauntlets off right onto All Might, who had to take it, but the attack was powerful. It pushed All Might into the ground, forcing him onto a knee while it negated the fall damage. It dislocated both of Bakugo's shoulders, but he fell to the floor. 2. Ah! Bakugo screamed as both his arms flung around. He landed hard as he gritted his teeth, but he was still trying to get back up, trying to fight All Might again. But All Might was not allowing that. He shot back behind Bakugo. And he pressed down on a nerve clump in Bakugo's neck, knocking him out completely, and then with super speed All Might caught him and placed him near the gate swiftly as to not hurt him too much, only to return to fight the remaining 3 who were moving fast together. 2. As All Might fought Shishida, manga grabbed Kaminari. You good. NN need power. Get mi lampos. Kaminari got out with manga understanding him. He dragged him toward one, right as Shishida was thrown toward them. Yoshi, help us open this. Shishida, due to his beast skin, didn't get that hurt from the throw, so he came to their aid. He used his claws to rip open the small door. Kaminari quickly stabbed the power cable with some metal, which shocked him. This action scared the 2 students from 1B, but Kaminari felt great. Oh, I am back, baby. Woo, that feels strange. 1. Kaminari felt as if he was given new life. Like a pure form of adrenaline was pushed into his veins while he was snorting cocaine and speed. Let's fuck him up big time. Kaminari yelled with new energy as he began making his way to All Might, with manga and Shishida following behind him. They reached him right as he came back. Bakubro did some good work. Guess it's my time to shock the world. Kaminari said, as he walked to All Might. Going for a new light show won't work. All Might said with Kaminari laughing. I know. But this will make you ecstatic. Kaminari stood right in front of All Might, who was intrigued and acting like most cocky villains. Give it your best shot, Zappy. Kaminari smirked as he aimed his hand down with his other hand on his wrist. 2. He focused his power on his wrist. 2 million volt shock burst. Kaminari screamed before the lightning disappeared right as he palm hit All Might's abs, not hurting him one bit. This, a failure. Nope, a delay. All Might lowered his guard just a little as he believed the attack was a failure, only for a powerful surge of pure electricity just hit All Might in the stomach, shocking him hard. While Shishida went on all fours in his most beast-like state to run fast, going straight for the gate, as All Might wasn't hurt but he was out of it, and Kaminari was turned stupid as his brain was completely fried, drooled down his chin as he had a dumb smile, while also hugging All Might's leg, keeping him stuck. 1. Jirotora Shishida has escaped the exam site. All Might failed. Jirotora Shishida, manga Fukidashi, Denki Kaminari, and Katsuki Bakugo have passed the exam. Please stay with Bakugo and Kaminari until one of the recovery robots can bring them here. Next fight will happen in approximately 10 minutes. Can Prince Izuku Midoriya please ready himself in order to fight? Snipe, Hound Dog, Cementos, Power Loader, Vlad King, Mr. Principal, Present Mike, Ectoplasm, 13, Gran Torino, Eraserhead, All Might, Mirko, Yukio, Miss Joke, MT. Lady, Endeavor, Best Jeanist, Hawks, Edgeshot, Kamui Woods, and Gang Orca. I wish you the best of luck. Nezu announced before making himself ready for the fight in question. 2. Guess I'm up next. Wish me luck. Izuku said with a smirk as he walked away, going to ready himself apart from the rest, allowing them to talk with each other about the fight. Good luck, Papa, Eri yelled with a smile. Man, I hope my Brodia will be able to win this. Well, what do you guys think? You have known him the longest, Kendo asked his class with all of them looking at each other, before looking at Nimari, Ochako, and Mina. 2. I do believe he wins, if not in the fight itself. He can turn into a being that is able to move at light speeds, and while All Might and Mirko are fast, they can't match that, and Shota can't keep his eyes open forever. Nimari said with Ochako and Mina nodding. We will have to see. But my money is on the prince. That fight against the Prince of Africa was incredible, Awase said, unsure if that was his top or if he had more secrets. 4. Bakugo was brought to Recovery Girl. He woke up in pain, but his first words were, did he already fight? Bakugo clearly had one thing on his mind right as he woke up. No, dearie. Nezu gave a 10-minute break for everyone to get ready. Here, let me fix you up and you can go watch. But this will hurt. Recovery Girl then popped both his arms into the sockets, making Bakugo groan loudly before she kissed him on the forehead, making the pain go away. Thanks, Bakugo said as he got up. His arms were still sore, but he needed to see that fight. Bakugo walked into the viewing area, his arms still sore as he entered. Hey Bakubro, are you good? Hiroshima asked with Bakugo scoffing. Of course, I am good. Did you really think All Might could do anything to me? Didn't he dislocate your arms and knocks you out? Bakugo scoffed again. He didn't do anything to me, I did that. He just got lucky with that last hit. If I didn't hurt myself that much, I would have kicked his ass. I thought you looked really cool, Eri said with a smile, with Bakugo holding back a smile. Thanks. Now when is the princess going to fight? 1. It should start soon. Look, the pros are already on the field, Zero said, looking at the screen, seeing the heroes going around. Each of them was spread out already. There were multiple screens shown, all from different drones and cameras. There were cameras on nearly all of the heroes. 2. The first group of heroes was the ones that stayed in the main street. They were aimed to face the prince head-on. In front were All Might, who was at the back, Cementos, Vlad King, Ectoplasm, Gran Torino, Endeavor, Mirko, Yukio, Gang Orca, Hound Dog, Miss Joke, and Mount Lady. Each one was ready to face the prince. They were still apart. Mirko, however, was right at the front, nearly waiting at the gate for Izuku. 2. Around the rest, there were some other heroes. Aizawa was hidden within one of the builds, creating an opening for him to move from building to building without slowing down by opening windows slightly. Present Mike was near the edge. His plan was to force Izuku forward into the group of combat-focused heroes. Then Snipe was on one of the roofs, ready to fire on Izuku or to force him into a certain direction. 1. Power Loader was busy somewhere in the sewer system, having what he is doing a secret for them all. Hawks, unlike Power Loader, was out in the open, wings open, flying in the middle of the air, with no cover, but focused on either sending out fast attacks or going to give calls toward the other heroes. Best Jeanist was up high, much like Snipe, but with some prep by having some strips on clothing placed in different locations. Edge Shot was hidden within an alley, aimed for sneak attacks, having eyesight with Kamui Woods, with 13 near the gate blocking it. Nezu, however, was gone. No camera focused on his, leaving the students in the dark. 9. The gate opened. The stone doors opened slowly, Mirko nearly vibrating at the thought of going to fight someone strong. Izuku walked through wearing his hero costume, but no sword on his back, his sleeves rolled up and a smile on his face. Izuku turned his head toward one of the houses. Hiding really has no use. It's pretty easy to sense such strong opponents, Izuku said as the gate closed up behind him. You ready, Your Highness? Yukio asked with Izuku nodding. Just waiting for the signal. One that was given right away. 1. The fight may begin. 2. Mirko instantly went for a horizontal kick. Tempest Moon, she called out as an air blade flew out right toward Izuku at high speeds. Izuku just flattened his hand and used it like its blade, at high speeds. While Mirko's kick was stronger, it did shoot the wind blade out the way. Mirko then crouched down before jumping up high. Rabbit Tempest Barrage. Right in the air, Mirko started flying out Tempest kicks toward Izuku, who used the Kira Kira no Mi, Diamond Diamant Fruit, to transform himself into a diamond, with the kicks having no effect at all. Smoke and dust were kicked up in the air, blocking them from Izuku, who had so far not taken a single step. 1. The dust cloud exploded with Izuku shooting out. Below his knees, his legs had turned into springs, giving him incredible speeds right for Mirko, whose eyes went wide. Izuku was planning to land a single punch, but he was blocked as his hand was hit away by a feather of Hawks, opening Izuku up to a knee from Mirko right on his chest. That wasn't it, however. Edge shot also came in. He folded himself thin, aiming to hit Izuku. Not wanting to really hurt him, Edge shot was planning on punching him, but right as he was close, Izuku's legs turned back to normal before Edge shot punched him. That wasn't it. Snipe fired 6 shots into Izuku as well, and Mirko had turned the knee into a front kick, flying Izuku back right into the gate. Ha, easy. Don't hold back now. Rumi screamed, smirk on her face, wanting a fight and not this. Let's just finish this. Present Mike ran toward Izuku right in front of him. He was stuck in the gate. Or so Present Mike believed. When he reached the gate, he was Izuku waiting on him. Izuku has first used the gum fruit to block damage, but now he was using something else. Right in front of Izuku, a bubble was created. Izuku used the Nagi no Mi. Calm fruit to create a bubble of no sound, blocking out all sound. Izuku jumped forward, having stopped Present Mike's greatest weapon. He went right for an open palm strike on the chest, before blocking a left hook from Mike with his elbow before using the elbow to strike Present Mike in the neck. 1. Izuku then aimed for a spinning back kick, trying to land it in the ribs, but Izuku had to stop it and jump back. And a large water balloon landed right where he stood. He looked around. Hello. Nezu stood on top of a large robot. It looked like a large turtle with 2 large cannons within its shells, as well as the water balloon cannon in its mouth. Don't tell me. Oh yes, you should know this is fresh seawater, according to Nimari, even more effective in numbing you. Izuku smirked and sucked his teeth. Let me guess, you're going to weaken me while they block me from destroying that toy. Not only that, Nezu then lifted his radio. Now please. Before all around the area came multiple sprinklers, instantly wetting the floor in the area. Izuku however jumped high. He used Haki to slam his hand stuck into the gate. 7. Hiding doesn't save you, Hawks said, sending feathers right for Izuku. Izuku used Haki on his other hand, blocking the feathers. Then dropped, allowing the water to weaken him slightly. But right as he got his feet on the ground, he crouched down and placed a hand on the floor. He had already started using a different power. The Hihi no Mi Ice fruit. Ice Age, Izuku said, turning the seawater against the heroes who accepted the water. Within a millisecond the ice grew out. And pure solid as it froze everyone in place. The large robot that was completely filled with water was just a block of ice, its strength completely working against him. The sprinklers as well completely frozen, now looking like spiky ice flowers. 1. Izuku got up, releasing a deep breath now visible due to the temperature change. Sorry if it's a little chilly, but I aim to win. Izuku dashed forward using Soru right next to present Mike, where he landed a powerful neck strike using the same clump of nerves All Might had used against Bakugo. Then again jumping forward now toward Mirko. Wanting to knock her out as well, it was stopped by a large foot stomping down, nearly crushing him. But he was able to dash back. Sorry, not into being stepped on, Izuku said, aiming to throw the women a little of their game. But it had to seem Nimari again warned them about it and they just flirted right back. Now here I thought we could experiment a little, Yui said before stomping toward Izuku again, who was still using the ice powers, but it crushed Izuku. Oh fuck, you killed him, Kamui said worriedly, with you completely freaking out. I didn't mean to kill him, fuck, I am gonna be executed now. Nope, but you will be knocked out, Izuku said from behind you, who had shrunk down to her normal height. Izuku placed her in a sleeper hold from behind, scared her, and due to shock she didn't use her quirk and tried clawing at Izuku. 1. The other heroes wanted to attack back. Izuku used his Haki and sight to read each of their intention to attack and aimed you in front of that, only for a couple seconds however, as you was quickly knocked out. Izuku laid her down gently, before jumping toward someone else, not intending to use a human shield. He shot toward Nezu with Soru. Oh I give, Nezu said, knowing all too well he wasn't a fighter. Izuku still wrapped some tap around him before Izuku dropped down from the side, blocking his view from Aizawa. Where he the Mara Mara no mi. Flame flame fruit right as Endeavor came forth. Jet fist. The punch went through Izuku's chest, Endeavor's hand sticking through to the robot destroying it. Izuku however grabbed Endeavor by the head and gave Endeavor a headbutt pushing him back. Fire fist. Izuku yelled out with nothing happening as he punched knowing it was Aizawa's work. 1. Izuku tried grabbing a piece of rubble, only to jump away as Merc and Yukio landed right on him if he had not jumped forward. While I love spending time with you beauties, I really want to get this over with, Izuku said having to rely on skill. He stepped into Mirko's personal space, she went right for a kick, Izuku ducked and grabbed her. One arm under her kicked leg and the other around her waist, both linking behind her. Sorry about this, Izuku quickly said before slamming Mirko down on the floor hard, hitting her back to the ground taking the air out of her. Izuku tried finishing it but he was smacked by Yukio's tail into a building, where he was then tied down by Best Jeanist. Surrender peacefully. We know that won't happen, and I really hope Recovery Girl can fix this. Izuku said using the Pika Pika no mi, glint glint fruit, and fired beams of condensed light right at Best Jeanist. Hitting him in the leg and arm piercing both stopped the use of his quirk. He then moved with lightspeed right for Aizawa, who he kicked right out the building right into Mirko. They landed hard both knocked out by the lightspeed kick and the body landing on them at lightspeed. 4. Izuku stopped the use of the glint glint and went to transform into his hybrid dragon form. He took Yukio on, who was in her full dragon form. Jet fist. Endeavor shouted as he punched forward his hand firing out flames right for Izuku, who crossed his arms to protect himself. Only to have to deal with a tail strike from Yukio again which kicked him back a good couple of meters where he started laughing. Ha 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 ha. Ha. Izuku could barely think as he was under the influence of Miss Joke's quirk. 1. Viewing area. He is having it rough. Sato said as Izuku was fighting. Yeah, he is holding back to not hurt them too much. Nimori said seeing all too well he was holding back, even the powerful kick he used on Aizawa wasn't a full kick as that would have broken nearly everything, but from the look of him, he could still perfectly move and walk around, if he wasn't sleeping. I really just hope he isn't going to get that hurt. Ochako said worried that Izuku might get really hurt. Don't worry dearie, if he gets too banged up, I can always help him out. By the look of Best Jeanist, I will for once have to work for my money. Recovery Girl said with Nimori speaking. I know such an effort. Before both kept watching. Izuku was still stuck in laughter, his thoughts and movements slowed to a much higher degree. So he went and ignored Yukio and Endeavor and just focused on Miss Joke who had to stay near Izuku for her quirk to really take effect. Which meant she herself was in range for Izuku. Izuku ran right for her and started with a simple punch one Miss Joke was more than capable of blocking. She took the chance to also throw and low kick right on the side of Izuku's knee who bent his knee with the kick which overextended Miss Joke who then received a spinning hammer hand in the midriff. She attacked back instantly though by throwing a combo right to Izuku from a jab, hook, and uppercut with the last move missing due to Izuku taking a step back. 1. Izuku moved slightly sideways just missing the first of Miss Joke where he still laughing was able to swing his hand over her shoulder and under one arm, with the rest of his body going behind her and holding her again in a chokehold where he took his time checking out who he still had to fight and defeat as he slowly choked the air out of her lungs all while still laughing like a maniac. 2. There was All Might who was still standing alone waiting which Izuku liked as All Might was going to be an interesting one. Then Izuku could see Snipe still on top of a building as support which would be Izuku's next victims. That also included Powerloader who was still missing, for now, Hawks who was still high in the air, then he still had to find a way to defeat Best Jeanist, Edgeshot, and Kamui Woods, and last of the support was 13 who much like Powerloader was still hidden in Izuku's eyes. 1. Then the fighters, Cementos who thankfully didn't have that much range now due to the number of other heroes in play, then Vlad King who Izuku was still avoiding, Ectoplasm who was able to add to the already scary number of heroes for Izuku, Gran Torino who was hidden most likely going for sneak attacks. Endeavor had brought more than enough fight to Izuku, Yukio's who had size and strength on her side, and the final two, Gang Orca and Hound Dog. Izuku started coming up with a plan in his mind, and planned to defeat all the heroes. 7. But first support had to go. So after Miss Joke lost conciseness, Izuku moved to fight the others with the first on the hit list Hawks. Izuku transformed using the Tori Tori no Mi, Model Falcon, Bird Fruit, Model Falcon. He used his hybrid form, gaining more strengths, green feathers growing all over his body. He also gained 2 large wings on his back. He used first, he jumped up high before his wings flapped, shooting up toward Hawks. He started flying away. Izuku, however, was just as fast, being able to keep up, but they were equal, thus it became a game of cat and mouse. Izuku swooped up high, going higher and higher than before, with Hawks slowing down. 3. Izuku stopped flapping his wings. He aimed them back and shot down at high speeds, flapping his wings, going even faster and faster, before lifting himself up slightly, now going at blinding speeds, tackling Hawks right into a building, bringing the building down on top of them. The force of Izuku and the building taking Hawks out of the fight. But inside the rubble, Izuku was planning ahead. With a quick look with Haki, Izuku found his next target, which would edge shot. Hiding within an alleyway that Izuku had perfect sight on, but now was the question of what to use to fight with him. He transformed fully human to then use the Doa Doa no Mi, Door Fruit, to open a door in the middle of the rubble going toward the sewer, where he meets Power Loader, who was rather surprised with his sight, but Izuku took the change to fight him. Using the Jiko no Mi, Magnet Fruit, to magnetize Power Loader's entire robotic suit before it started ripping chunks off his suit and floating around his fist, creating 2 large robot hands, with Power Loader knowing he was beaten, so he just cuffed himself. Much like Nezu, he wasn't a fighter. But he did give Izuku one hell of a weapon, as he now had 2 large metal hands that would hopefully be of use against one of the other heroes. 2. Izuku moved toward a good spot where he used his 2 metal arms to jump and punch the floor wide open, landing right into an alleyway right behind Kamui Woods, with Izuku just smacking his last remaining metal arm into Kamui Woods and the wall. The power broke through the wall and nearly knocked Kamui out, only for Kamui to still move. Izuku quickly brought the small remaining part of Scarp over toward his main arm to jump above Kamui and to punch him. Hunk Gibson. The force was enough for Izuku to punch Kamui into the basement of the building, only to receive a multitude of rubber round right into his back. That hurt. Izuku turned, knowing it was Snipe. Izuku grabbed the bullets in one hand, holding it behind his thumb that was stuck behind his finger. A rubber bullet resting on his thumb. He jumped out and used the Pika no Mi, Gling Fruit. He fired the rubber off with lightspeed right toward the building Snipe was hiding on. It completely destroyed the building. Then a second shot with less power, firing it right into Snipe's face, breaking the mask and leaving a massive mark on his head. Only to turn right toward Best Jeanist and fire the remaining 2 bullets toward him with the same force, only for one to miss its mark and the other to be blocked by his forearm. Izuku was then completely wrapped in his own clothing, being tied around him. Izuku wanted to find a way to get out, but it was useless, as before he could make a move, Yukio, who had transformed to her full dragon form, smacked Izuku with her tail. He rocketed down the street right into Vlad King, who used a blood bag and exploded it, turning it into a massive blood hammer that he slammed down on Izuku. 2. Izuku was stuck in his own clothing at the moment, and while could break out, that would most likely end up with him nude, and he really didn't want to show everyone his nude form, as his daughter was most likely watching the fight, so nudity wasn't possible. So Izuku decided to use a slight scumbag move, but it was cheating his way out of this or showing his nude form to everyone. So he used the Gasu no Mi, Gas Fruit, and removed the oxygen around Best Jeanist just enough for him to go unconscious from lack of air, with his clothing going back to normal. Izuku turned into gas, allowing him to seep out before becoming whole again behind Vlad, where he gave a punch at the strength of a weak finger pistol in the head, knocking Vlad out. Izuku stood breathing heavy. "You're really making me work for this." Looking over, seeing there would only be 10 remaining. 7. Taking a deep breath to steady himself. He knew that he needed to take them out with as little powers as he could, to fight All Might at the end with his might. Izuku used the Mochi no Mi, Mochi Fruit. Chikara Mochi. Different donuts were made from mochi, parted from Izuku's arms, going toward different locations all over the area around him. Mochi Barrage. Izuku yelled out as the mochi turned to fist that started firing down punches, all at high speeds and with haki. The attack was for Izuku to tire them out, but it did more than that. It knocked out both Hound Dog and Edge Shot, who were trying to attack Izuku with a sneak attack, but fists started raining down on them, slamming them against the floor over and over again until they didn't move. Flash Fire Fist. Endeavor punched and a large fire fist shot out, burning the mochi away as well as hitting Izuku and burning his left sleeve off. But Izuku was going to give it his all and a burn wasn't going to change that. 2. So Izuku faced the rest. He compressed his fist, turning it square before turning it black with haki. He pulled back and went for a punch, only for Gran Torino to zoom past and kick him in the side of the head, making Izuku lose control. "Keep up, Slowpoke," Gran Torino said before disappearing again right as a second punch came from Endeavor. This one Izuku was able to dodge, but it went right into a sonar blast from Gang Orca that stunned Izuku for a little, giving Cementos the chance to layer cement over him. Izuku now had to switch. He used his old favorite, Uo no Mi model Seryu. Fish Fruit model Azure Dragon. He turned into his hybrid form, giving him more resistance and strength. He easily broke out of the cement. Izuku took a breath in. A red tint coming out his mouth. Bolo breath. Izuku shot out a beam of fire right on Cementos, with Endeavor jumping in front to block off with his own flames, but the attack was too strong, pushing both Endeavor and Cementos away into the outer ring, only knocking out Cementos and slightly hurting Endeavor. 2. But Izuku moved the breath over, going to damage the others as well. He took at a large force of ectoplasm, with the real one not being among them, but wasn't able to hit more before the attack was over. But with a lot of damage already done, Izuku jumped toward Yukio, who swung her tail at him. Izuku dug his feet in the ground and caught the attack. He turned his hips and used Yukio as a weapon. He didn't get the full power he wanted due to the weight and size of Yukio's dragon form, but it did take out Gran Torino by dropping Yukio on top of him. Izuku jumped over the top of Yukio. He covered his hand in haki, then with his full dragon might he punched Yukio on her head. Dragon King Destruction Fist. The punch itself took Yukio out as it caused rumbles in the arena. Izuku, as he landed, used Soru to fly forward, where he landed a clothesline on ectoplasm, only to find out it was a clone. 209. Izuku thought about it and stomped on the ground, cracking the floor. Izuku then spun around fast, his tail firing off the lost rocks toward ectoplasm, with all the clones getting destroyed. With Izuku then not the real one, rocket punch. Endeavor spoke as he shot flames out his feet and rocketed forward into Izuku, shooting him back as the punch connected with Izuku's chest. Izuku only shot back 2 meters. Izuku jumped forward again, brining his hands above his head and linking his fingers. He then with all his might brought it down right on top of Endeavor, slamming him into the floor, finally knocking him out. Izuku at this point was breathing heavily, sweating a lot and getting rather tired, but it was almost over. 3. As Izuku breathed heavily, he smelled it. It was ectoplasm he was hiding behind Gang Orca. Izuku breath in again. Kaifu. Many small blades of wind. This destroyed Gang Orca, who could only protect himself from that many attacks. Each attack feels like a hard strike with a kendo stick. Gang Orca and ectoplasm fell right then as Izuku dropped to one knee, as he turned back to his human form. 6. Guess it's just us now, ha ha ha. All Might laughed as he stood tall with Izuku just getting on his knee. Yeah, guess it is. Do you need a minute? Don't want to rush you. No, it's fine, got to push past my limits, right? But I have a question for you. Well, what is it? Your quirk, take in sunlight, right, for power. That is correct. My quirk allows me to absorb sunlight. I then infuse my muscles with it, making me stronger, so. Nothing. Just gave me an idea, Izuku said as he took a deep breath and bit into his forearm. Izuku started breathing into his forearm, with it starting to inflate. It grew in size, with All Might looking in confusion at what was going on. He wasn't alone. Everyone was looking at Izuku, not sure what was going on. Infusing the power all over your body, right? Izuku spoke as he moved his arm, with the large bubble of air going right for chest as well as it started to increase his size. Izuku began infusing haki onto his body as well and stuck a pose. Gear 4th Bounce Man. Izuku now stood slightly larger than All Might as he lightly bounced on the floor. You ready? Izuku said, waiting for All Might, who cracked his back before getting in a stance himself, ready for a fight. I will not hold back. You deserve to face me at my top. I do hope you can do me the courtesy of the same. All Might, with Izuku just giving a yeah. 6. 1. What the hell is that? Ochako yelled out in shock as her boyfriend grew in size. Nimari was completely shocked. No idea, it's the first time I have seen that. Kaminari spoke up confused. Does he really think that can hold up with All Might? Hiroshima walked closer to the screen very excited about the upcoming fight. Bakugo and Shoto did the same, each one wanting to know how strong he would be against the hero All Might. The number one hero, a hero respected in every country. 6_1. Both stood ready, waiting for a slight movement in the other as the signal. All Might moved his foot slightly, which was the signal. Izuku used the flexibility to bend his legs inward and use the force to push himself forward like rocket trustees. He flew to All Might in a millisecond and punched. All Might of course blocked the punch, but the force was enough to kick him back slightly and more than enough to hurt him. But All Might punched back. The force shooting Izuku down the street like a pinball, but Izuku just flew forward again. His fist again clashing against All Might. It kept being the same. Izuku punched All Might, which hurt him, with All Might punching back again, which shot Izuku away but did not really hurt him. 5. Izuku thought to himself, this is going nowhere, I can keep wasting my time with this. I need a better way to attack him, hell I am even feeling those punches. When Izuku got an idea right as All Might punched Izuku on the chin, making him fly upward in the sky. Perfect distance. Izuku taught as he pulled his hand back into his forearm while keeping his arm normal, which caused his hand to bend in his arm. He strained to keep it good, and then he moved right to All Might. Going down like a rocket, flying down, he kept right above the ground. Then he released his first and hit All Might right in the chest. While All Might was surprised by the speed of the punch, the power itself was unbelievable. It shot him straight back to the gate, nearly going right through the gate, but he caught himself. 2. All Might coughed some blood at the force, scaring 13. Are you okay, All Might? She was worried while All Might nodded. I am fine, 13, but watch out, Midoriya has some new technique. All Might breathed out and went right for Midoriya again, going for punch after punch, moving at blinding speeds to hit Izuku, who wasn't able to keep up with the punches. It shot him back again. This time Izuku was straining to control this new form. He pushed both arms back in themselves. Kong Gatling gun. Izuku yelled as he started moving his fist in and out of his arm at high speeds, firing dozens of painful punches right into All Might, who could just cover up with his arms, tanking each punch, waiting for an opening. Izuku lost his focus for a split second, which gave All Might the opening he needed. He slipped past a punch and got behind Izuku. He grabbed his waist, linking his hands together in front, as he then used all his force to just suplex Izuku into the ground. The force of this explosive move was enough for Izuku to start blowing out the air in his body. He deflated as he slipped out of All Might's grip and landed on the floor a couple of meters away. 1. He strained to get up. Extremely exhausted for the use of the gum fruit, rubber fruit, already done. I didn't think the Prince of the World would give up that quickly. All Might teased, with Izuku giving a tired chuckle as he got up. Nah, I am fine, I will bounce right back. Izuku joked as he started using a different power. He used the Yami no Mi, dark fruit, and let him roam the ground around him. 4. He raised his arm and it pulled All Might toward him, where he started to deflate. The once big strong All Might was gone and left was a thin, tired looking man. Izuku planned on decking All Might as he wouldn't have the help of his quirk, but this wasn't what he expected to see. So instead of punching him, he just tied his hands up. Are you all right, All Might? All Might nodded. I am young prince. If you really must know, it's due to an injury I received, but I can tell you more about it after you make it out of here. There is still one hero you will need to face. Izuku nodded before walking off. Right as he let go of All Might, he buffed up again, breaking the chains, but he had given up, so now Izuku walked forward toward the gate. 1. He was fully stumbling by. He didn't has that much fight left in him today. He was tired and hungry, so he wanted this over quickly. He found 13 waiting at the gate ready for a fight. Excuse me 13, if you want to fight, can we do it without the quirks? Don't want to really put the effort in to deal with a black hole. No can do, sir. I plan on the outlast the last 5 minutes. 13 put up a wall of her quirk, allowing him no way through. Damn it, Izuku moved his hand forward slowly before pressing down with 13, all of a sudden feeling a level of extra weight on her shoulders that was slowly increasing the more Izuku pushed down. 1. He was using the Zushi no Mi, press fruit. By increasing the gravity slowly on 13 he would be able to pin her down and hopefully knock her out, but he was really straining to get that done. He was running out of steam and quick. He barely had anything in the tank. He knew he got lucky with All Might, otherwise this would have been over with him. Right as the force knocked out 13, it also took at Izuku, who had used too many powers that day and didn't have any stamina left. So in the end, it ended with a draw as both teams were defeated at the end. 76. Oh, my god, what an fight was that! Kirishima screamed excitedly at the sight of the fight. Many others were feeling it too, but there was a couple that didn't feel that way. So much distance between us, Katsuki said as he clutched his fist tightly, pissed at himself that he was that weak. It seems I still need to grow, Shoto said with his eyes closed as he just saw a fight between the strongest he knew. Damn Todoroki, your pops had some moves, that was awesome. Mina cheered happily as Eri pulled on her hand. Can we go check on Papa? 2. Nimari nodded, of course. Anyone wants to come with us? The girls nodded with a smile as they ran for Izuku with Eri. You all can go back to the dorms. As they made it halfway, some of the Class 1B girls spoke. Hey, you know that we like to set up dates with the prince, right? Kendo said with Nimari nodding. Well, I am already dating someone, it kinda happened in between that. It's fine, we can talk about that soon. But who all is this about? Kendo talked up. I have started dating Tetsu, and Komori is dating Saburaba. That is it. That is fine, sweetie. He won't ever force you to do anything. Kendo nodded as they made their way to Izuku. 4. He was sitting in a chair half asleep. Hey sleepy, you good? Izuku tiredly moved his head. Now I am so tired. He smiled with Nimari just giving him a small smack on the cheek. You just need food, you big crybaby. Come, let's get you to Lungcrush, he can cook you up in buffet. Izuku just nodded as he stepped forward and fell right into Nami, who caught him, but by doing so felt his sweaty chest and got a good whiff of his musk, which she loved. The smell was so manly. It got her cheeks red in an instant and Nimari noticed it. Oh, you smelled him, didn't you? She whispered into her ear as she took him over. Don't worry, I also love to smell him, she laughed before pulling Izuku forward. Let's get you some food, Nimari said. 53. Izuku got food and he became a different person again. He was able to move again on his own. Now that is good. Did we get the results yet? Nope, that will be given later. We can chill in the dorms a little before then. Oh, chill you say? Mina said toward Nimari with an understanding giggle. While I would not mind that one bit, I am still rather tired, and there are other girls here. Oh, they would mind. Well, most of them wouldn't. Nimari said, already giving a look. Oh, I would like to join, Yui said, licking her lips as she started right into Izuku's soul. 4. But we can do that when you are more energized. Might be able to get some dates done as well, Nimari said with some of the girls nodded as they got excited about their dates. Oh yeah, I can't wait for our date, I am going to ruin you, Setsuna said as she stuck her tongue out. This got the 3 women to laugh. Oh sweetie, you keep thinking that, just keep thinking that. What do you mean by that? Explain it to me. Fine, float your head here, I will tell you, but can't really scream it now, can I? Izuku said as he looked at Pony and Abara playing with Eri. She floated her head toward him and Izuku grabbed it. It means I am the one that going to ruin you, I am going to destroy you. If that is what you want, at least. He let go and allowed her head to return, but she was red and breathing heavy. Oh, I don't just want that, I need that, she said as Izuku laughed. Eri, wanna go back home? He looked at his watch. Rem and Ram should get on Minecraft soon and don't want to keep them waiting. Wait, it's already that late, sorry Plant Lady and Horn Lady, she screamed as she began sprinting away with Izuku laughing. Sorry Abara, Pony. We are still learning everyone's name. Please forgive me for the rudeness. 56. Abara shook her head. It's no problem at all. She is such a sweetheart. Yeah, total angel. Pony added on. Now please excuse me, if I don't help her, I will be in trouble. Izuku took a sprint to catch up to his daughter who was yelling not to be late for her playdate with Rem and Ram. Back at the dorms, Izuku had set up Eri's laptop to play. From that moment on Eri was in her own world. But Izuku was a good dad, so he already went to the kitchen to get her some snacks. But they were all healthy. A bowl of grapes and some apple slices, seeing as those were Eri's favorite. He afterward just went to the couch where he went to browse on his phone. 1. Some of what he saw was rather enjoyable. His South Africa had been changing a lot. Many leaders embraced the change. They loved the fact that they could hire smart people for once. There were also some that hated the fact. Mostly the thousands that were fired due to only being hired because they were strong. 1. Next was the dozen famous people fully standing behind the free energy plan. They donated a lot of money to the cause, which Izuku doubled, but Izuku just liked that everyone was positive about it. It was good to see that some people could get behind a good cause. 2. By far the funniest Izuku had yet seen. Izuku was being called out of becoming the new head of the Illuminati. Izuku smiled seeing all the comments and ideas of how Izuku was the leader of the Illuminati, but there were also those that believed Izuku wasn't the leader and was only a lowly member being used by the real leaders. The lizardmen that lived under the cities were the real leaders. 4. Apparently, Kaminari had read it as well as when he entered the room. Hey Midoriya, send a message to the lizardmen that I am more than happy to help them in their cause. Izuku decided to just mess with him a little and used Ryu no Mi model, Allosaurus dragon fruit model, Allosaurus, and changed his eyes to flick sideways like lizardmen, which slightly freaked the fuck out of Kaminari before Izuku started laughing. 4. That wasn't funny, dude, it freaked me out, Kaminari said as the others noticed what went on and laughed as well. Wait, is there such a thing as the Illuminati or not? Ochako asked with a confused smile as Izuku shrugged his shoulders. Izuku gives an answer. Mina said as she jumped on Izuku. Why would you want to know it? A secret organization that runs the world. Yeah, do you work with them? Mina said, fully serious about it. No such organization works as far as I know. I am not a part of a secret organization. 1. This was acceptable for the day. Nothing happened at all, but the next day they were back in the class waiting for Aizawa to enter, who did right at the bell. Good, you're all seated. We will go over the battles of yesterday. Now the battles you have done yesterday will be the main point of today. We will be focusing on dealing with the fights. How you could have been smarter or what you did correctly. And see those that failed the exam. Aizawa said with the students nodding. 3. Aizawa grabbed a sheet of paper out from his scarf. Those that have failed are Sato, Kirishima, Mina, Nami, and Midoriya. Each of you lost your fight, but that is not the list of those who lost the exam. Nami and Midoriya both have passed the exam. Nami did her best, and if her teammates have worked together there would have been a chance. And for Midoriya the real test was for him to defeat half of the teachers, and he did that. But Hagakure will be a part of the losing group. Putting yourself in harm's way is unacceptable, and if I see that happen again, you will be expelled. 4. Toru nodded, understanding the fact. She could have died right there. Now one more thing, you all go camping. We will spend an entire week working on your quirks. This will be hard work and not a fun trip. But the week will be spent in the woods. So there is a list of items that you will need. I will be giving you each a sheet with the items on it, please make sure you have them. Other items are allowed to take with you, just do not pack too much. 2. Aizawa explained to them. With the class take the rest of the day to focus on the fight, and then the next day they were able to go shopping. They went as a class. Let's split up in groups, get stuff done quicker. Mina suggested as she grabbed Ochako's and Izuku's arms. She smiled and ran away with her two lovers, all while Izuku and Ochako smiled softly. We are on the wrong side for me, Ochako said as they were near the high-end shops with Izuku hugging Ochako closely. Oh, my sweet Mochi, nothing is too expensive for you, Izuku said with Ochako blushing. But Izuku, I don't want to have people think I am with you for your money. Izuku looked confusedly for a second. You aren't. He grabbed her and lifted her before kissing her on the lips. My Mochi, it doesn't matter what people think. I love you, and love to spoil you. So please let me. Izuku said as placed Ochako down, who nodded before Izuku grabbed Mina's hand before walking toward high-tier store. 1. As they walked for the store, Izuku saw something he had been wanting for a while. Hey, you go without me for a second, we'll be right there. He kissed both of them on the cheek right as he went to the shop he saw. As Ochako and Mina entered the high-tier store, the workers first had an eye of irritation as they saw Ochako, who didn't look all too rich, and Mina wasn't that rich looking herself, but then they blinked and it connected. They were the girlfriends of the Prince of the World. 2. The manager straightened his suit and fixed his glasses as he stepped forward. Hello ladies, how can we help you on this fine day? The manager said in the kindest voice he could possibly muster. This startled the ladies slightly as they didn't expect him to pop up. Oh hi, we were just looking. Ochako said, not really used to being helped like that. Hell, she had walked in before to just check it out and they looked at her like she was dirt. Please, it's our pleasure to help in any way we can. Anything you need, we can provide. 3. We just need to get some stuff for our school camping trip. Like sleeping bags and stuff. Mina showed off her list with the man offering his hand. Please allow me. You can take a seat and I shall take care of it. But right then Izuku entered. Don't worry, we can handle this ourselves, but we appreciate the thought behind it. Izuku knew he was just kissing ass and handled it how he should. The man knew better than to fight the king in this, so he just nodded and excused himself. Thanks. He was strange, Ochako said with Izuku giving a chuckle. 3. Don't worry, I will handle it. Now my mochi, my spicy alien, let's get ourselves some supplies, shall we? Izuku said as they walked further into the shop to get everything they would need. With that being one store out of many they would visit. All while in a hidden corner within the store a man spoke on the phone. Boss, I see him right here. He is in a shop with 2 chicks. Want me to off him? The man spoke nod into the phone. 2. But boss, I got him right here. I can just fire my bone needle in his neck and rush out with the rest of the sheep. This time the man received a hard yelling, one that we only caught small glimpses of through the phone. I understand boss, want me to keep tailing him, before hanging up and following Izuku from a distance. 1. Unknown to him, Izuku was being followed by another figure. One hiding in the shadows. Using a quirk he shot out a message toward his boss about his location and his target's location. After getting everything from that shop, Izuku and the girls moved to a different shop. It took 4 shops in total for them to get everything. Let's take a trip toward my house for a second, got something there I need. Izuku asked with the girls agreeing. Nimori had taken Eri for a relaxing day with some of her friends. 7. Hey, you all can go back to school, we will meet up soon, just gotta pick some stuff up. Cool bro, we will see you there. Hiroshima called out with a thumbs up as Izuku nodded. They stepped into the car Izuku took. He didn't take public transport because that was how he was taught. There were many dangers in the world that could happen, so he just used his car to get around. 1. They drove. Mina and Ochako were in the back having fun while Izuku drove, enjoying the talking behind him. It didn't take long for them to reach the mansion one Ochako was still shocked at seeing. But they parked right in front, not noticing the car parked in the garage of Mitsuki that was living in the house at the moment. 2. The 3 entered the house not noticing anything special about the inside. It's upstairs, Izuku said with both girls happily following him around. Maybe we could have some fun, you know. Mina said laughing as she groped Ochako's chest, who gasped before laughing. That could be fun. Right then the door next to them was kicked open and a bit naked Mitsuki with a lamp in hand jumped out and swung right at Izuku. 1. Normally Izuku could have blocked it without effort or dodged it while asleep, but he looked at his first ever crush jumping butt naked. Her curvy body moved right with the jump. Her large breast in the air and her legs wide open, allowing Izuku to see everything. Which just resulted in him getting a lamp right on the face, knocking him out. As he was on the floor, blood was out of his nose and his eyes far off. 1. Ah. Who are you? Who are you? Mina and Ochako screamed at Mitsuki as they took a fighting stance, with Mitsuki being naked and still holding the lamppost. Wait, aren't you dating Izuku? What are you doing here? What who are you and what are you doing in his house? Mina screamed. She looked down and saw she had just knocked out Izuku. 1. Ah, I-chan. Mitsuki screamed worried. She fell down and grabbed him by the head before shaking him. This brought Izuku back to the land of the living only to have Mitsuki's shaking breast right in his face, which was too much as he fell back. Mitsuki b-boobs. He got out before she looked down, let his head drop and cover herself up. Where is my towel? She looked back at the door and saw it was stuck on the door handle. 4. She jumped up and grabbed the towel as she hid behind it. Can I dress myself? She yelled, embarrassed at her nudity, with the girls dragging Izuku toward the room they had been their first time in. Where he woke up right as Mitsuki entered the room. She sat down on the other side of the room, her cheeks red with embarrassment. Mission, what are you doing here? Izuku asked, his cheeks red as she looked his oldest crush over, remember her fully naked. 3. Your mother offered it up. I was having some problems finding a place for myself and was still with Masaru. Oh, you're Mitsuki, Izuku's crush. Mina said, with Izuku silencing her. Blaha bala. Nothing. You're my nothing. He tried, with Mitsuki laughing. I-chan, I know you like me. You used to tell me you wanted to marry me every time you saw me. So still want to? Mitsuki said, half joking. She assumed he wouldn't feel the same anymore after all those years. I do. This shocked Mitsuki but not the girls. 2. They, much like Nimari, had been aware of Izuku's crushes as he told them. Mission, I still like you. While it might be a little weird seeing as my classmate as your son, that doesn't change the fact I would be more than willing to date you. Mitsuki had to think about that. It made her stomach flutter at those words. She felt special when being told that. I need time. If you give me the time, I might have an answer for you. Izuku nodded. Mission, I have already waited for you. A couple of weeks won't change my feelings for you. 1A sit waiting in the bus. They had been driving for around 3 hours so far. They were going to camp and they were bored. Sitting in a bus for 3 hours wasn't fun for everyone. Are we there yet? Eri asked as both Eri and Nimari had come along for moral support and to help look over everyone. Izuku suggested staying back home, but both insisted and had already asked Nezu, who agreed, wanting to see the effect of a morale boost such as Eri at work. 5. We are almost at the stop point, so don't worry, Nimari said as Aizawa gave her the signal. The bus drove for a couple of extra minutes before coming to a halt. Everyone get out. Each one got out, standing there believing it was a place they could stretch their legs. Oh man, being able to walk feels great. That bus was stuffy, Kaminari said as he cracked his back and walked in small circles until a small black sedan drove up and parked near them. The windows tinted, making it impossible to see inside. The door opened and nothing before 2 figures jumped out. 1. First was a blonde-haired woman wearing a blue and white top and a matching skirt, 2 large yellow cat paws, and blue whisker-like markings on her cheeks. A visor on her eyes and a large smile. Next to her a similar woman, but instead of blue she wore more red, fitting her dark red hair and her red whisker marks. Your feline fantasies are here. Your potastic heroes have arrived. 2 of the wild Pussycats. Eri screamed very excitedly. 4. Oh, a fan. The blonde-haired one said with Eri nodding. Yeah, I love your group. You're Pixie Bob, you're super fun. And Mandalay is like the mommy of the group, helping everyone. You all supep cool. She started yelling out excitedly about the wild Pussycats, only stopped by Izuku. Eri's sweetie, calm down. This was the first time the 2 heroes looked around, and they went wide-eyed as they saw the prince standing there. 2. Their brain was broken. The prince stood in front of them. They didn't know if they should lay down, kneel, bow, kiss the ring, or nothing, so they did nothing, could do nothing as their minds melted. Kiddies, wake up. Nimari had walked behind them and dragged her nail across their necks, waking them up. Oh, your highness. They wanted to bow, but Nimari had them standing as she had a grip on their collars. Nope. Keep up, kiddies. He isn't prince here, he is Izuku. She told them, showing a different reason she was here. 4. Oh, Mandalay said before speaking softly. Are you sure? She asked with Nimari nodding. Yes, you're a teacher, don't worry, he will listen perfectly. She whispered with Izuku just holding Eri in his arms, listening with a smile on his face as she listed off all types of hero jobs the Pussycats have done. Okay then, yes, we are half of the wild Pussycats, Mandalay, and Pixie Bob NYA. Both struck a cute pose with Eri fangirling. 11. Who is that? Izuku asked as he pointed toward the car where a small boy only slightly younger than Eri, wearing slightly saggy pants and a slightly bigger shirt, his most notable clothing item was a red cap with 2 golden horns. Mandalay spoke up. "Oh, that is Kota, he is my nephew, I have to look after him, hope that isn't a problem. It seems we have might a friend for him. Well, Eri, come, let's get in the car." "Oh, we are going again." Shiro responded to Nimari with Aizawa standing in the way. 6. They are. You, however, will have to find your road there. Mandalay walked toward the railing before pointing toward the base of the mountain where you could see a slightly open area. There at the base of the mountain is our camp. It's 9 now, so you all should arrive around 1ish right in time for lunch. And don't worry, it's all our property so you can use your quirk freely. Izuku raised his hand. Are you sure? Oh yes, as far as the eyes can see, is ours, so you're free to use any. So I can just bring everyone there. Ha, do that and I will do anything you want. Oh, perhaps a date. Nimari said, answering Pixie Bob's joke. Izuku, come, let's set up the date. Nimari said with Izuku smirking. He stuck his hand out. Out his hand came a light blue donut. He went his hands wide open. Room. The blue donut expanded easily, covering the entire area and just reaching over the open area. He turned his hands upside down, now his fingers pointed up. He moved his hands. Shambles, he said as everything switched placed with leaves, twigs, rocks. 3. Now the bus, car, students, hero, kids all stood in the middle of the camp. Within an instant they had swapped places, leaving the 2 heroes and students flabbergasted. What the hell? Pixie Bob asked, unsure what the hell was going on. Izuku, bring the group back, keep it fun. Fine, Izuku said before saying shambles again, teleporting his classmates at the road. 1. Ah damn it, Kaminari said, not excited to run the fucking marathon. Izuku jumped down with no fear as he landed. Come down, it's only like 6 meters high. Only if you catch me, loverboy. Nami called down, only chuckling as Bakugo, Kirishima, and Todoroki. Okay, drop 1 for 1 and I will catch you. First was Ochako, who used her quirk to slow down the descent. Ah, I don't need your help, Ochako said confidently, with Robin and Suyu also coming down without a problem. Robin used her hands to lower herself to the ground, while Suyu crawled down. 3. Nami jumped down toward Izuku, who simply caught her in a princess pose. Oh, thank you, sweetie. She was daring and kissed him on the cheek before standing up. Me next, me next, Toru screamed as Izuku gave her the okay. She jumped down, and even if she was invisible, Izuku saw her clear as day with the use of haki. Caught you, he said happily, before catching the rest, Kami, Kyoka, Momo, and Mina. With that everyone stood ready. Well, let's get hiking, Izuku said, thinking it of a fun hike. 8. Raawr. And large roar was heard, with everyone looking around not seeing anything before a large beast from rock came forward, out from the wood. Ayarzu, Mina asked, walking back with him shaking his head. Nope, I can't bail you out over and over again, Izuku said as he stood back with Bakugo and Kirishima going forth. Bring it, Bakugo called out as he shot up with an explosion and let out a second far larger one right against the beast. It hit him in the face and breaking it, but when the one fell, 2 more showed up, and behind that 2 more. 6. Izuku shook his head with the use of the Poki Poki no Mi, pocket fruit, and grabbed one of his swords, one of his recent additions. Enma, placing on his side. You guys got this, Izuku cheered, as they all began to fight. Mina sprayed her acid over them, melting them apart. Toru and Kami alerted them toward one spot, while Suyu, Kyoka, removed their legs, Ochako lifted them, and Momo either broke them with a slingshot or hand cannon, or Ochako let them drop again. 2. Robin used her powers to pull away from people from attacks or to block off areas from the monsters by grabbing their legs. Those like Todoroki and Bakugo didn't need help, they were able to fight the monsters alone. Bakugo's explosions tearing through the dirt. Todoroki's ice freezing the dirt or his flames melting it. 1. Kaminari's lightning broke away the dirt. Shiro's tape stopped them from moving. Sato using his strength to break the dirt monsters into nothingness. Same went for Kirishima, whose hardness made short work of the weak dirt. Tokiyami and Dark Shadow again faced the dirt without effort, but it turned into a problem with the pure number of them. Dirt monster after dirt monster showed up, blocking the way, showing they didn't even reach 100 meters. 3. While everyone was getting tired, Izuku was just slowly walking behind them. To anyone else it seemed like he was living the easy life, but to everyone else, he was giving them a chance to grow. Aoyama on your left, Izuku called out just in time for Aoyama to fire off a laser into it. 4. While they were doing that, the teachers were looking onto 2 drones, following each student group. Are you sure we should leave the prince alone? I can mess with him a little, right? You could, but that has very little use. We might have been holding back, but he still defeated many heroes, so I doubt your dirt toys would do much. But you can always try. Why not send 10 or so toward his back? Nimari added as she looked at her back. Eri and Kota sat next to each other. 3. So your dad is the prince dude? Eri nodded. Yeah, but he isn't my real dad. Ah, really? What happened to him? Eri looked down sad. She was always told she killed him, but she never remembered it like that. She never saw him die. He died, she said softly. Kota nodded, understanding her sadness. Mine died too. Mine was murdered, all because of stupid quirks. 9. That Eri didn't get it. What? She asked, but Kota nodded. All because they were heroes, they died. But why is that quirk's fault? My papa is a hero and he saved me. I was taken by a very mean man that hurt me, but papa saved me. Eri said with Kota not understanding what, but she started to explain. While Pixie Bob started sending 10 dirt beasts toward Izuku. 2. Izuku was still walking toward the back, giving them all a call when a dirt monster came close, only for Mina to yell. Izuku, behind you. Izuku turned rather slowly, seeing 10 of the beasts showing and walking toward him. He pulled out Enma, its blade shining as he used it. His hand started flexing before he took a breath, getting its haki under control to not be drained. 5. With the first beast close, he slashed straight downward, it slicing the beast right in half before going forward and slicing one beast also in half behind it. Flash slash. Izuku took a single breath before striking at fast speed, a dozen slashes in a blink of the eye, each attack flying through the beast, cutting down dirt and even the trees around them. Before letting a breath of air. 2. We need to train him. Ragdoll asked, not knowing what she would do. She didn't fight. She just told people what to best fight other people with. Oh, it will be a blast. Also, Kitty, when do you want your date scheduled? Nimari asked Pixie Bob, who she had been calling Kitty during their second year with Yukio. What, that was a joke, right? Oh no, that date is happening. I need some other ladies to keep him entertained, he has some energy. Nimari said with a laugh as Pixie Bob swallowed deeply. Before they waited for them all to show up, which they did right at 3. 2 hours later than they believed. 6. That was a good hike, haha. Watch it, mister, I will mess you up. Mina pointed angrily at Izuku, who raised his hand in surrender. I am sorry, but if I did anything, that wouldn't have been training. Yes, but don't think you're getting off easy, the very intimidating fighter of the wild Pussycats said as he stood above Izuku with his hands on his hips. Oh hey, Tiger, right. Yes, Your Highness, I am going to be informing you that I will handle your training and I will not allow you to slack off. Izuku shook his head. I would never dream of it. 2. Don't have to read further, but if you do, I meant no disrespect for what will just be brought up. I have asked several people and everyone has told me it's acceptable. 2. Though I do wish to discuss something with you that might be slightly private. Izuku said with Tiger giving a nod before both men walked inside the building as the others rested on the floor, tired of the walk. Now, what did you want to discuss? Tiger, I understand this might be a personal question, but you were born a woman, correct? Tiger stepped back a little in shock and confusion. Yes, but I do not understand why that would matter. Well, if you're okay with it, I would like to fix the problem. Tiger took this badly. There is nothing wrong with my choice. I do not care, you are royalty, that is unacceptable. I was born in the wrong body. Izuku stopped him. I know, that is what I want to fix. This got Tiger to stop yelling. What? If you want, I can make you a biological male. It would be a pleasure and honor to help you. What do you mean with that? Tiger asked, his brain confused. Izuku used the Horu no Mi, Horm fruit, and showed his needle hands. I can if you want to inject you with testosterone and some other male hormones that would permanently make you your correct gender. Tiger looked at him a little before asking. Why? You are an inspiration to people everywhere, for your choice, but I also think you deserve children of your own in this way that is possible. Tiger nodded as Izuku stabbed him before nothing happened. But Tiger noticed a difference. He noticed he felt right, he felt complete. Without saying a word he ran out toward the toilet to see what happened. Izuku walked back out. What just happened? Nothing happened. Don't worry, just a small misunderstanding, but don't worry, we fixed it right up. But what now? More training or maybe some food? Pixie Bob spoke a little worried about her friend. Well, the plan for you is to start getting your sleeping area ready, while we prepare food for today. Tomorrow you will have to cook yourself. Izuku nodded happily. The bus was already unloaded by Tiger and Aizawa, and Vlad as they had to wait. 2. Let me guess, you didn't do anything for our bed, didn't you? Nimari giggled. Of course not, I'm a princess, that sort of work is not suited for such a woman like myself, do keep that in mind. Of course. My apologies princess, let me. Izuku said as he grabbed the extra items for the bus spot. Where are we sleeping? Follow me, I will show everyone where they will be sleeping. Aizawa said as Vlad had to wait for his students. 5. You all will sleep at the west side of the Pussycat compound. Now with how it's set up it will be split boys and girls. That will mean that those dating will not be sleeping together, will sleep apart. Is that a problem? Suyu and Tokiyami shook their head, as well as Izuku and his girlfriends. Nimari preferred sleeping with Izuku as she just loved her head on his strong chest, she couldn't think of anything better. 1. But Izuku first moved toward the girl's side to help Nimari set up her sleeping area. He had gotten her a nice thick air mattress, one he instantly filled up using the gasu no mi, gas fruit. Oh, what will you sleep up? Nimari asked worried as they only had brought one bed with Izuku just smiling. Don't worry, I could sleep on spikes. But I'm prepared. He walked out going toward his sleeping area shared with the guys who had all taken their spot and left one open for Izuku. 4. Forgot my futon, damn. Ida stood up. I shall ask the teacher if they have one. Izuku stopped him. No need Ida, sometimes you just gotta improvise. Izuku used before using Yudo no mi, wood fruit, fan-made, and created a simple bed frame large enough for himself before Wara no mi, straw fruit, to create a lot of straw as a bed to sleep on. See, perfect, have slept on far worse. Izuku said as he went to lay using his bag as a pillow. Perfect. 14. You slept on worse? Sato asked with Izuku still with his eyes close. Yeah. When I was 7 my teacher dropped me into the forest from a helicopter trip. Or that time I was thrown into the mountains to train. What? Yeah, they had strange ways of training me, but it got me stronger, I want to believe. While Izuku said that everyone just thought it could be seen as child abuse. 7. But Izuku stood up, added an extra layer of straw before putting his bags under the bed to keep it nice and neat. Nimari walked in to tell them to get ready for a full explanation of what they would be doing. But she saw the bed. Really, you have a bed and have me sleeping on the floor. 2. Nimari didn't say more except laughter. I assume we should follow you. Ida asked with Nemu nodding as her laughter died down. Yes, 1D has also arrived and rested slightly, so they want to go over the activities. Everyone nodded and agreed with Nimari. Everyone walked ahead as Izuku held Nimari back. Did you talk with Fuyumi before we went? I forgot. Nimari nodded, which got her a kiss from Izuku. Thank you for that. 4. They quickly added onto the class as the wild Pussycats began explaining the whole idea of camp. Hello students, I am Mandalay. I am one of the 4 members of the Pussycats. We 4 will be in charge of your training this week. Tiger shall be training those with strength quirks. He will train those in hand to hand, she said pointing at Tiger who stood looking scary at the students. 3. Pixie Bob will create a perfect training ground for everyone so that everyone can get their perfect training area, as well as creating multiple targets for those that use range abilities and will need targets. Pixie Bob gave everyone a wink and a smile as Mandalay went on. The last 2 will be Ragdoll and me, she said as Ragdoll gave a peace sign with her tongue sticking out the side and Mandalay gave a kind smile. Ragdoll will use her quirk to get information on everyone which will help you all grow. Don't mind her sweet looks, she will cause most of your pain here this week. Ragdoll smiled kindly with an evil giggle which made Izuku laugh as he thought back to his own teachers. And I shall give everyone tips using my quirk, she said the final part with her quirk showing how she was planning on helping. 6. It's our goal to make you all leave here stronger than you entered, but we understand that you will also need to relax to get real growth, so for that, we also have some fun moments planned, such as hot springs you can use each night to relax your sore muscles. These are divided by gender, please accept that and follow the rules. We will also have some fun things to do, such as scavenger hunt and a scary forest, Mandalay said. 1. Pixie Bob then went on. Today we will cook for you all, but tomorrow you will be expected to make it yourself, understood? Everyone nodded strongly as they clapped. Then you can spend the next hour doing what you want, get to know the area a little, as we get to cooking. Mandalay said with everyone going their own space. Izuku however went to the Pussycats. 3. Excuse me, but do you need help with cooking? He asked Mandalay that looked scared for a second before shaking her head. No, my lord, there really is no need for you to burden yourself with such a task, we shall handle it. Shino, there is no need to be formal, Nimari said, knowing Mandalay would act like that even back when they were in Ua the girl couldn't relax. 1. Sweetie, you entertain Eri while the adults talk. Izuku groaned as he started walking away to Eri, who was playing with Kota. Hey there Eri, who is your new friend? Izuku said as he crouched down. Oh, Papa, this is Kota, he is my new bestest friend. Izuku smiled at Kota, looked down embarrassed. Kota, this is Papa, he can do a lot. Eri said. Mister, you were really cool with the sword. Well thanks, I'm still learning how to use it though. 1. Papa won a sword fight. Eri yelled, seeing 3 sticks that were long. Sure. Eri first allowed Kota to pick a stick, who picked a random one, with Eri then giving one to Izuku. Angarden, Eri yelled, making everyone that understood what she meant nearly die of cuteness. She then went for a strike which Izuku blocked. Bring it. 6. Eri kept swinging with Izuku blocking the attacks. Kota helped Papa is unfair. Kota nodded and ran up and began hitting Izuku, who was still blocking all the attacks without problems. Oh, very good swordsman skill Kota, really impressive. Izuku said as he played with the two of them. 1. Shino, there is no need to be so formal with him, he is a nice man that doesn't enjoy the title, and you're the boss here, you can do what you want, you can order him around, it's fun to do. I don't know, Nem, it just seems so weird to me, he is the ruler of the world, what he wants goes. She does make a point, Nimari, it doesn't really seem right, Pixie Bob said. 3. There really is no need for it, I mean you're going on a date with him, you can at least speak to him using his first name. Pixie Bob blushed before shaking her head. Please tell me that was a joke, I don't think I can handle that. Oh, the mighty teaser, Pixie Bob can't take a silly prince. Oh, don't worry, we have yet to tire him out, Nimari said with a smirk as the 3 women blushed before they started cooking. 4. Izuku, instead of helping, just kept playing with Kota and Eri, with others joining soon enough. Hiroshima of course loved playing around with Eri, and Tetsu was more than happy to join in, with more and more joining in. As the hour went past, food was ready, with everyone sitting down on tables outside eating their plate of curry. It wasn't fully delicious but tasteful enough. 4. But everyone was eating away, with Izuku holding back. But Nimari noticed it. Izuku, here, eat dinner for real. Nimari put down a large pot of rice and curry. Why does he get that much food? Shishida asked, not really angry about it but just wondering about it. Midoriya burns a lot more calories than normal people, he needs more food than normal people. Aizawa told as he ate his own plate. 5. Izuku gave a soft smile as Nimari looked at him and he began to eat. Everyone looked at Izuku as they saw him absolutely destroy a pot of food. Izuku cleaned the pot completely. Oh wow, that was absolutely tasty, it was Mandalay's cooking, so thank her. Izuku gave about a Mandalay to thank her for the cooking, with Mandalay crashing. She just eat loudly before falling back fainting. 2. My bad, Izuku said as he rubbed the back of his head, you really just knocked out the leader of the wild Pussycats without trying, what skill. Shinso joked with Nimari working on waking her friend, with Izuku just shaking his head, not really wanting that, keep making his teacher faint by just thanking her. 5. That won't happen a lot, right? Ragdoll spoke up with a smile. I don't think you should stay too close to her for a little, but sir, it should be fine soon. Why don't you all to the hot springs to relax? For now, tomorrow will be a hard day. Oh yeah, let's go Izuku, let's steam. Mina grabbed Izuku's arm and began to pull him, only to be stopped by Nimari. No dearie, men and women are separated, remember. Mina dropped slightly before the sighting. I guess. For now then. 3. They moved all toward the area. As they reached the hot springs area, they all got nude and moved toward the water. Oh man, this water feels so warm. Hiroshima said happily as the water felt amazing, with everyone quickly joining him, except Izuku that stood in the water. Please make sure I don't drown. Izuku said as he stepped into the water. He instantly dropped slack when it went past his waist. 6. Water takes you out, weakling, Bakugo said as he grabbed Izuku by the neck and lifted him up. He did put him next to the edge to keep him from drowning. Thanks, didn't want to die. Izuku said as he melted into the edge. Why are you in here if you die in water? I feel so weak, my senses all dull, and weaken, my entire body goes slack, it's great. Izuku said as he melted more. 1. With the girls it was different, they were all enjoying themselves. Ah, it's so nice swimming nicely, it feels so nice on my skin. Mina swam before stepping up and showing her breast in the open. Please lady, cover yourself, we are so close to the man's side. Abara said with Nimari laughing. Oh, they wouldn't dare to peek, Izuku would kill them. She laughed, but we could peek. Setsuna said as the top of her head floated upward. 8. Tokage, stop, you don't want to be in trouble for it, don't you? Oh, the prince can totally keep me in his dungeon, him spanking me until I'm a good girl. Setsuna laughed as Abara blushed to keep her hair around her body as her body sank into the water. All while Mina and Nimari were laughing hard. After having a nice shower, everyone went right to bed to wake up bright and early tomorrow so they could start the day. This, of course, was only the case for a few, as many spent it playing games. The groups were small and they kept it quiet and to themselves, as the others sleep, but it was played all in good fun, truth or dare mostly. Shiro asking Awase to shock himself on Kaminari, Subara asking Kirishima who his gay crush would be, much like that on the boys' side was also done on the girls' side, Setsuna daring Mina to reveal her biggest fear, or asking Pony who her lesbian crush was. Both groups did go to sleep. 2. They just wished it was sooner, cause at 6:30 the heroes and Eri came by with pot and spoon and started banging loudly outside the door. This was slightly early for Eri, but she had woken up this time before to spend it training with Izuku. While Izuku was already awake. What is all that noise? Izuku asked from behind Pixie Bob, who screamed and tried punching Izuku out of pure reaction. Izuku however just leaned his head sideways to dodge it. Good morning to you as well, Pixie Bob. 2. Pixie Bob's heart dropped as she saw she just tried to take a swing as the prince. Midoriya, what are you doing awake and out? Oh, I woke up 30 minutes ago and decided to start the day with a brisk walk through the forest. Hope that is alright, didn't notice any real dangerous wildlife. Izuku told Aizawa, who nodded as Nimari stopped the rapidly bowing and apologizing Pixie Bob. 4. Slowly the rest of the students started to crawl out, each one tired and irritated. Listen up, maggots. Today is the first day of pure hell. You will hate US, you will despise US, but we will get you in better shape than you weaklings are now. Tiger spoke like a drill sergeant as the students stood in a group. You all will start with 5 runs around the entire compound. Any complaints and that will turn to 10, now move your ass and run. Izuku, who was already fully awake, started jogging with others slowly following him. 5. Common guys, we have got this. Just wake up, Izuku called back at the slow group of late-night enjoyers, those that played late-night truth or dare. They were behind the others and still shuffling. Bro, I am so tired, Hiroshima said, his eyes still wanting to close. Izuku just slowed down slightly before getting behind them at a near walking pace. Before using the Hihi no Mi ice fruit and hitting their necks with ice, waking them up and making them speed up. And he was doing that the entire run. 3. After being done with the 5 runs, the tired group dropped to the floor wanting to sleep, but Tiger didn't let up. Good job, weaklings, you made it through the warm-up, so now we will start with some light work before eating breakfast. I want to see 20 push-ups, 50 sit-ups, and 25 burpees, now get to it. Tiger yelled as people started moving. It was simple workout but sadly many were still tired, but with the help of the awake students, everyone was able to get through it. 2. Breakfast was simple, it just being some rice and fish, each one loved it as they were tired and it gave them some energy back. Has everyone eaten their fill? All your bellies must be full. Mandalay said with a kind smile as everyone nodded. She looked at Izuku who also nodded. Nimari made sure he ate enough even if he wouldn't say so. 3. Now we are going to make everyone split up into even groups. Making everyone work out in groups for their perfect group. Now everyone that uses a strength quirk please go toward Tiger, he will train you, the rest stay here and we will work out who trains with who. Mandalay said with everyone nodding. Izuku was pulled away by Nimari who was there to train him. 2. Eri, you got your training stick. Yes, mommy, me, and Kota are ready. It showed the 2 students with large kendo sticks. Now Izuku, anytime you fail my 2 little helpers will beat you blue, understand? Izuku looked at Eri and Kota. You won't hit your papa, right? Eri shook her head. I have to papa. Mama said she would give me candy apples. Izuku knew he was now going to be smacked. Fine, so what? Well, your quirk revolves around stamina. Your skill is well above the normal limit, so we are going to give you more energy. Izuku nodded, assuming it wouldn't be that bad. The first hour Izuku was forced to run in a place non-stop. Knees above the hips. And for each time he didn't reach his hip, Eri or Kota took a swing for his butt. After the first hour, Izuku was forced to do burpees for a new hour, before doing jumping jacks again for an hour. And repeating the same thing over and over again till 2 when lunch happened. Izuku dropped on the floor. Why? I am so tired, Izuku said with Nami stepping over him. Don't cry about it. Izuku just groaned before getting up. Sit down Izuku, you need to rest. I can't, Izuku said while rubbing his behind from all the kendo strikes. 6. Ah, weakling, I am all for spankings. Setsuna joked with Nimari shaking her head. Oh no, you're not. Those 2 are evil little beings. Nimari showed the 2 sweet angels that were now snacking on some apples, but not even half an hour ago they were smacking Izuku into putty. Be happy, Tiger is a madman. He spent 5 minutes just throwing me around like a toy. Sato said rubbing his arms. You're lucky, Pixie Bob is a sadist. She just chased me for 15 minutes in the woods with massive dirt monsters. Toru said with dirt on her face. 3. Well Izuku, you're going to work with Tiger for the second part. Gotta work on your fighting skill, it's good but you rely on your powers. Izuku nodded as he started stuffing his mouth with food, nearly choking as he tried getting some stamina back, as he would need that against Tiger. Now then, Bakugo, you're going to train with us next. Oh, we get to play with Uncle Kachin. Who? Kachin? That isn't my name, kid. No, but I heard that you give people nicknames if you like them. That was said on TV, Eri said while smiling. Fine, but only you get to call me that. Bakugo said before walking off as Kaminari and Kirishima were already calling him Kachin. 3. Midnight, why am I training with you? Doesn't make any flipping sense. It's understandable Bakugo, but you see much like Izuku you have enough strength to fight multiple villains, and enough that we can slow down on strength training to help focus on the other problems, such as your anger and behavior. Now I don't mind you cuss like a sailor, or that you scream murder or die every 20 seconds, but you need to tone that down, make it your thing. So is training, it will be to help people. 2. Bakugo looked at her confused. What, you're going to walk about, and help everyone, without cussing or getting mad, and to make sure you do that, my 2 little helpers are going to follow you and smack you as soon as you are bad. Bakugo took a deep breath before nodding. Fine. Nimari smiled and wished him luck as she walked off to sit on a chair nearby Mandalay, where she picked up her book and began reading it as she and her old-time red-haired cat friend looked over all the students. 2. Bakugo began walking around, helping students. First one he helped was Shinso, who was in the area with Tiger. Your feet off, idiot. This resulted in a smack from Kota. Goddamn, only to then get smacked by Eri. He bit his lips to keep it in. Why is my foot wrong? It's too far back, your center of mass is too far forward, leaving your punch weak and slow. Bakugo said with Tiger adding on. He is correct Shinso, work on that. Tiger spoke before dodging the sloppy punch of Shinso and just punching him in a 3. Failed 20 jumping jacks. Tiger screamed at Shinso as Bakugo smirked. 8. Walking to the next area. Bakugo walked around some more, walking to Kyoka who was stabbing her jacks into a mountainside inside a drawing of a man. Focus on the weak points jacks, go for the eyes, throat, joints, and groin, not even Princess can handle that if you kick him in the nuts. Bakugo said with Jiro looking at him before stabbing it in those locations. 8. Dunce face, you idiot, keep that lightning under control, you nearly hit the kids, Bakugo screamed as he jumped in front of a lightning attack that got rather close to Eri and Kota. Oh shit, sorry, Kaminari ran away from everyone to be able to try out more without hurting others. You two okay? Bakugo asked with both noddings. Eri dropped the stick and hugged Bakugo's leg. Thank you Uncle Kachin, it's no deal kid, but I cussed so smack me. Bakugo was honest and honorable, so he stood up and let Kota give him a smack, this one softer. 8. Izuku was fighting with Tiger and without using haki or a quirk it was nearly impossible to hit the powerful male Pussycat member. Being able to fold himself or wrap around anything, the only time Izuku hit him was when Tiger let him uppercut him and slam him to the ground. 3. Your intuition is top tier Tiger, how did it get that far? Ha, I have fought for years and years, you are going against experience, Prince. Try and predict where I will move and how I will move, then strike. Tiger double palm strike Izuku in the chest making him fly back into Shinso and Sato. Fail Prince, 40 burpees. Yes sir. Izuku got back up, helping the others up as well before going to start the burpees. 2. It seems Tiger is as aggressive as always, how fun it is for us to watch. Nimari laughed as Tiger started beating Kirishima up with Tetsu while yelling at the two of them while laughing. Yes, it seems he is not holding back against the prince, I do hope he will forgive us. Oh, Shino stops that, he would rather date you than hate you. Nimari said with Shinso giving an eep and sending that to everyone in the area making everyone laugh, but none more than Ragdoll and Nimari. 2. Don't joke about that. Oh, it wasn't a joke, Shino, Izuku has a big crush on heroes, oh I can already see the fun. Izuku walking and seeing you, Tomo, and Ryu, in your hero outfits, he would faint. Nimari shook at the fun they could have with that. 2. What nobody noticed was a small raven sitting on top of the mountain looking toward the area. This raven however had one singular camera instead of 2 eyes. Its eye read the entire area, but the main thing it was doing was sending the information it got to someplace else. It however wasn't alone. A small rat with its nose as a mic, or a squirrel with a camera in its chest, each being used to send and gain information on all heroes and hero students. It seems we could move soon, our plan will soon be enacted for the New World Order. Good day of training students, but you're not done yet, you still have to get some cooking to do. Now we have all the items you need, but you will need to make it all yourself, because a hero while taking care of others, needs to be able to take care of themselves. So push on, as after dinner we will have some games for you to do. Mandalay said happily, with a smile on her face as she looked over all the students. 2. Everyone nodded as they moved, each one tired looking forward toward the food and hot springs. Okay everyone, we should make teams share the load, who can do what? Momo spoke up, it showing that many didn't really know how to cool. Most gave the answer that their mom usually did it. Izuku of course knew how, so did Ochako, Bakugo knew it. And slowly but surely everyone had their groups. 2. Shoto was working together with Momo and some of the others to light the fire. First, they went to walk in the side to grab some lost sticks for pots to heat up, before Shoto just engulfed them in flames, while Momo crafted a simple lighter. While they were doing that, Bakugo was chopping vegetables with incredible speed, something that amazed Ochako, as she didn't expect Bakugo to be able to really cook. 8. Izuku was giving a quick lesson to most on how to peel potatoes. Midoriya, not to offend you, but how do you know how to peel potatoes? Setsuna asked with Izuku giving a chuckle. Well, my mother always believed a real gentleman should be able to cook, and he believed to cook the hardest dish, you need to master the basics. Which meant, I had to clean and cut vegetables for a couple of days. Oh, that isn't that bad, just some vegetables for dinner or something. No, For an entire day in a restaurant. 3. This sort of shook the group. What, that is insane. Yeah, maybe, but at least it helps us now, right? Yeah, that is the spirit. Now let's cut some potatoes. Ida said as he held the peeler upside down. But that was quickly fixed by Izuku. The last group was the one dealing with rice, which was led by Robin, but seeing it was washing rice, it was not even a slight problem. 2. Who was doing the meat? They had forgotten about the meat completely. I can just barbecue them, right, be done with it. Izuku said to Mandalay, who shook. We don't have one. Oh, I can just make one. Izuku said as he used the Doru Doru no Mi, wax fruit, to create a wax barbecue larger than most. 2. What is that? Oh, it's wax, but like stronger than wax, like steel type strength, Izuku said as he grabbed some wood and brought it to the barbecue, where he placed it and used the Mera Mera no Mi, flame fruit, to light it up. Before cooking the meat while looking over to the others. But then food was cooked. And plated. 5. Oh man, this is horrible, but I just don't care cause I am hungry. Kirishima spoke with his mouth full as he was just shoveling food down his throat. He wasn't alone. Many others were doing the same, Izuku as well. He instead was shoveling pans down instead of just plates. Nimari had counted for that. So Izuku could eat without feeling bad about the others going hungry. 2. But after eating they all sat around, their belly filled. Who was going to do the cleaning? I will, Izuku said with Mina and Yui jumping in to help him. It of course was simply washing dishes, but Yui and Mina had a plan. Izuku wanted to wash everything, but Yui and Mina told him to go and dry them. Then at the fourth pan, Yui and Mina had a small accident. Some water shot out and hit them on the shirt, allowing Izuku a really nice view of Yui's and Mina's bra. 2. Oops, Izuku, it seems that we have gotten a tad bit wet. Yes, that does seem to be the case. Why don't you dry us off with that towel you have? Mina said with the biggest grin on her face as she stuck her breast out and began to shake a little. Excuse me, I don't want to interrupt you all, but Aizawa has some stuff to talk about. Mandalay said with the biggest blushes on her face before Izuku gave a nod which let Mandalay sprint out of the area. Izuku followed behind shortly after Mandalay after fixing the shirt for Mina and Yui. Arriving at the open area, Aizawa waited on them, before wrapping his scarf around everyone that had failed the exams. You all will spend the next couple of hours with me, studying. You all didn't think you could fail without any consequences. That isn't the case. Everyone will study when the rest are going to have fun. 1. People tried struggling against the scarf, but Aizawa was too much of a pro with that to happen, stuck in place. Only to be pulled away. But Midoriya failed as well. Nami screamed as she was dragged away. He kicked everyone's ass except 13, that is a pass in my book. Aizawa said, pulling them away. 3. You can spend the rest of the night doing what you like, either spent it in the hot spring or out here doing whatever. You can also always go to bed early and wake up fresh tomorrow. Well, I am gonna chill in the spring. I could use a good numb feeling again. Izuku said, locking his fingers behind his head as he walked toward the hot springs. 1. I really don't get that. Why does he want to be numb? Robin asked with Nimari speaking up. Izuku has constant power running, trained of years and years to be running constantly in his mind, scanning the area, going in the water. It gives him a block, only extreme reactions being read. It's like having a break from your mind running 24/7. This does not seem like useful information for most, but it's a goldmine for the small dragonfly with a mic on its tail. 2. It recorded everything and sent it out toward a recording site, which was read by a man in a room who was smiling darkly. Yes, sir, that will be quite effective. We should attack during bath time. No need to stress or try. We can take care of the hostages right away and kill the prince in his weakened form. The man said. 3. His skin was filled with diamond patterns. His eyes are dark as the night. He talked to a computer screen that looked off, but there was a voice on the other side. That is good. Perhaps we can test out our new squad. They are a promising group. Yes, sir, they are all looking promising. The last of their gear should be in now as well. They would be ready to kill tomorrow. The man gave a sick laugh. 1. He opened something showing detailed notes of Izuku and his family. With that, sir, we should have enough to take down the royal families for good. you can finally take your place not only as the leader of the criminal underworld but also as leader of the entire world. Again the same 6 laughs were heard from the man. Yes, after plotting for years, I will finally get where I want to be. 1. It now showed the man. Wearing a dark suit, his face fully mangled up, hooked up to multiple machines. He sat in a room completely without light. What a world it would be under my rule, just the better that I can use that idiot African king's army. Revenge is such a useful motivator. He laughed deeply. His plan started years before it, but it started rolling only a few weeks ago. 1. When Izuku entered Ua, it was the perfect chance to kill him. He did the most dangerous job, so one way, he would just die, but that damn prince was strong, stronger than foolish thugs, so he had to rethink it, which during the fight against the royals of Africa showed up. He first wanted to attack the entire area, but after seeing the number of big names showing up that would just be more trouble than it would be worth. 1. But when the Izuku killed the other prince, doors opened for the evil man. He was able to contact the fanatics to join his cause. He would kill them before the end, of course, but in a fight pawns were always nice to have. It will be all for me. All the world, for me, one god. All for one madly started laughing. 3. While his boss was laughing, the diamond-patterned man looked over a different file. It was the file of all the soldiers that would be sent in to kill the prince at the moment. First up, was the strongest person in the group. In size, this man was similar to All Might, with a quirk that allowed him to increase his own strength by growing more muscle fibers. The name on the top read Muscular. AFO was able to recruit him with the promise of fighting and doing whatever he wanted. 1. The second was a kid, or well, he looked like one, fully decked out in a school uniform, with 2 tanks on his back and a gas mask, recruited by one of their recruiters out and about. That was Mustard, like the gas, a quirk allowing him to emit gas from his body that if inhaled not only puts people to sleep but is also slightly toxic. 2. Third, the leader of the group, and man fully covered in burns, was smoking a big cigar. His build was average, known only for his nickname, Pyro, not very unique for a flame user, but his quirk sure was. Whenever he caught fire, his strength would increase to 4 times his normal strength, along with fire control, making him a real threat. 3. Next was the only woman in the group. Named Himiko Toga. While she had no confirmed kills on her name, the police did suspect her in at least 24 murder cases, a quirk allowing transformation when the other's blood was consumed. Her skill, however, was based on infiltration and assassination. AFO planned on using her to eliminate the current king and queens when they have the princes in his blood. 3. There were more. A man in a mask, named Compress, with a quirk that allowed the user to store anything he touches in balls, even allowing him to remove heads or limbs without much trouble. Most crimes he did were robberies, but he did have a couple of murders under his belt as well. 1. Then there was Twice, a man with a very dangerous quirk. AFO almost took it for himself, but opted against it, allowing the user to create a perfect close of the user if measurements were known. Again allowing perfect infiltration, but not only that, Twice used it to copy himself, and that copy to again copy himself, allowing for an endless supply of himself. 1. Then a duo, Magna and Spinner, both best friends, both judged simply on how they looked. Magna, a woman trapped in the body of a man, and Spinner, looking like a lizard, both judged for it, both wanting to live without problems. Mange's quirk allowed her to magnetize people and objects, while Spinner was a lizard, allowing him to climb up walls. 1. Looking over all of them, it would work out fully. They would infiltrate the camp when he was in bath, take control of everyone, then kill him and allow their master to take his place on top of the world. Nobody could stand in his way, not All Might, and not the prince. The world would bow to him as it should, and it will tomorrow, as the diamond-patterned man looked back at the insect surveillance crew that looked over the camp. Tomorrow it will start. It was the next day and training was coming to a close. Everyone had spent hours working on themselves and even them together, as was happening right now. Working together on how to perfect their teamwork, friends working together, of course, already knowing each other moves and perfecting their timing. 2. But some still worked together even if they didn't know their timing. Izuku tried teaming up with most and working as a support player most of the time, allowing the other to be the main force as Izuku either helped them or protected them. For some, Izuku knew how well they would work together with Kirishima or Ida. Some like Kamakuri and Kendo were expected to be good in working together, but then what surprises Izuku a lot was his skill in working together with Bakugo. 2. Both had incredible battle instincts, but Bakugo now not just focused on fighting but also on working together now. It was a real challenge against Tiger. Sure, they still got their beat in hand to hand, but they hit Tiger a couple of times, which was seen as a great win in everyone's book, which got them a half-an-hour break that both didn't use as they wanted to get stronger, not rest, which made Tiger smile only to fight harder against the two of them. 2. But with Izuku and Bakugo fighting Tiger, both started to learn how Tiger moved, which made it easier for both. Now instead of like 1 in 100 hits, it went to 1 in 50 and 1 in 25. The others were seated next to each other looking at him. The girls took this break as an opportunity to talk with Nimari, Eri being looked after by Aizawa. 4. So what do you ladies want to talk about? In front of Nimari stood all the girls except Tsuyu, Kendo, Reiko, and Komori. Miss Kayama, we don't want to wait for our dates, is there a way we can speed that up? Setsuna asked, wanting to be with Izuku. His sweaty shirts clinging onto his chest. His heavy breathing turned her core temperature several degrees higher. 3. Many of the girls agreed, with each having their reasons for it. Nimari placed her finger under her chin to think. I do have something, but it might be a bit much. I am okay with it. Yui said with Mina, Pony, and Setsuna nodding. Mina, we are already dating him. Ochako laughed as Mina pouted. 1. But what is it? Abara asked with Nimari giving a smile. If you all trade in some favors with the guys, you might be able to join Izuku in the hot springs, which should more than convince him. Some started blushing strongly like Abara and Momo, while others started licking their lips at the thought of naked Izuku. 5. As that are really something we should allow him to see our form before marriage. Abara said with Nimari smiling, oh, he has seen my form plenty. Abara blushed. Is there a different way around it? Momo asked, wanting to date Izuku but rather shy about showing her form to Izuku just like that. 2. Well, you can always wait until your time for the date, but that might take a little with all the upcoming things. I say we just do it, why wait? Nami said, shrugging. She didn't want to go naked for a guy to date him, but this felt different. But ladies, it's not that you are selling him with your body, he is too smart to fall for that. It's to show him that you like him. 4. Can't we just say that we like him? Nimari shrugged before clapping her hands. Break is over, back to work, children. This got everyone to start moving and finish their last part of training for the day, each girl getting close to the group of guys and trying to make a deal with them, to give the bath to them for the day. 4. It cost them a day worth of making food as well as having cleaning duty for a couple of days, but in the end, it would be worth it. Izuku was now training with Shinso, who smirked as Reiko, who he recently had started dating, told him to stay clear out of the bath for a little bit as the other ladies had something planned. With the final moments of training nearing its end, Nimari tried to convince the wild Pussycat of joining them in the bath. But they didn't go for the idea. They were still far too shy about him being a prince. But then, with training completed, Izuku decided to play a little with Eri and Kota before dinner. They wanted to play tag, which Izuku was more than happy to do. Just running around with the two little kids was always fun. 4. And as he was doing that, the girls spent their time cooking, having to keep their end of the deal, but thankfully they all were able to at least halfway cook. Again, they were eating curry, with potato, rice, carrot, and much more. Instead of meat, they had tofu. Each one had their task to make sure it would work out perfectly. Robin looked after every single pan with the use of her quirk, while others cut off the food and washed it. 5. But unbeknownst to everyone else, deep within the forest, a large number of bugs were looking for the perfect location to start their ambush, with them finding a cave within a small hillside mounting, perfect location to start their attack. But they had to wait to teleport over, for now sitting back at their base getting their gear in order. 2. Can we not just fucking go? I want to kill that fucking bastard. Muscular yelled out in frustration as he sat and waited, his eye scarred and removed from his picture. Just wait for it, big oaf, Hyro barked out as he stood smoking in the middle looking over a file of the wild Pussycats. Spinner, Magna, you two kill the blondie and redhead, they're weak shits. Then Compress, you get green hair for the boss, I will kill Tiger, Mustard, you are on the kids and that slut Midnight, rest just kill everyone else. And leave that weakling of a prince to me ha. Muscular laughed, his face turning going from normal to shown on a camera as the two others looked at them, the man with the diamond pattern on his skin as well as AFO. 2. Let's hope our little group succeeds here. Yes, master, it will work out fine. We have accounted for everything, even if All Might would show up, they could not win. AFO nodded. Kurogiri, prepare for teleportation, two eyes lit off from the depth of a shadow. Right away, master. Before they disappeared within darkness. Let tonight's entertainment begin. 1. Izuku made his way back toward the hot spring, whistling a happy tune as he patted his stomach filled with tasty food. For once not being the first toward the hot springs as nearly all the ladies went before him. He shook his head, removing the thought of peeping, knowing his sensei had rubbed more than just his combat style onto him, but also his perverted behavior. 3. Opening the door to the hot spring, he was so deeply in his mind he didn't notice the slippers already on the ground. Walking forward fully naked with a towel on his shoulder. Proud and loud as he saw all the women standing in front of him. Each one seeing him fully naked while they were on their stages of nudity. Mina, Setsuna much like him proud in the open. Robin and Nimari not hiding nor flaunting their nakedness. Those like Nami and Kami that sat in the water. Not hiding but not openly showing it. And those like Momo and Kyoka who were fully hiding it or at least trying, with both using their arms to cover up, Momo failing with her large breast and Kyoka as well with her firm behind. And then there was Abara, who wore a towel and covered it with vines to cover herself. 14. But each of them, looking right at Izuku's rapidly hardening member. Wah, he screamed before pulling how towel in front of himself to cover up. Sasori, I did not notice I walked into the female area. He said with closed eyes before turning around and trying to walk away only to be stopped by Abara's vines closing that area off. Eats, not a mistake, she stuttered out, her face red as could be with Robin nodding. Indeed, we were all just rather tired of waiting and decided to would be our best course of action. 4. Izuku asked unsure as his brain wasn't getting the required amount of blood to function properly. 2. To show that we like you. Kyoka shot out before smacking her hand on her mouth. Well, Izuku, do you accept their feelings? It's not like they would go nude for just any man. Izuku swallowed before opening his eyes, sort of expecting a scream for him to close his eyes or them still hiding, but it was the opposite. Each girl had started to relax, Momo and Kyoka not hiding anymore, Nami now her breast slightly above the water, and most hidden, Abara now sitting much like Nimari and Robin. Common Izuku, give them an answer, do you like them or not? Mina said, hugging Izuku, making him stand up again. 1, 2 do like you all, so I guess so. The girls screamed in excitement as the more energetic women jumped on him. Yui, Pony, and Toru on him right away wanting a kiss, but they were stopped by Nimari. Girls, I fully understand the want to kiss him, but it's a big thing to go through, so let's take it slow, the first kiss must be magical. Others nodded to this, making the three ladies stop. Now Izuku hopes in, the water is very nice. Izuku nodded and walked toward the water with the three ladies still following him closely. 1. Getting in the water, each of the girls joined him. Now just need to talk with Kiana, as we passed that silly number 5. Mina laughed and nodded as Izuku all of a sudden just sank. Ah, what the hell? Pony screamed in fear as she and Abara, who used her vines, grabbed Izuku and pulled him up. I am good, just slipped is all. He coughed as the girls placed his down as if he was made of glass. 1. They all stayed in the bath and hugged closer to Izuku, but Robin spoke. We should head out, girls, some of you have lessons and I believed we promised to do the cleaning. The girls nodded. You stay in, honey, you have earned it. Each woman got out of the water so slowly it made Izuku lick his lips. It didn't help that some of the ladies gave him a show when they were drying off. But as each left, Izuku was left alone in the water. 2. In the water, his senses dulled more than before as he needed to relax. Only shortly using the Ishi no Mi, stone fruit. To higher the seating, so he couldn't drown, but allowing him to lay back and his senses to nearly shut off. Only running for the well-being of Eri, but even then only an amount of fear would alert him. A small dragonfly saw this and back at the base, Kurogiri created a portal. "It's showtime," Pyro said as he looked his crew over once more and walked in the portal, stepping out of a dark cave and going toward the light. 3. Now the group stood on a hill, the camp easily visible as was the hot springs only slightly away from the camp. "Let's hold up here for a minute, let the water really tire him out, and then rush in." Everyone nodded as Pyro smirked, his finger igniting. "Their flesh shall burn brightly tonight, hopefully, they burn brighter than most heroes. Let's kill them now, I am getting tired of waiting." "Yes, but let's be smart, they are still heroes. You go in the road toward him, attack him on our cue, understood fucker?" Pyro ordered toward Muscular, who just scuffed. "I don't give a fuck, I just want to kill him." Then Toga, "You go and get Eraserhead, don't try and kill him yet." Toga pouted but nodded as she pulled out a sharp knife. "Mustard, you're on the rest of the kids, kill them or not, they don't matter, the rest with me." 2. The group nodded as they went out, none of the heroes knowing what was going to happen. Muscular moved the fastest, too eager to fight Izuku, but just before he was able to reach the road, AFO shot him a warning. "Don't just yet, Muscular, won't the pain and fear be far more enjoyable when you kill his loved ones in front of him?" This made the muscular man smile darkly before stopping and waiting. 3. Why, master, he should be strong enough, right? AFO didn't respond back, and just waited for the show to begin, which started quickly. "It seems that the princess and that slut Midnight aren't with the others," Spinner said with the others nodding. Pyro spoke into his earpiece, "Toga, after getting Eraser, go get the princess and Midnight as well." Toga didn't respond as she stalked through the woods and saw Aizawa walking with a stack of papers under his arm. She lifted her own knife and shot out the trees right for Aizawa. 3. Now let's get this done, Pyro said as his arms turned aflame, jumping out with a lot of speed. First attack was on Tiger, the flaming fist hitting the hero in the neck, giving him a burn and slamming him into the ground as the other villains appeared out of the woods as well. They attacked the strong ones first. 3. Twice had used his quirk to create a second Pyro that rushed for Vlad King, a flaming punch aimed right at Vlad's throat, who was just able to put his forearm in front of the punch. It still hurt like hell. Twice himself jumped for a group of the students, his weapon being a measuring tape made from blades. Whipping it right for them, Hiroshima blocking the attack with his forearm. It just scratches his hard skin. 3. What the hell are villains doing here? Sato screamed out as everyone began to move to fight. Now, Pyro screamed with that instant a thick pink mist taking over the area. Everyone assumed it was Midnight coming to the rescue, but instead, they started feeling sick and faint, not sleepy. What is going on? Momo said as she made a gas mask, but was quickly kicked to the ground because Compress slammed a cane in her back. 2. Refrain from quirk use, young lady, he said as he struck down again on Momo's back, making her scream in pain, which caused more gas to enter her mouth and caused her to feel the effects of Mustard's gas even more. Yao Momo, Sato screamed seeing one of his classmates beaten down, but as he ran forward, he nearly fell again due to the effect of Mustard's quirk, which gave Pyro the opening to kick him in the head, dropping him to the floor and going for the next one. 1. The villains, due to surprise and speed, were taking the upper hand within the fight. The main force was fighting against a small group of heroes and students, and they were winning. But they knew that they couldn't keep this up with everyone, so they had to move quickly. They had to win this fight before others could join in. 2. The students there were having so many problems now. Only a few were real fighters, but even then, the gas was a real problem. Hiroshima, Kamikiri, and Ojiro tried moving toward Mustard to knock him out and help everyone else, but each time they tried, they were stopped. Magna hits them with a large magnet, or spinner who attacks with multiple blades put together. 2. It was incredible teamwork for the villains. But right as Kamikiri grew two large blades to block an attack from Spinner, Bakugo flew in and hit an explosion right across his face, making Spinner drop his weapon and Manga scream out for him. Right then, like a rocket, Tetsu flew out and slammed his fist into Magna's face, making her drop the large magnet weapon and fly backward. What is going ahhhhhhhh? Mustard screamed. His body slowly became covered in ice from Todoroki. We heard Sato scream and noticed the smoke. He said as Kendo stood next to him, only for out of the darkness Dark Shadow shooting forward and slamming into the frozen mustard. Dark Shadow however quickly grew smaller again as both pyros started to burn their chest as well, bringing more light forth which weakened Dark Shadow. 1. The real pyro jumped forward and punched Dark Shadow, or well that was the plan at least, but Todoroki had created an ice barrier to block the attack, and now Pyro was not enjoying this fight. While most the students were already out due to the gas, it was now starting to dissipate. Start Plan B, Plan B. He yelled out, which set a couple of things in motion. It went from a stealth mission to a full-on assault. 1. Kurogiri, send it reinforcements, let's do the Dead Prince's group. Kurogiri nodded as he teleported a group of 20 extra men, each one in a suit and tie with the mark of the African royal family. As each landed they screamed, for Prince Shiki, as they began to attack every hero students. 3. The new force was more than enough to take over the fight and power through the remaining students. It was a brutal sight, but right as they were now fighting, two other things were happening. Toga just walked away from Eraserhead, her knife dripping blood, now this way for the princess and Midnight, and Muscular was now thanks to Plan B able to attack Izuku. So he jumped high. 3. Easily clearing the wall and landing feet first right onto the weakened Izuku's face, slamming his head in the water and breaking the stone below him. Weakling, struggle for air like the pathetic worm you are. Muscular laughed as he stood on the nearly unconscious Izuku. You can't die yet, weak fuck. First we have a show to attend, but before that, let's have some fun. He removed his foot which lifted Izuku up slightly, allowing him to breathe once, only for Muscular to start raining down punches onto Izuku. 3. The punches were hard enough to cause tremors as they landed on Izuku, and Izuku was completely worn out due to the water, unable to protect himself. It didn't take long for Izuku to black out. Multiple bones broke, dozens of bruises all over his face and body. It was then that Muscular grabbed Izuku by the head and threw him in the air. 1. Muscular jumped after him, reaching the still knocked out Izuku, grabbing his leg and throwing him down toward the earth. Izuku landing toward the side of the area, creating a crater in the floor, it deepening as Muscular landed right on him. Ha ha ha, it seems you weaklings need help. Muscular laughed as they still weren't done with the fight. Izuku. Nami screamed, just barely seeing it was Izuku. 1. This caused shock and fear to crawl over every one of the students and heroes. They all kinda saw Izuku as an invincible force, one that could fight even gods and win, yet here they saw him, broken and bloodied on the floor, seemingly near or even dead. Now just get those two filthy scum and our revenge for Prince Shiki is complete. 1. Right then Toga came, holding Nimari by the neck and Eri in Nimari's arms. I got them. She walked closer to Izuku. Let's show them how pathetic he is. Toga spoke with a sick laugh. I like that idea, Toga. Toga walked a little closer before she stood above Izuku. Bleed him dry while he is still alive. Pyro ordered as he pressed his foot down on Shishida's elbow. 4. Toga drops Nimari to the floor. By pushing her, she was too shocked to even more anyways. Toga grabbed a strange item from her hip, a large needle on top of a black can. She stabbed it right into his chest. The others that were still awake screamed in fear, begging her to stop as he was already down. 1. Some tried getting up again, not wanting to let a friend die. Each tried, but each was pushed back down. They were forced to sit down and watch as their friend was being bled out, but right then Toga jumped out the hole. Now! She yelled, with two knives flying out the woods, hitting the fake Pyro in the neck and compress in the side. Out jumped Aizawa, moving his scarf around to free as many as he could. 2. Eri also moved as she ripped her necklace off and threw it away as far as she could with tears in her eyes as she saw her papa on the floor, but he jumped up, still injured but awaken up. The next moments happened fast. Eri screamed for her papa, each one in awe of what was happening. Then a flash of yellow light appeared and on top of Eri's necklace now stood the entire red-haired platoon. It took a millisecond to see what was going on and only an extra millisecond for their rage to boil over. 3. What the hell is going on here? Shanks angrily asked with nobody answering right away, but then, Toga spoke. This is an originated attack from a villain known as All for One, focused on killing the prince. I have been undercover trying to join said group for over a year now for this moment, sir. Shanks didn't say anything more. Kill all that, fight back. Stop. Izuku screamed, extremely pissed. Save my friends, but don't kill any of them. 1. Izuku wiped away some blood from his nose. I will do that. He brought his hand to his stomach, drawing the kanji for 10 on his belly, the villains only having seen something similar once, while this was the second time for everyone else except for Shanks, who had seen this once before, and he knew what was happening. 2. A black sustain started to seep out his stomach and cover his body. Men, free them now, Shanks said as the red hair platoon and Toga started using Soru shave to zoom past everyone and grab them to bring them to safety. Ha, if you think I will stand here and let you go, you're dumber than I thought. Muscular jumped, fist pulled back and going right for Eri and Nemuri. 1. Before Muscular was able to reach half, he was stopped. It felt as if he was pushing against a wall made from the entire earth. But it was Izuku, his face blank and skin white with some black markings. What the fuck is that? Spinner said, dropping his sword in fear. 2. Ha, that was Ju. Ah. Before Muscular was able to say more, Izuku smacked his arm away with so much force, it ripped it clean off. Muscular dropped to his knees as his anger and pain grew. I will kill those by. Izuku punched Muscular's head clean off. It turned into a red mist, making those who saw it scream. 6. Don't you dare speak about my family. Beg for mercy and you might be spared. Izuku didn't sound like Izuku. His voice was deep and dark, as if a monster from hell crawled up and took control. Spinner and Magna dropped right away, not wanting to die. Compressed stood completely frozen in fear. Let's run, let's kill them. Twice said with his body turning to run. Fleeing wasn't an option I gave. A black ball materialized out of thin air only for the ball to turn into a black rod, and it flew right through Twice's legs. Beg or die. We need everyone out of here. Now, Shanks told his group, who nodded and began to escort all the students and heroes out of the way as Izuku stood between them and the villains, and Shanks was worried how it would end. 2. Shanks knew Izuku would win. There was very little that could even scratch him now, but where the real pain from using this form came from, was that his stamina would drain the second he would let the form go, and all injuries weren't healed. The move was a last resort, to be used in dire situations. What Izuku was now doing was his super move, using all the beast powers and merging them into one singular monster. The 10 tails, its force, its special ability, those black balls, named Truthseeker Orbs, a ball filled with hockey and the elements the 9 beasts used. In Shanks' knowledge, unbreakable. 2. We have to go back and help, Aizawa said with Shanks shaking his head. If we go back now we would be a hindrance for him. We will get you all toward a safer location, and then Beckman and I will head toward the prince. We just have to get you all toward safety first. Beckman nodded as they against their will moved away from the fight. Most wanted to head back and help, but Shanks knew that in that form, he might do more than attack the enemy. 1. Will he get in trouble for killing that villain? Nami asked worriedly for Izuku's safety. Shanks shook his head as Lucky Roo spoke. These villains all attacked royalty, which means the lethal force is allowed, and they have done multiple counts of that, putting at least 5 royals in danger. Yeah, okay, but who is she? She was with them but is helping us. Tokiyami said with Shanks nodding. She was sent undercover into an underground villain organization that was suspected to be behind the USJ incident. 2. Back with Izuku. Beg or die, Izuku said as he pierced Twice in the legs with the Truth-Seeker Orbs. The group that was with the League of Villains was confused. One of their members was just killed, his headless body still on the floor, as 2 others already gave in, and one couldn't run with one final being gone with the heroes. But those that lived under Shike didn't care. They grabbed their weapons. For our prince, Shike. They screamed as they dashed forward to kill Izuku, but the Truthseeker Orbs around Izuku went to his hand and changed into a staff. 3. With a single swing, the staff threw the large group away. Each surviving thanks to their skills in hockey. But as their backs were thrown against the trees from the force they got hurt, that and the force they felt on their arms, even a blocked punch was painful. Fighting back wasn't an option either. Beg or die, Izuku said with a glare. 1. Fuck you and your rules, asshole. I am gonna burn you alive. Pyro wanted to dash forward, but a purple portal opened up. Leave with me now and survive. The portal started taking the others like Twice and compress, ignoring those that already gave up. I can't, he has to pay. Fine, I shall give you 2 Nomu and this. A tube came out the portal. From our new friends, a quirk enhancer. 1. Pyro took the tube and smirked. Yes, this way I can rip his smug head off. AFO didn't believe Pyro would win, but this would be a great way to gain some extra info on Midoriya. 2 Nomu walked out the portal, their skin a dark blue, both beasts standing well over 3 meters each. Enjoy, AFO said as the portal closed, leaving the field empty except a few. 2. Izuku just finished the last one of the old African regime, each broken and beaten, some missing limbs. Magna and Spinner still laying on the floor begging to live, and then Pyro and the 2 Nomu. Pyro looked at the injector and stuck it right in his neck. Nothing happened for a second before Pyro felt it. Burning lava entered his body, a scream of pure pain left his lips as he fell to his knees. Pyro started throwing up blood. 1. Both Nomu stood still before AFO gave them an order. Kill Izuku Midoriya. Both Nomu roared as they shot forward to Izuku. Their hands pulled back as they punched Izuku, who lifted his staff to block the attack, the wind pressure of the punch rocking the trees back slightly but not affecting Izuku. He pushed his hand back, both Nomu flying back toward Pyro. Pyro lay on the floor, blood over the ground, dead from the injection. Back with AFO, he was laughing loudly. It seems our new product works perfectly. Activate Subject 001 Doctors. Pyro started shaking strongly before his skin turned dark. He stood up, his eyes turned white as his chin had blood over it. Kill, kill, kill. Pyro spoke over and over as the same mental message was given, kill you. Pyro's entire body became engulfed in flames as he shot toward Izuku. The punch landed on the staff, but flames were shot out against Izuku and the trees behind him. 2. Izuku thrusted the staff forward to kick Pyro back before spinning it above his head and slamming it down in front in a strike as one of the 2 other Nomu tried attacking Izuku. The force was as if a meteor struck the Nomu's skull, the force causing its head to explode into mist as the staff shot down, crushing the Nomu like a can, it folding in on itself. The wind force of the strike was enough to extinguish the flames. 2. Izuku dashed forward, his first real movement, swinging his staff left to right, aiming to hit the Nomu hard enough to get him away from everything. But both it and Pyro grabbed the staff, all the bones in the arms shattering. Izuku wanted to strike again, but the 3rd Nomu had regenerated, and was now on Izuku's back, biting in his neck, drawing some blood. 2. Izuku grabbed the Nomu by the head and tore him off, throwing him into the ground. Regenerative abilities. Izuku spoke, still a dark voice. Izuku closed his eyes as his staff started burning. Instantly blue flames covered the rod. Burned to ash. Izuku thrust the staff inside the chest of the Nomu with the blue flames covering the Nomu, but they quickly turned black, the Nomu rolling around, as its flesh slowly burned away, not even its regeneration being able to stop it. 3. Much to Izuku's surprise, the other 2 acted if they got hurt themselves. Before they stopped moving and grew, the Nomu grew to 4 meters as Pyro turned to double his size and the flames grew bigger. The Nomu that was in black flames, however, started shrinking before it was nothing but a skeleton, black flames still burning the skeleton. 1. Izuku thought about it and came to a conclusion. All 3 were linked in one way or another. When one died, the others grew stronger, which could have become a problem. The Nomu jumped at Izuku, even faster than before, hitting him in the shoulder, flying through the sky, and hitting a dozen trees, breaking in half as his body landed roughly. 3. Pyro jumped in the air, flames going around his hands. Kill. Pyro screamed as he threw the ball of flames at Izuku, the trees burning as Izuku's body was covered in flames. The other Nomu jumped down and started to throw punch after punch on Izuku, who could just cover for the moment. The Truthseeker orb flew up before slamming down on the Nomu. A sick crack was heard as the orb slammed right onto its spine and cracked it. 1. The Nomu collapsed in on himself as his spine couldn't hold him up anymore, which got Izuku to land a double upward kick, removing the head of the Nomu and making its large body fall on its back. Izuku jumped off the ground, throwing the Truthseeker orbs inside of the Nomu's body, sticking it in the ground. Going toward the final fight. Pyro. 2. And right as the other Nomu was pinned to the ground, Shanks and Beckman stepped out. Both weapons are drawn, Beckman with his gun as a bat and Shanks with his sword. Prince, are you okay? Izuku looked back with clear strain on his face, sweat and tiredness on his face. It's hard to hold on, but one more. Shanks and Beckman nodded. 1. Pyro went for a punch. This time Beckman tried blocking it, the force not hitting Izuku but it pushed Beckman a couple of meters. He hits hard. Cap. Shanks nodded as he jumped, his sword covered with haki as he slashed Pyro in the chest, just barely dodging a punch of Pyro. Prince, I will work on defense, just work with Shanks on offense. No, I can make them better, just work with Shanks on dealing as much damage to it. 2. Beckman nodded as Izuku moved forward, he started blocking all the attacks he could. Pyro tried sending out a fire attack, Izuku using his hands to part the fire with wind pressure. As Shanks and Beckman used attack after attack coated with haki and their full force behind. With each strike, Pyro was feeling. 1. Pyro grew once more as the last Nomu turned to a skeleton as well. Pyro was a real pain now, each punch throwing Izuku back, but it was slowly working out. The haki wounds stayed open. Pyro one arm is broken, as his chest and legs were cut open. Give me an opening, I will get rid of him once and for all. 1. Shanks and Beckman nodded, both slamming their weapons against the final arm opening the Nomu's chest. Izuku pulled his hand back, it is covered by Truthseeker orbs, into one giant spike. Izuku punched forward hitting Pyro in the chest, but as the spike entered his skin, it shot out to the sides, piercing all parts of Pyro, killing him. 2. But that was it for Izuku. His tired body fell to the ground as it turned back to normal. The second he landed on the ground, his wounds started bleeding again. Shanks and Beckman quickly moved to his side and opened their first aid kits and starting to tend to Izuku who was fully knocked out. Doc, get here now. Out the woods shot out the one trained with the most medical training. 1. They worked on Izuku as quickly as they could. Doc was pretty sure that Izuku would make it, but the one thing he was worried about was lasting injuries. Izuku had multiple real injuries on his hands. Much like the Doc, out the woods came the heroes, and the first couple ones that were running out were Izuku's girlfriends, together with Eri, all tearing up at Izuku. Thankfully Shanks and Beckman stopped them from getting too close. 1. I am sorry everyone, but let the Doc work. I promise you he won't die today, Shanks said, mainly focused on Eri when he said the last part. Eri with tears in her eyes nodded. Yeah, she sniffed. Papa is super strong, and Papa said he would never leave me. Ochako nodded as well as she hugged Eri. Yeah, he will be fine Eri. Much like she was trying to console Eri, she was doing the same for herself. The other heroes walked to the area as well. 3. Mandalay asked first, is he gonna be okay? She got a nod as an answer, as Aizawa walked up. I got into contact with Nezu through the satellite phone, medical personnel and police are on their way. Everyone nodded as some sank. The nerves finally done, we should make sure these ones don't die, they might give us some answers. Aizawa arrested Magna and Spinner, while everyone started helping the others, to keep them alive so they could spend the rest of their lives in jail. As the Doc of the Red Hair group was looking over Izuku and trying to close as many wounds as he could in order to keep Izuku alive, many of the other group members were doing the same to the criminals. Many of the African members had a similar rank that they had, being the main protectors of the royal family. And seeing what they did made them sick. As for the others, the students standing around watching their friend fight for his life. It made them sick, but there was one thing that Shanks knew needed to be done. 1. Excuse me, Mandalay correct. Mandalay nodded her head. I need a secure and private location, with a slight silence Shanks spoke again as he looked at Magna and Spinner. Questioning. Mandalay swallowed deeply before pointing at a small cabin a little away, normally used to store extra supplies but it was empty now that they were used for the students. Shanks nodded as he grabbed both Magna and Spinner and he dragged the two over toward the cabin. Bakugo and Todoroki was planning on following but were stopped by Beckman. You don't know what will happen. 1. Both glared up at the man with Bakugo speaking up. Of course, I fucking do. He is about to torture those two fuckers and I want to get some answers. This sort of surprised Beckman as last time Bakugo didn't act like that. We understand what will happen, but you don't understand what really just happened. We just walked away as our friend and classmate fought for his life. We need to help in some way, and I know the human body's limitations. Shoto said calmly before Aizawa wrapped both of them up in his scarf and pulled them down to the ground. You two sit down and shut up, you won't do anything except wait. 2. With that, they were now all waiting for the heroes to show up and they were on their way, but as that was happening Shanks was now standing in the small storage cabin with both Magna and Spinner tied up in front of him. Both of you will tell me everything you know about your leader. Or else, Shanks was pissed and he was going to get all the answers he wanted no matter the cost. But both Magna and Spinner didn't know a lot, they were just pawns in his game. 1. All we know is his name and his goal. Let's start with those then. Shanks said as he stepped back giving them a little space to relax the area a bit. After Stain was said to be working with the group that attacked Hosu, we wanted to join that group, fighting for a world we could be accepted in. Sounded nice. Magna started. Then thanks to an underground recruiter we were able to join a group called the League of Villains. Shanks knew this, it was the reason he put Toga in that group. His name is All for One, under him is a weird-looking doctor as well as Shigaraki. 2. Shanks knew all this information already and it was starting to piss him off. His goal was to take the place of the royal family, kill them and become them, that is all we know. What is his quirk? Which one? This caught Shanks off guard. What? His quirk allows him to steal and gift quirks, it was the main reason we joined him, we either lost our quirks or could gain one in the end. I see, well start remembering all the quirks you remember him using. Shanks said starting to note down all the quirks in hopes of finding something useful. 1. But as Shanks was busy getting answers from Magna and Spinner, the other heroes showed. Nezu and Recovery Girl were the first ones to show up with All Might, who had 3 large bags completely filled with medical items. Something Recovery Girl was instantly starting to use on Izuku, working hand in hand with the doc of the Red Hair group. Recovery Girl wasn't able to use her own quirk Izuku, he had no stamina left, so Recovery Girl had to rely on her own medical skill, which was still more than enough skill. 1. Nezu walked up to the students and remaining heroes that stayed passive as the Red Hair group was cuffing and tying down the leftover villains. I understand that today had been very traumatic for you all, seeing your friend, classmate, and even leader, so close to death, but could you all please explain to me what happened here? All Might stood behind him hoping to give the students a sense of extra safety that they most likely had been missing. Ida took a deep breath as he started to explain what had happened in his eyes, knowing he didn't has all the facts. Shortly into the story, the police and medical service had shown up. The medics had brought a helicopter where they instantly put Izuku in, but as they were gonna fly away, Eri ran toward them crying her eyes out, it being too much for her to handle and the dam just having broken as she saw him being put into the helicopter. Nimari held her back. Before crouching down, she herself, much like all the other women, had tears in her eyes as she loved one was near death. 3. Eri, I know you want to cry, but remember, Papa is super strong, and he said he would never leave you, right? Eri nodded, tears still running down her face. So for Papa, be a strong girl just a little longer, and help your mamas here, okay? Eri wiped her tears away before putting on a brave face. Yes, I gotta be strong like Papa. Nimari nodded as she hugged her daughter. The hug was quickly growing as Ochako and Mina joined in before all the other girls joined as well. Is there some way we can help? Kirishima asked with Tetsu standing nearby nodding his head wanting to be of help as well. 1. Beckman spoke up. The only thing right now is to create a safe location for the princess, they might still be watching us. It wasn't a pleasant thought, but it was one they had to think of. Kirishima nodded, putting on a brave face and flexing his arms. Let us look for it, we are 20 strong counting just the guys, let us look. All the guys quickly joined in wanting to be of help in any way they could, even Bakugo was willing to put in some work. Nezu nodded as he himself went ahead and searched himself. 1. He was the first one to find what they were looking for, using his great mind to think of the best possible spy technique that he would use with resources which made him stumble onto the bug. They have been monitoring us through the use of quirk bugs, they are extremely hard to recognize, so get rid of all bugs. With this shared, a lot of bugs flew off, all fake ones created by quirks, which made for an easy target as Bakugo and Todoroki used their quirks to just dust the robot bugs. 1. But even if they removed a large group of them, they couldn't be sure of anything, so the guys still did a sweep of the area to be sure. Even Kota went to help, Mandalay not letting him near the edge of the woods or even close to the edge, but he still helped and found one near the campfire, With a single water blast the robot broke and crashed, which caused at least 3 others in the nearby area to malfunction and break as well. It was a great help that made Mandalay extremely proud. 1. With that hunt on their way, Shanks walked out dragging Magna and Spinner, who both had some new growing bruises on their bodies. He threw them on the pile of arrest villains as if they were trash before joining Beckman. We need to get the princess toward a safer location. Minato, you're up. Mufasa Mansion. I am not leaving here without my other students. Nimari said. Students join Miss Midnight right now. It's best if you all head toward a safe location while we clean this mess up. Koda. Eri sniffed, with Mandalay, Ragdoll, and Pixie Bob joining the group as they head out with Koda. 1. In a flash they all went from the dark woods, toward the garden where Izuku used to live and where the girls so far had their first date. The bright flash scared Mitsuki, who was still living inside the house, so shortly after they all came back for the strangeness that was instant teleportation, Mitsuka jumped out the house, with Naginata in hand, wearing pink sleepwear that had MILF written on the breast. But as she noticed her son, Mina, Ochako, and Nimari, she let her guard down. Mom, what the foo, DGE are you doing here? Bakugo asked in pure confusion. 3. But Mitsuki noticed all the scuff marks and such and noticed someone was missing. Where is Izuku? She asked afraid. Eri started to sniffle before Shanks spoke up. Miss Bakugo, could we please move this inside? Mitsuki snapped out of it and stepped aside. As Shanks walked by he grabbed the weapon. You really should watch out for what you grab. This weapon is not something to use lightly. She swallowed before giving him a shy smile as they walked inside where Mitsuki was giving a rundown of what had occurred only moments before. 3. But as the heroes went over what just had happened, so did the villains. AFO sat in his self-made throne, as he spoke to the doctor. Start to acquire more of Subject 001. It was a resounding success in strength and in its orders, but we need more potency. Its showing was rather underwhelming. Yes, sir. What should we do with this? The doctor said as he looked over Muscular's dead body. Well, let's give that one to our latest toy. Perhaps he could construct something useful out of his body. His new design could use an overhaul. 3. Nezu. We really need to do an overhaul on our current security system. Twice now it has failed and caused harm to the prince. Agreed Toshi. It's not only a bad reputation that a student has been attacked twice, but the prince, it's a total PR nightmare. I am thinking we should take a small break from studies and upgrade our systems fully. Perhaps you could call out to David and Island for some support. I will right away. He always talked about wanting to help Ua. This will fit in perfectly. Nezu nodded as walked over to talk with Tiger, to get a better grasp on how this happened in order to prevent it later. 4. Back with the class, Shanks was now making a very horrible call. He was calling Rayleigh. Sir, I have bad news. The prince has been attacked, and sadly is in critical condition right now. What? Rayleigh asked with Shanks picking up the panic and anger on the other side of the phone. The League attacked once again, goddammit. Rayleigh was pissed. He felt horrible. I know, sir, but hear me out. Could you please request the king and queen to either pull the prince out of this school or to help with training? This has happened too often. 1. Rayleigh had a breath and took a moment to think about it. We won't pull the prince out of the school, but I will come by and help train them in hockey. Kakashi and Izuku will come as well and help with quirks and combat. They need to be more prepared for this. Perhaps Vegapunk could also lend a hand with some security upgrades. Shanks felt relieved at this. Yes, sir. I shall look over the princesses right now and until the prince is back on his feet. Rayleigh nodded happily to know Eri would be looked over by someone like Shanks. The helicopter rushed its way toward the hospital. One of the pilots radioed back toward the hospital as soon as they lifted off the ground. Home base, we have a VIP with us in need of medical attention. Call the head doctor on duty. We need our best. Aircare 5, what are you talking about? Who is the VIP? The pilot looked back. We are carrying the next king of the entire world, Prince Izuku Midoriya. Sorry, Aircare 5, I believe there was some static. Did you say, Prince Izuku Midoriya? Yeah, home base, so get some help on deck and quick. 2. Back at the hospital, they were on edge. The second the call was given, they had called the head doctor who was sitting at home with his wife. George, what is wrong? I am in bed with my wife. Sorry Theo, but you need to come in now. What is going on? We just got a call. Prince Izuku Midoriya has been injured. On my way. The head doctor hanged up and jumped out of bed. Theo, what are you doing? Saving royalty, I guess. Without getting dressed, still in his sleepwear and slippers, the doctor ran downstairs and hopped in the car before zooming down the street. 3. Once Izuku arrived, still knocked out, recovery girl and the red-haired group's doctor, still working on him. Most of the external injuries were under control, waiting on the helicopter pad with a team, everything on hand, blood tested 3 times, any medication they could ever need and supplies for days, rushing in to help Izuku as well as they could. As they started helping Izuku back with Nezu, he started getting a grasp of what happened fully. Everyone was either arrested or still being taken care of, but one part that was a little concerning to him was that the group had taken their dead ones with him. 3. Now everyone here, I wish to ask you all to not speak about what happened here. I understand some of you may want to share what happened with the prince, but please keep it private for now. What, do you want to protect your representative or something? One of the cops called out with Nezu shaking his head. No, I am ashamed for my failure to protect our ruler and a student, but it has happened, and hiding that will just cause problems overall. What I wish to do, is give Midoriya some time to get better. 3. That the cop was okay with. Then we will leave the rest to you all, Nezu said as he got picked up by All Might. Jumping back toward Ua at high speeds, planning to spend all night looking over any protocol they had, and with each one, he started thinking about every single way to absolutely destroy the protocols. In Nezu's mind, if he couldn't break it, that meant others weren't able to break it as easily, calling Power Loader back in to help him with it. 1. Back at Izuku's house, everyone sat in the living room, and oh boy did it feel weird. SSO, this is where the Prince of the World used to live. Awase asked with Beckman nodding. Yes, but don't worry, it's fine. You all, however, need to rest. It's late and you all have been through a lot. It was very true, and they were all feeling it, the adrenaline starting to run its course. Eri had already fallen asleep in the arms of Nimari, who was right now being watched over by Shanks. Sitting outside the room, his observation hockey turned to the max as all the girls were in the main bedroom sleeping with Eri. 8. Shanks grabbed his phone and called downstairs toward the group's sniper. Yasop, I need you to head toward the hospital and tell me what is the status of the prince. All right, Cap, I will head out right now. I will first do a quick run of the surroundings. Shanks gave the okay to Yasop, who headed out right away. The guys went ahead and slept as well, picking either the ground or the couch. One that didn't sleep yet was Bakugo, as he was in a different room talking with his mother. 3. Mom, what the fuck are you doing here? Mitsuki took a breath. After your father and I split up, I lived with you for a while because of you, but I wanted to live on my own as well, but I was unable to find a place. Inko then offered me to stay here for a bit while I look for my own house. Bakugo nodded. Mom, I need your honesty right now. Are you dating Midoriya? Mitsuki blushed. Ever since he had come by and told her he still had a crush, had been thinking about that. And she liked the idea, being loved again, waking up and being greeted by his sweet face as he smiled at her, her heart once more being loved. No, but I want to. She expected him to yell, cuss, and be mad, but he chuckled. Then ask him, Mom, I know you want to, so ask him as soon as you can, why you're not mad. Bakugo shook his head. While he pisses me off a lot, I know he won't mistreat you and you deserve happiness as well. If he does anything though, I will fucking kill him. Mitsuki hugged her son. Thank you, brat, but that can be done later. Now just sleep, it's been a long day. 7. Quickly everyone was deep asleep, just resting. As night turned to day, they once again woke up in the morning, and each of them was worried to know how it was going with Izuku. So as everyone gathered in the middle of the dorms, Shanks walked in, just hanging up the phone call with Yasop. I know you all want to know what is going on with Midoriya's health. Everyone needed. Tell us, Nimari said with Shanks nodding, knowing he should beat around the bush. 9. My apologies, but at the moment, he is in a coma. Everyone gasped, scared for Izuku. While it sounds really bad, it's because of his low stamina. All his injuries have been closed, and the rough beating he received inside the bath caused him a lot of broken bones, a fractured skull, broken jaw, 7 cracked ribs, and 3 broken ones. Many organs of him are bruised. They assume he also has a concussion. Even with recovery girl's quirk, they won't be able to fully fix him up, even if he had stamina, but right now he has none. 1. Can we give him some or something, like there has to be a quirk that can do that, right? There is one known. She at the moment is working in Africa, so sadly by the time she would be here, the prince would be walking around again. They nodded, not liking it but not being able to help it. When can we see Papa? Eri asked with Shanks not knowing how to answer that. Nimari stepped in. Soon baby, but Papa is sleeping right now, you know how lazy he can be sometimes. Eri gave a sad giggle before nodding. 9. Back at the hospital, the doctors were able to release some breaths as they had worked on Izuku. He wasn't out of the woods yet, but at the moment, they had a doctor sit in the room and monitor his vitals, making sure there were zero problems or complications. But Yasop walked toward them. Oi docs, we need to pump some food in him. I have a feeling it's why he isn't healing or getting even slightly better. Well his jaw is broken so solid food won't work, but we will pump something in him right away. The doctor gave one of the nurses the request and they went ahead and did so right away. 1. It took a full day before Izuku was awake. He wasn't back to his normal self, barely had any strength and he was covered in bandages, sitting up in his bed, his girlfriends and daughter sitting in front of him still crying at the sight. He normally would tell them it's fine, but he was unable to talk. Nezu is still deciding what to do with the school. He is thinking of a small break, so get better, so you can take the girls on their dates. 1. Izuku let out a breath out of his nose and gave a nod. But first, you need rest, you need your stamina back. Robin said with the girls agreeing, but Izuku didn't want to sleep. He felt bad for the girls, so Nimari just used her quirk to make him fall asleep. It took the full day for Izuku to wake up with some energy to spare, which was great as recovery girl kissed him, healing his jaw before he fell asleep again, hoping that the next morning he would be better to heal. 1. Which was the case. He was already told he could leave if he wanted to. He wasn't allowed to walk as his right leg was still broken and his spine was still slightly damaged. But he took the chance to leave, sitting in wheelchair while being pushed by Yasop and having Eri on his lap. Not a real good start to our relationship, huh? Izuku joked looking at the girls of 1A and 1B he had started dating. So Prince, we're two. Burger King, I need some real food. Haha. Yasop laughed at Izuku already acting like his old self again. 3. Shanks already waiting in the parking lot with a large bus. Which fast food you wanna head by first? Izuku chuckled. BK and you know me so well. Everyone was put in the car, and drove right toward food, but as they were getting Izuku to fill his tank with some food, Nezu was now on a FaceTime call with David Shield, some other researchers of Iceland, and a blacked out screen which was the Dr. Vegapunk, the top researcher and a myth in the technical field. Each of his gadgets could be seen as a work of art, and here he was, working together to better protect all the students and the prince. 1. First, that happened was Nezu sharing their current safety protocols, which they then started talking about how to improve, and oh boy did Vegapunk show his skill to them. Near instantly he fully understood the program and quickly turned into a sea of ideas, each one able to be an improvement to the current system. But Vegapunk didn't just want to improve the system, no, he wanted to perfect it completely. Which Iceland wanted to as well. They talked about a lot of options, like relocation, what amount of force would be allowed, detection, and even capture. 1. And while Izuku had to take it easy, the other guys didn't, and they weren't. They were now being trained by Beckman, and compared to Tiger's training, this could be seen as torture and relaxing. Beckman gave them exactly what they could handle and then he kept pushing the line, fighting with Kirishima and Tetsu with what seemed like no regards for their safety, forcing Ida to speed up to dodge attacks that were enough to take down villains. And that was for everyone. They asked for this, and they were not giving up. 1. And much like normal, the world started hearing what had happened, and while before Izuku was the Prince of Asia, he was now the Prince of the entire world. And the info that he was heavily injured spread like a wildfire. And with that, a lot of the heat landed on Ua, who were being blamed for not being able to protect their students, and Nezu wasn't blaming them, he had failed as a principal. But Izuku already went online and stated he didn't blame Nezu, Ua, or the heroes. This was purely the fault of the villains that chose to attack them, which in return caused some high-ranking figures to put a bounty on the villain's head. Izuku pulled himself out of bed. His body was still filled with pain as he was still injured. His tiredness just passed, thus today he would be fully healed by Recovery Girl, but beyond that, he would be one of the teachers, when the students would be trained. The girls in hockey and the guys more in the 6 powers. It was the one thing they all were pushing for, to be able to help their friend and protect him. So even with the knowledge that it would suck and be rather painful, they got ready for the week-long training that would make them stand out from the other heroes. 1. He entered the common room where the rest was already waiting. Midoriya, you really shouldn't be walking, you are still injured. Ida said worried, as a chair was brought to him by Kami. I know, I should be resting, but I am going to be one of your teachers today, and I have rested enough. He tried getting up again to make food but was pushed down and held down by Robin and Nami. You should not be walking around, we aren't the only ones that have been extremely worried for you. 1. This rather confused Izuku. He didn't know who they were talking about as he had talked with nearly everyone that was around. They shook their heads as Ochako got up. You're hungry, right? I will make your breakfast, so what do you want? I don't want. The door was opened and in walked a man, with a very large mustache, braided and nearly reached his hips while it went down. A chef hat, taller than even All Might was, and walking with one wooden leg. The man himself was rather widely built. 2. Your Majesty. Izuku's eyes light up. Chef Zeph. What am I doing here? Haha, your mother sends me here, knowing you're too stubborn to lay down and rest, so, together with Rayleigh, I'm here to help. 1A stood confused about who this was. Their guards were down as Izuku trusted the man. Who is this, Izuku? Mina asked with Zeph bowing. I apologize, Lady Ishido. My name is Zeph. I currently am the royal head chef. Before that, I was known as Red Leg Zeph, right-hand man in the royal guard, right beside Rayleigh. Oh, my, this was the only reaction most were able to get out. 3. Zeph stepped right into the kitchen and started cooking. He made 6 sunny-sides-up eggs, along with 6 deviled eggs, with eggshell powder on top, and 9 pieces of perfectly toasted slices of bread. It was created with speed and perfection, before being placed in front of Izuku. Should I also make something for the ladies? He asked his girlfriends of Izuku who had all eaten already. I see, now I shall get going again. I will come by during lunch and dinner to feed you. Dinner is a set meal for these 2 weeks now. 1. Sir. Why will that be the case? Ida asked confused. It's a special medical recipe, learned from an ancient island called Kamabaka Kingdom. It's known to grant healing power. It was all Zeph told them before he walked out of the dorm and went back home. It was confusing for everyone as this random man walked in, cooked for Izuku, and then walked away again. Now we should get going for training, Izuku said, but he was still not allowed to move from Robin. Just then Momo popped out of a wheelchair, with Kirishima helping him move in the chair. 5. Izuku thankfully was allowed to roll himself down toward the training area, where not only 1A and 1B now were. Not a couple of teachers were waiting, but also a couple of pro heroes that Izuku had already met. Mirko, Ryuko, the Pussycats, Mount Lady, Endeavor, Best Jeanist, and Fatgum, all had also brought some of their sidekicks to better train them to protect everyone. Prince, you have arrived, how are you doing? Mount Lady asked, worried for Izuku, with Recovery Girl standing up from the seat All Might have brought for herself, and Nimari. 1. Let's get you all fixed up, shall we? Izuku nodded. She kissed him on the forehead, his skin glowing green for a second before he went back to normal. He stood up, people holding his arms out in case he fell, but he felt better, his soreness and pain were gone. He cracked his back before giving a big smile. Thank you, Recovery Girl, I feel reborn. But now training right, out stepped Rayleigh with a smirk on his face. Yes, if the prince could be so kind, would you please train the others while I train those in hockey? Izuku nodded, knowing he would go very easy on his ladies, so he walked toward the larger group. It will be painful. What we will do? We are training Iron Body. Which is? Awase asked. It acts like Tetsu's quirk for defense on its base level. Alright, so how do we train it? Just working out. Tetsu asked, seeing as that was how he trained his quirk, with Izuku just showing his hand. In an easy term, I am going to slap the shit out of all of you. Excuse me, what? Endeavor asked with Izuku chuckling before explaining. 2. To train it, you have to condition your skin. The lowest level slaps is its flesh on flesh, which steadily grows. Won't my quirk help? Kendo asked with her large hands, with Izuku shaking his head. It's not size or power, it is only speed. So please, who will be first? Bakugo walked up. Do you worse, princess? He said as he pulled off his shirt. Izuku turned him around toward his back, where Izuku then used a sign to slap Bakugo around 50 times all over his back in a mere second, turning his flesh red. 6. Bakugo bit down on his lips, drawing some blood as he held up a brace face. It caused some giggles along with classmates. It's not as easy as it looks, Bakugo said in a strained face as he allowed the next one to get slapped, which was Awase. I have been slapped before, it's not that bad. But as Izuku unleashed the 50 slaps on his back, he played on the floor yelling in pain. No matter how strong the man, no man conditioned their flesh, apart from those trained in the 6 powers. Izuku explained as he slowly made his way through all the classmates. 1. Then he moved on to the teachers. First up was Aizawa, who was able to take the slaps without a slight sign of pain or irritation. But he was already slightly trained, apparently trained up towards split bamboo sticks. After the teachers were done and all had received their slaps, the pro went. Mirko first, pushing Endeavor out the way, before she got slapped, grabbed Izuku, and looked him over. I am glad you okay, I was worried. She blushed before turning around, just showing her back in her leotard. Do your best. Izuku smacked her. 1. She grunted with a deep breath before getting up and letting the next one get past. Ryuko, who got slapped, had a blush on her face as it felt more like love-taps than real slaps thanks to her quirk giving her thicker skin. MT. Lady, who was completely untrained in those forms. The slaps bring her to the ground. Each was slapped before they moved toward the next location of slaps, which was the front and arms, over and over again, more slaps than before, harder than before, until, after an hour, they were bright red and sore all over. Is this some sick version of fucking karma or something? Bakugo joked as his entire skin hurt. 1. Ha, I am not that mean, but now we will let your skin rest as we will punch. What, just punch? Yes, but technique and speed will help train you in the shin. So just line up and punch forward as fast as you can. The more excited bunch started right off the bat. Kirishima just throwing hands around as fast as he could. Same for Rumi and Bakugo, but Izuku stopped them right away. Focus on technique. Look, Izuku took a stance, his feet placed wider to land right below his shoulders and slightly bent knees. 2. Rest your arms here, hold them slack yet firm, then with as much speed as you can muster, punch forward, a straight line, with each strike take a breathe in before you hit and release at the end. We will repeat this over and over again until we will go back to the slapping. That is how we will spend the next couple hours, and so they did, Izuku walking around and adjusting their stance or technique with each punch. 2. It was taking Izuku back years, reminding him of his training. How he walked around with a stick, smacking them all on the wrong location, hitting Mirko's leg for an uneven stance. Mount, lady on the butt as it was sticking out too far, leaving her unbalanced, or Kirishima for again a sloppy punch. But as time went on, people started to notice that Nimari was not training. Why isn't Midnight training? Mount Lady asked, a little agitated that the slaps on her behind were not out of pleasure but out of training. Hell, if they were alone and naked, this was one of her fantasies. 1. Don't worry darling, it's fine to tell them now. Izuku nodded, his smile exploding, bringing joy and happiness to everyone as he thought of it. Well then, I am very happy to announce that me and Nimari are expecting our first child. It stopped, and everyone was dead silent as they received the news. Training stopped for both sides as they processed what they just heard. Wait, dodos that mean? Present Mike said in pure shock. Yes, we are having a baby, Hisashi. 1. Oh, my god, that is awesome. Rumi exploded as she jumped toward her friend Nimari, joining her in a hug as the other woman joined her the hug, congratulating her on becoming a mother. The guys did the same to Izuku, who still had the biggest smile plastered on his face. Some like Nezu and Recovery Girl already knew, Recovery Girl of course being the one that did the test and would deliver the baby, Nezu being the all-knowing rat god he is. It caused them all just to feel happy for the small growing family. 1. But none more so than Eri, who was ecstatic at the thought of becoming a bigger sister, hoping her family would teach her how to be a good older sister. Everyone was more than happy to help Izuku in any way that they could, and in honesty even turning the flame under them being raised. Even more, they trained harder, wanting to be stronger, to create a safer world for their child. Like a spell, they were empowered, it taking more slaps to take them down, their punches becoming faster. But it wasn't as if Izuku was being idle. 1. He was focusing his haki on sensing their behavior before it happened, adjusting before a mistake was made, reading their emotions and the state of their body to know if he could push them further, to push them to their ultimate edge, using words to keep them in the fight, with Bakugo, Mirko, and Endeavor just pushing their pride, telling them they are weak, or that he thought they could do more, while those like Kirishima, Sato, Kendo, he used positive words, and, to keep them in the training, telling them he is proud of them, that they are setting an example for women and men everywhere. But as Izuku trained that group, Rayleigh was training the ladies. The girls have moved inside the gym with Rayleigh, seeing that haki was a secret technique. It wasn't very suited to just train out in the open, at least not how to learn it, so now that they were in private, Rayleigh spoke. Now, while you are all in relations with the prince, do understand that what I will do to you right now does not mean dislike, nor does it mean anything except that I care for you all. But there are two ways of awakening haki. One, which is a rather dangerous one. I will attack you over and over again, until you either die, or it awakens. 1. This got all the girls to take a step back with wide eyes. They all wanted to learn this, but they weren't ready to die, nor did they want to die. But that technique hasn't been used in at least a couple hundred years. The way we will do it is far safer and quicker. I will simply flow my haki into you all, much like this, Rayleigh said as he allowed his haki to flow into a stick, which turned it black, much like the girls had seen before on Izuku. 2. This way, your body will become used to it, and all you would have to do would be to recreate said feeling. Once you have felt my haki, I will blindfold you all, and walk around you. From time to time, I will hit you with this stick. It will hurt, as I will make it hurt. Your job is to sense the hit, sense my intent to harm you, dodge before, and I will hit you, dodge too late and you will get hit. This will simply give you all the base version of what we call observation haki. 1. Momo raised her hand. And what is capable with that? Rayleigh laughed, as he saw she had a notebook. It is depending on the person. For me, it allowed to me just sense danger. Whenever something was nearby, it showed me danger, which quickly turned into a strength sense, which would give me a clear picture of how strong and dangerous someone is. But it could also be much like an old friend of mine, be a way to sense emotion and intention. He, for example, is blind and uses his haki to see, in a way, unable to judge based on appearance. 3. The girls all nodded. There is a slight chance, but I don't believe it will happen, that instead of awakening observation, you awaken armament haki, which is the second we are able to learn. Why is there a chance that that will awaken if we can learn both? Good question, Miss Jiro. Well, some people have different aptitudes, thus it could happen you are better at using armament than you are at observation. Much like me, my specialty is armament. They all nodded their heads as Rayleigh walked up to them. 9. So who is first? Ochako walked up first, just wanting to be done with it. Good, just relax, just focus on sensing the haki within you. She nodded as Rayleigh placed his hands on the top of her head. As the feeling washed over her, she felt the haki, a strange yet powerful feeling. It crawled over her, and then, poof, it was gone. Rayleigh removed his hands and went over to the next person. Each of them had the same feeling and they tried recreating the same feeling over and over again. Momo created each of them a blindfold, with Rayleigh walking around them at a slow pace. 3. They were all apart a couple of feet, allowing Rayleigh to walk in between them without getting too close to them. He had no haki in the stick, just to give them a small smack each time, so he walked around, no sound, not even allowing Kyoka to hear him. The first half hour that Rayleigh walked around, he gave smacks to all of them as they dodged whenever they believed they would get hit, no sense of haki or anything. But after the first half hour, the first showing happened. Robin dodged an attack, but it stopped after that for a little bit. Smack after smack kept coming. 1. The girls were just at Rayleigh's mercy, There was only once or twice that they would dodge an attack, and so far, only Momo, Yui, and Abara had not dodged a single attack yet, which caused Rayleigh to believe those three ladies to be armament to start with, so they were going to get a new lesson. You three come with me, you all get a short break till I am back. This got all of them to happily nod before they fall back tired and sore from the beating they received. Rayleigh, Momo, Yui, and Abara moved a couple of feet to the side. Now you ladies might just be like me, without the dashing good looks. Rayleigh joked, making himself chuckle. So to get you all to learn it, you will have to remember the feeling of hockey, harness it, and focus that feeling on your fist, all your willpower, over your fist, wear it like a glove, keep going at that for now, try and recreate that feeling, Rayleigh told them, with each of them just doing that, which was the only thing they needed to do. Recreating that feeling would be hockey, the most barebones version of it, but it would be hockey. 3. And with those girls free, Rayleigh went right back to the other group of ladies and started hitting them once more with the stick. The work was hard, and it didn't just happen one day, each day for an entire week. This was the case. They woke up, trained with Rayleigh, had lunch, trained with Rayleigh again, then dinner, and were allowed to rest. Till the end of the week, they all had unlocked their barest version of hockey, each one had its own skill within it. 1. For armament, it was divided into two groups, those that were better at infusing the hockey within weapons, or those that were better at infusing hockey into their body. But for observation, there were more. In the group, there were three real decisions: those that were able to radar their hockey, those that were able to sense danger, and those that could sense lies or emotions. That were the real three groups within it. Each one of the girls was on that part. 1. In armament, only Abara was the better one at infusing their body with hockey, while Momo and Yui were better at infusing hockey within objects, Momo being the more skilled of the two, as she quickly figured out that it was rather easy to create objects with hockey on them. As they were able to cover their respective things with hockey 3 times in a row, they were able to take the next step, which was hitting things. For Momo and Yui, that thing would be a wall, or the same thing Abara was forced to hit, Izuku. They had to keep hitting Izuku, in one of his Logia forms, in order to train. If they were able to hurt Izuku, or if Momo and Yui could hit 10 times hard in a row without their weapons taking any damage, they would be able to learn the next step. 1. But that wasn't the case for observation hockey. They couldn't fight to train it, but Rayleigh had given all their training methods. The easiest, only applied like tree ladies, Ochako, Robin and Pony all shared their base in danger sense, and for their training was just to get attacked without them seeing it. They weren't the biggest fans of having to deal with sneak attacks, but in order to get stronger, they would have to deal with it. 1. Then Toru and Mina shared their base in emotion sense. Sensing the true emotions behind an act was where they were strongest. This was sort of the same as the lie sense that Kami had. Their training was having to deal with lies, real lies for Kami, and emotional lies for Mina and Toru. Nimari was more than happy to do some acting with them. They weren't a fan of their training, but it was better than being hit like they had been getting trained. 3. The last group was radar, the sensing of people around them, which was Kyoka, Nami, and Setsuna, who as training were told to play hide and seek. They assumed Rayleigh was joking with them, but after asking Izuku, who the entire week was busy training the guys and the pros, they were told that it was his training, at least in the beginning. After reaching his teens, his training was turned into him being kidnapped in the middle of the night and being thrown in the forest, where his teachers were hiding, and he had 2 hours to find them before they would look for him. 6. But as the girls trained for the entire week, the guys were training just as hard, if not harder, as Izuku was acting just like his teachers. On the second day, as they started working on Iron Body, Izuku started whipping them, and he was relentless. Some powered through, while others like Zero just weren't able to power through. The hard smack if a straw whip just letting down on his skin, but it was the training, over and over again. At the end of the second day, Izuku was getting more than a couple stink eyes, and he didn't blame them one bit. 3. Izuku had the same look in his eyes after his training, but he did make it up to them by cooking. But there were also those like Bakugo or Rumi that took it and kept going, not angry or irritated because of it. They were still grumpy, but they acted like it didn't happen. But after each day of training, the heroes showed up for like clockwork. Izuku cooked them lunch and dinner. His food was provided by Chef Zeph. Same for the ladies, who had become slightly addicted to his cooking. 1. But on the third day of training, Izuku had started becoming friends with the heroes, joking with Fatgum, teasing Rumi about strength, and best of all they had all stopped calling him by his titles. He had just become Midoriya, best genist, kept Sama at the end, saying he himself wanted to show Izuku the respect he earned, not just from rank, but for his protection of his friends, the protection of his people after defeating Sheik. Izuku had to allow it, but there were also those like Rumi, that had given him a nickname that sounded a little rude, but Ryuko and Nimori assured him it was all to show friendship. 1. He was called Marimo by Rumi, it meant moss head. Izuku just loved it, and in response, Izuku started calling her Luna, which after saying, in pure honesty, that her white hair reminded him of the beauty of the moon, caused her to just turn bright red out of pure embarrassment. Much to Izuku's enjoyment, she wasn't the only one to get a nickname. You turned into Minnie. She at first didn't like it, as she popped her breast up. There isn't anything Minnie about me. Izuku just smirked. That I realized, she blushed and started just loving the nickname. 1. But the week ended. The training, for now, had been over, and while the girls still wanted their dates, they would want until vacation, which thankfully would be shortly after the provisional licensing exam. One that Izuku wasn't allowed to partake in. Izuku sadly understood that it was far too dangerous for him to join in the dozens of schools that could have infiltration and much more. Plus it's not like he would not be granted a hero license. Many already believed his will was law, and his ideas were what was best for the world. But with the week over, Ua was back to normal, and classes started up again. Izuku entered class with a smile as it felt back like normal. He was fully back in health, had done some more training, and was fully in working order. Soon the rest of the class joined him. He had gone a little earlier to just sit in silence working ahead on some training ideas for hockey and 6 powers. As if he had paid no attention, Momo jumped out, bat in hand as she swung full power at Izuku's head. Izuku in response, coated the back part of his head in hockey, the bat dented deeply nearly wrapping around Izuku's neck. 1. Momo, the goal is to coat your weapon in hockey, not to just hit me. Momo nodded as she sat down with a pout, going back to making a smaller bat, and repeatedly trying to get herself to coat it in hockey. Aizawa is at the door, Kyoka said with a smile as she pointed at the door. Her smile dropped as Present Mike walked in. What's wrong little rocker, your spitting English teacher ain't a hit no more. Present Mike said, causing Eri to giggle, who instead of sitting next to Izuku, had moved to sit next to Momo at the back. 3. At least one little rockstar is still a fan of me, and that is all right. Now then let's get this spitting lesson of the wicked world that is English. If you ready, give him a yeah. Only Eri gave him a yeah, as she herself was a great fan of Present Mike and his entire energy. She could never get enough of it. It was enough of a reason to make Izuku smile brightly knowing his daughter was that happy. But with that the English lesson began, everyone joining in and Eri getting her own work to do about the same subjects. 1. It was something the teacher was strangely happy with doing. Each gave Eri her own work. Present Mike always worked with songs, giving Eri a song to listen to as well as the lyrics and then fixing the problems in them. Present Mike hid words and misspelled some, and Eri had the entire lesson to fix it. It wasn't super hard for her, but Present Mike had multiple tests for her, which caused her to be more than busy for the entire lesson. But after Present Mike walked Ectoplasm, who did the math. 2. Math, much like for many others, was a subject that Eri had trouble with. Eri was able to do math just fine. But when Ectoplasm had pushed the math into sentences that were when Eri was having trouble, 10 plus 10 Eri was able to do just fine. But if it was put in, Oliver had 10 pairs of socks. For his birthday, he got 10 more. How many pairs does he have? Eri had problems with that, but more became problems. When asked to change the plus into a minus for some questions, Eri started making mistakes, but Ectoplasm had sent a close to teaching her, giving her 100% of his attention. 1. After Ectoplasm, in came Cementos, who taught them modern literature. This for Eri just meant reading stories and giving a small report on them. Eri was able to pick whatever book she wanted, comic books, manga, children's books, anything she wanted to read, and her reports were not about what the book was about. It was more about how she liked them, and how well she could write. And then once ever while she was tasked with writing her own story, which mostly was about her being the best hero princess mermaid there ever was, so strong that she saved her papa from the scary monster with many teeth. 3. After ectoplasm in walked the first heroics teacher of the day, Snipe, who was more focused on the written part of heroics, unlike All Might who was the more physical part of heroics. So walking in, he did what he always did, make eye contact with Eri, who at first was terrified of Snipe. His mask had brought bad memories forth, but as time went by, she got used to him and started to like him and his funny accent. 1. So much like he always did these days, he made eye contact with Eri. Both stayed silent for a second before both rushed to their sides, Snipe fumbling at the gun on his belt, as Eri pulled her, and with the toy gun both had, Eri pulled it up and shot, it hitting him right in the chest. The small dart bounced right off, but he dropped to the ground as if he was shot. Why you win again? He struggled to say as acted dead, with Eri and the girls cheering before he got up again with a laugh. You turned into a real shot there little lady, I tip my head. And he did as he tipped his head before teaching again. Snipe also had a lesson for Eri, small heroic questions, simple right and wrong questions, such as, a hero's job is to fight bad people, or criminals are always bad guys. Eri was smart enough to get the questions correct, but she still enjoyed those questions more than anything else. It made her feel like she was also learning to be a hero, which got her smiling, and whenever Eri smiled, it was a good day. But after Snipe's lesson, up was Nimari, who of course was Eri's favorite teacher. 8. Because while she got work at home, during school Eri wasn't a student, she was a teacher. Walking around, giving papers, looking over the students, and even helping grade test. Well, Nimari graded them, but Eri also wrote a nice part on each paper, like well done, super smart work, stuff that really boosted their want to get more work done, and started to make them strive to achieve better grades. Striving to do better to get those great words, because and I know you can do better just hurt. 2. That had been a great first day as they walked back toward the dorm room, sitting on Toru's neck as she sat on Izuku's while they walked happily. Reaching the door, Izuku threw off Toru, who threw off Eri. Izuku caught both of them before they got close to the ground. Then walking in, Izuku grabbed his phone and started texting with those he learned during the week before. The people were all heroes, while he became friendly with each of them. The ones that talked with him the most were the women. 3. Most of all Yu and Rumi were rather needy, but for two different reasons. While Izuku assumed they were into him, Rumi kept sending photos and videos about her strength, or her skill in the 6 powers, pictures of the damage done, or a video of her execution on a kick. Izuku was more than happy with it as Rumi was really one for skill and commitment as she trained every day. She even on a Sunday sent him a video of a rather nasty looking cramp. It caused him some laughs seeing how much she had trained. 4. Yu however didn't send him videos or pictures of her skill. They were pictures asking him to rate her outfit for the day. Or a video of working out that was rather heavily focused on her looks rather than training. But Izuku did notice that Yu could put in the work. She had a very carefree attitude, showing she liked to lay around and relax, but when she went to work, she really went to work, showing a video of a squad which was placed behind her, which was meant to be a sexy video, but Izuku was more focused on how she was squatting at least double her weight for a couple of reps. 5. It was an absolute shock to him. She was an absolute beast, but Izuku was also talking with Ryuko, who more than anything loved sharing embarrassing stories about the others, such as Nimari, telling about times she accidentally knocked out the entire class during training, or how she kept flirting with a barkeep, who kept gifting her free drinks. It took her 1 month before she realized that heroes drank free on Saturday nights, and the barkeep was gay, he was just being friendly. Nimari didn't show up at that bar for 2 whole weeks with how embarrassed she was. 3. He also started getting more comfortable with the Pussycat, which allowed him to text normally with them. He started by getting to know their names, Shino, Tomoko, and Ryuko, the same name as Yukio the Dragoon hero, which to keep it easy and fun, she asked to be called Kitty. Something Izuku had no problem with, but he did get to know them really well, hobbies and things that interested them, which got Izuku happy, as he was able to share with them just as much. Told them what he liked and how he was spending his time. 1. Tomoko started talking in memes and gifs, something that was hilarious for Izuku, and the pure amount of weird memes she had for every and all possibilities, memes that said the weirdest stuff, an answer to the questions Izuku could ask, her favorite color, and it was a picture a turtle with the word Gren, extremely deep-fried. He then asked what she likes to do in her spare time. She responded with a cat clearly stuck inside down looking right into the camera, with the words just hanging "What about you?" Izuku laughed and responded with a normal answer. 2. Kitty was more relaxed and was more into playing phone games. Games like Scrabble, 8-Ball, and more, that were able to invite other people, and Izuku was that person. He joined in on the trivia games he already had on his phone. Izuku absolutely destroyed Kitty on the first round, but oh boy did Kitty take it seriously the second time around, she whooping his ass, not missing a single question. Nimari just told him Kitty was a massive geek filled with random, idiotic nonsense information and with the best god-level luck in those types of games. Being able to win against everyone except Nezu. 3. And Shino. She and Izuku had one thing in common right away, they loved sharing pictures of their children, Izuku with Eri and Shino with Kota. Both sharing pictures of themselves wearing certain outfits or doing certain things, both were enjoying that part far too much, as they kept sharing pictures. But after a bit, they started talking. Shino started talking very politely and well-spoken with no grammar mistakes at first, but that quickly melted away. This resulted in Izuku seeing the real part of Shino, which was very fun, with rough words and brute spelling. 3. But the real joy was the next day. Izuku walked into class, Eri ready for the day, with her bag on her shoulders, and sitting, and as the class was filling up Izuku noticed something, there was an extra seat at the teacher's area. But Izuku waited to assume Aizawa, who they had for the first period, would explain that, but it also seemed like Izuku was the only one that took notice. But then again Eri was playing with the others, showing her homework for the lessons, but it didn't take long for Aizawa to walk in and a person to wait outside. 1. We are having a teacher's aide from now on. She will mainly be here for Eri, but is also able to help others with her studies. Now it's not special treatment, although for Eri, it could be the case. Aizawa joked a little as Eri giggled. But she would have been given a trial period where we would look if she would have a positive impact on the grades, but that will now be done with Eri, so please welcome Miss Fuyumi Todoroki. Aizawa said as Fuyumi walked in, causing Shoto to look very confused and surprised, as Fuyumi just smiled. Eri, of course recognizing her from before, started waving excitedly toward her. Hello everyone, it's nice to meet you all. Fuyumi stood in front with a smile as everyone reacted. Hey Miss Todoroki, it seems you will be taking care of my daughter. Fuyumi slightly flinched at that but quickly caught herself. Yes, I will be her teacher, I do hope I will do well. I am sure you will, Fuyumi smiled as she looked at both Izuku and Aizawa. If it's all right with the both of you, could I talk with the princess privately for a small bit, so we are both more relaxed and trusting around each other? Izuku nodded more than okay with it, same for Aizawa. 3. There should be a room free a couple of meters away, to the left, that should give you two all the privacy. Eri, please go with Miss Todoroki, she will be your teacher from now on, so just like how I listen to mine, you listen to yours. Eri nodded. I will, Papa. She walked through the class, with nearly everyone giving her a small head pat as she walked past. It really made her smile as Eri loved head pats, going right for Fuyumi and grabbing her hand. Both walked toward the other room. 3. In the room Fuyumi got on her knees, being more at Eri's height. Now, I am Fuyumi, you can just call me Fuyumi if you want. What should I call you? What? Eri asked, not fully sure what she meant. Do you want me to call you? Is it Princess, Midoriya, Eri, something else? Oh haha, Eri, I want my friends to call me Eri. Fuyumi nodded happily, seeing she now is a friend of Eri. So now then, I am under the understanding that the teachers at UA already give you the stuff to learn, right? Eri nodded happily with a big smile. 1. Yeah, they all give me work that I do just like my papa and mamas. That is good, but from now on, that will be my job. I will give you your own work, and help you if you need to finish it. To start, however, I would like to just watch you for a little bit, okay? Just look at what you do and how you do those things. Eri nodded again with Fuyumi smiling. Now that, what do you like to do? I would like to know what you like to do in your spare time. 5. Eri started thinking, looking down. Well, I like a lot of things. I really like playing with my friends. I like to play on my computer. I play Minecraft with my two friends Rem and Ram. I also really like playing with my toys and with a teddy bear that is alive. I also love to play with my papa and mama's. I think that's it. Okay, that is good to know. Well, I really like cooking, reading and writing. Now my favorite food is ice cream, hehe. Eri smiled big. I also like ice cream, but my favorite food is apples. 1. Fuyumi knew that she has talked with Izuku before and he did speak about Eri, but during the text, they shared it wasn't much about Eri. It was just more about getting to know each other than anything else. Oh, they are very tasty. Now then, do you have anything you want to know about me? Eri nodded. Your little brother is in my papa's class, right? Yes, yes he is. Shoto is my little brother. Why is he a meanie? Eri shook her head. No, he is really nice. 1. She smiled. He always makes my drinks cold, just how I like it. Fuyumi giggled. Good, if he didn't, I could beat his butt. Eri laughed. I can do the same to Papa. I always win against Papa. I don't doubt that, Eri. Now how about we get back because I think you still have some school work from the other teachers, correct? Eri nodded. So as you will do those, I will look how you do and help if you need. Eri nodded. She normally got help from the teachers, but for that, she sometimes had to wait as they were busy with others or they weren't able to explain it that well. 2. But as they walked into class, Eri still wearing a massive smile as she walked to her own seat, happy to get more work done and impress her new teacher. She wrote down everything to the best of her abilities. With after Aizawa's class they would have hero lessons, which was training for the provisional licensing exam, which allowed them to act like heroes if the need arises, but for that, they should train more, as the exam would be against mostly second and third years. So it would be a challenge for sure. But now they had a break, lunch to strengthen their body to get the most out of the training. Mostly everyone in 1A was also having an energy booster, much like a pre-workout, which as they got to All Might class it started working fully. Which mostly meant that Izuku would train them with All Might in the 6 powers. All Might apparently already know them but never needed all except Iron Body, which to Izuku's surprise was well above his. All Might also spoke a little about what had happened during the fight against Izuku. 1. Like you all saw, this form of mine, unlike my buff version, is my real body. It all happened due to an injury I sustained during a fight against an evil man, a man the pre. I meant Midoriya, has problems with now. I just know him as AFO. During our fight, he ripped out my guts. I barely lived that day, but I thought I killed him. It, however, seemed I failed. But with that, I am barely able to hold my form, barely able to live my life. This was heavy news for everyone to hear. The number 1 hero was nearly dead. But Eri with small tears walked up. 1. I will train my quirk, and help you. Papa said I might be able to, so I will train really hard to help you, okay? All Might laid his hand on her head. Ha ha ha, it's all right, I am fine, but I would be honored if you could save my life, Princess Eri. Eri smiled with pride as she was determined to do so. I will call some of my teachers, maybe they will be able to help you, Eri. They are really smart. Kakashi-sensei really knows his quirks, so he could help. Eri smiled more at Izuku's words, only for him to grab a straw bundle. 3. Now for Iron Body, who is first? With that, the hard training began, but Izuku wasn't saved from it, he needed to train himself. So All Might took the straw bundle and grabbed Izuku. With speed and power, he smacked Izuku until he was bright red. Could have already given me a warning, that tickles. One after one they all stepped in front of All Might, who smacked the shit out of them. Their skin was bright red and sore, but that wasn't it for All Might. 1. After beating them red, they were kicked into weight training, strengthening their body, while abusing it as well. Which was the entire lesson, lifting and being beaten over and over again. By the end of the lesson, each of them was barely able to walk. Just getting to the dorm was causing them to collapse on the ground. Only Eri was walking around, and as they fell to the floor, Eri happily walked to her computer and played some Minecraft with Rem and Ram. But Izuku, also torn from the workout, was able to get to the kitchen. 1. As Izuku just grabbed an apple and used the Supa no Mi, dice fruit, he then just made a fist, which cut the apples into smaller sizes, perfect for Eri to snack on. It was all Izuku could do before laying on the floor as well, tired and sore. Can I ban that sort of workout from now on, like a princess? Mina whined from her place, half on the couch and half on the floor. No Mina, you can't ban a certain workout because it tired you out, just no Mina, she gave a whine and so did some of the other girls. 1. Izuku just laughed. As everyone was down on the floor, tired from their workout, Fuyumi knocked on the door and walked in. She looked confused as all 20 students were on the floor. Bad time, she asked Shoto, who was sitting against the wall. Oh sister, hello, what are you doing here? Shoto said, not able to get up. 2 came by to see how you were doing, it seems like you all aren't doing that well. What are you talking about? I am absolutely fine. Bakugo screamed from the floor. 3. Yes, it seems that All Might worked us a little too hard, it doesn't matter, we are fine in a little bit, though, that is a very nice skirt. Izuku laughed from the ground. Then like a shot of lightning Izuku jumped up, it startled Fuyumi. But Izuku just grabbed 3 apples and swallowed them whole. Not even the core was saved. Just the boost I needed. Izuku said, walking toward the fridge where he grabbed 2 steaks, his lunch, but he also grabbed a large amount of food for the rest. You want something as well, Fuyumi? I might not live up to your soba, but I can slightly. 3. She nodded. I will help. Cooking that much is a little much for one worked out man, no matter how well trained. Izuku laughed as Mina spoke. So already trying to flirt with our boyfriend? Fuyumi blushed as she started shaking her hands. No, absolutely not. I would never dare to force myself into that in such a manner, please forgive me. She spoke with Izuku using the bara no mi, chop fruit, to remove his hand and tickle the back of Mina's neck, who was too sore to fight back and just screamed sorry. 1. Don't worry Fuyumi, just ignore her, she is just mad, she isn't able to stand up. Now let's give her the smallest portion. Izuku said, with Mina giving a loud whine again, sorry, but they started to cook. It was just lunch they would have to cook against somewhat later, but this was a great snack and energy booster for the group. As Fuyumi sat down next to Eri, she became interested in Eri's enjoyment of the game. For Fuyumi, Eri was just looking at stuff fall down over and over again, but she asked Eri what it was. 5. I don't really know. Rem made it, she is really smart. All I know is that up there monsters keep popping up and they fall and give us small nuggets, it's really cool. Ram turned them into their blocks of gold and then created a large golden pyramid that we live in. Oh really? Yeah, it's through this purple door, and then you go in a boat on ice and you go really fast, it's really cool, though I like flying more. Fuyumi just smiled as Eri talked excitedly about the game. 5. So sister, when will you confess your feelings for Midoriya? Mother told me that you crushed under your feelings or something. With that simple question, it turned dead silent. Fuyumi stood up, rushed over to Shoto, and pulled him out of the room, holding him by the hair. He came back in 5 minutes later, holding his mouth closed. I apologize, that was a lie, and will not speak for the rest of the day. Fuyumi walked back with red over her face, going back to her plate as she ate the rest of her food in silence. So we won't talk about that, Nami said, with Fuyumi nodding as they kept eating in silence. Izuku was on his phone on the couch. It was still rather early, but for Izuku it was wake-up time. To still let some of the girls sleep, he had moved down to the common room, where he started just scrolling through social media. Thinking about Mina's suggestion to make a page for himself, he didn't get far in that thought as his phone vibrated a couple of times in a row. He checked it out. First was Yu, who added a sleepy pic of herself in the gym working out. Izuku smiled and texted back, "Nice and early, good work," with a winky face added on to it. 1. The second was Rumi, who showed that instead of starting her workout, she was already halfway done with it, starting with a nice good hour of 6 powers. She showed a dummy that was cut in half with a number of extra holes put in them. Fucking wrecked it, ha 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 ha. Izuku was rather shocked at the destruction. Damn Rumi, ever heard of not going as hard? Rumi responded right away, going weak as for the weak, I got full fucking power. She texted in all caps, with Izuku just laughing loudly as he went to the third texter, one he didn't know. 2. Hey motorbike dude, the drone is fully functional, do you got any new toys for me to play with? Who is this, and how did you get this number? Oh ha ha ha, it's me Mei Hatsume, I hacked your info, hee hee. Oh, the crazy mechanic, sister of Najire, right? And inventor extraordinaire. Yes, sorry that I forgot. But I have some other stuff to tinker with. But before that, how about we get to know each other a little bit first? I still have to apologize for the other day. 1. Izuku was talking about the day that Izuku had off from the girls and where he found out about her and Najire's connection. I don't know what you're talking about. Mei shot back, not wanting to be embarrassed by the same thing again. And Izuku understood. Well then, how about I give you some cool tools that you're able to use to make new gadgets? Yes please, hehehehe, let's talk later. Power loader finally opens the workshop, so BYW. Mei typed to Izuku before what he assumed was either sprinting out of her dorm or something like that. 1. But with that, Izuku was alone again. He didn't has anything to do anymore, so he went to scroll on his phone to pass the time. He had already done his bodyweight exercises. Robin, Ida and Momo joined him soon enough. Only Ida walked right out the room to start his morning jog. A double lap around the dorm areas, while Robin and Momo cooked themselves some food. In time the area filled with more people that woke up. One of the most excited was Eri, who came down, backpack filled, clothing neat, and ready for school. 1. Eri was loving her new teacher Fuyumi. While normally she got half attention from her teachers, she now got her full attention. 100% of Fuyumi's efforts were focused on Eri, helping her grow as a student and a person. Real one-on-one lessons, going over everything together. Plus rewards. If Eri did good, she got rewarded, which could be as simple as a good job, but bigger assignments meant she could do something she wanted, which was drawing at school. She was making drawings for everyone she liked. Some were cute like Ochako, who looked like Kirby, but some like Bakugo looked like a demon. Something he liked and called badass. 3. But with everyone ready, they started moving toward the class. Some less excited than others. Bakugo himself was hyped. They were going to be talking about some exam against extras that he could murder. Damn it, why can't we go kill those extras now for that damn exam? Not murder Bakugo. We as heroes should not resort to such things unless absolutely necessary. Bakugo nodded. And that is so those weak fudging extras know not to mess with me. Eri laughed at Bakugo, both laughing rather similarly, which worried Izuku slightly. 4. But they reached the class where Aizawa and Fuyumi were already waiting for them. Hello students, please sit down so we can start right away. They all did so. So first off, today we will have the Provisional Hero License Exam, or PLE for short. This will be done at a location off school grounds. In that location, you will face off against other classes in order to get your license. He glared as he saw people wanted to cheer in excitement. That doesn't make you heroes, it makes it so you all can act in a crisis. Normally you would do this test next year. He looked at Izuku. But due to certain outside forces that nobody is to blame for, we saw it best to speed it up, which will mean you will be at a disadvantage. As not only will you miss one student, you also be a year behind and maybe even 2 in some cases, but I along with all the teachers have faith that you will all succeed. Heck yeah, we will. Kaminari cheered, having all the faith in him and his class. Yeah, because we are 1A and we the best. Zero added on. 1. Still kinda a number my brodia can't join. Izuku nodded, keeping quiet about the end surprise he had agreed to. He would join in the exam, it was really just too dangerous. But he would at the end, from the top of the area to high for normal people to attack him, start firing down attacks, not to hurt anyone, just for chaos. Which got Izuku to start thinking about what could be fun. Jupin, while that is going on, Eri and I will stay here and learn, so do your best and bring home some good news to Eri. Fuyumi said, with Eri smiling and nodding. 7. The bus ride wasn't as short as they would want, but they got there in a little over an hour, with dozen students already walking through the area with their class. And they were getting stares, mostly Izuku and his girlfriends that received them, but it was a sight to see. It wasn't just them, as one class started making their way to them. Eraser, hey, how are you doing? The laughing hero Miss Joke called out, with Aizawa turning around and sighing. He mouthed to Izuku for one of those bubbles, but Miss Joke touched his shoulder. Marry me. No. Ha ha ha. Same old Eraserhead. 1. Sir, who is that and why did she ask you to marry her? Nami asked. Yeah, that is Tot's weird fam. Aizawa did not look amused as Miss Joke was laughing with her eyes closed. This is Miss Joke. She is a teacher of a group of second years. She also had the insane notion that I wished to marry her. Hee. Well, I think you make a cute couple. Izuku joked with Aizawa giving a death glare, but Izuku dealt with Izumi Curtis as a kid, so it was nothing. Oh Prince, how nice to see you. 1. Izuku nodded. Midoriya is fine. I however wasn't aware you would be joining. I won't. I am here as nothing more than a spectator, for the new age of heroes, as well as a supporter for my fellow students. She nodded as the classes stood in front of each other, kinda giving each other a staring competition. It's a real honor to meet the class with the next king of the world in it. I just hope we can do well against you all. For some girls that had unlocked the correct type of hockey, they were able to read dissipation. 3. But Izuku knew it fully. He was putting on a nice face, not against him of course, but to give the class a sense of safety which would bite them in the ass. Thankfully Bakugo also noticed it. Fuck off with those two sides words, shitface. We won't be pushovers like the rest of the shitty extras here. The look changed. Ha ha ha. Seems you not all just some lucky loser riding on royalty back. Izuku chuckled as he closed his eyes and took a breath in. Could I already take my seat, sir? Izuku asked Aizawa, who nodded. 4. Well everyone, good luck everyone. I will watch over everyone, hee. Izuku said as he began to use the Fua no Mi, float fruit, and fly up to the top of the dome where he sat down, his legs dangling from the edge as he looked over the entire area. With the gyro no Mi, glare fruit. It gave, just acting like a drone to look the area over fully. With the class still standing around. Okay guys, we got this, we will just show Izuku and the rest of them how strong we are, and we will go. 3. The group and one extra screamed out plus ultra loudly, but the new person in their midst was stared at. It was a larger guy, his hair short and wearing a big smile. Sorry for that, I just really wanted to give the cheer once. He then with full force, headbutted the floor, causing him to bleed slightly. Yoarashi, get back here, you can't just join another group's cheer. One of the students wore a very similar outfit as he spoke. One was covered in hair, while the other had long purple hair covering one of his eyes. 2. Apologize. That was all they said before walking off. Be careful of them. That boy that just joined was able to join UA but refused for some reason. He is the only first year from that school, so keep your distance from him. Aizawa spoke to them before signaling that they should get ready, which meant getting dressed in their hero outfits and meeting up. The teachers had already moved toward the sitting area. Where is Midoriya-sama? Miss Joke asked Aizawa, who just pointed upward, showing two legs swinging back and forth at the top. Wah! Isn't that dangerous? 3. Aizawa breathed out of his nose, which was closest to him, really laughing. Like something could hurt him like that. He will see it coming. So nothing to worry about. Aizawa said as he closed his eyes and went to sleep. Which was fake, as he kept his eye open slightly to not miss anything. Miss Joke just shook her head and went to watch as the exam was just about to begin. But as that happened, Izuku was thinking back to a couple of days earlier when they had come by to not only give his license but also to talk. 1. They were in Nezu's office, Izuku and Nezu enjoying a cup of tea as Nezu was beating him at chess while talking with the leader. We would like to ask you something, Sir Midoriya-sama. That really isn't needed. Ah, well okay, sir. We would like to ask you to attack the students at the end. What? Sorry, sir, let me clear it up. At the end of the second part of the exam a villain attack will take place. For that, we have Gang Orca that will attack the students, but to really put the fear in them we are missing something. 3. Izuku nodded. And you want that fear to be me? I see. Well, I am more than happy to help. I can create enough chaos for them to be in a panic, but the main force of the attack will have to be Gang Orca. Of course, thank you for your help, sir. What Izuku didn't know was that this was more a test from Nezu and them to check out Izuku's control and how he would act. And Izuku was not gonna hold back. Of course, he would hit any of them, but scaring them for a while was okay in his eyes. The students walked into the very tight area, shoulder to shoulder. Out in front walked a tired-looking man. He really looks sleepier than Aizawa-sensei. Yeah, and I don't know how. Robin asked with a giggle. Good morning everyone. Let's get this done quickly so that I can get some sleep, I am rather tired. The man spoke as he hit a button and the top screen right above him lit up. Now as you can see, In the first part of the exam you will all get 3 marks, you can place them on your body. 2. As he was explaining this, multiple suit-wearing dudes walked around and gave each of them 3 pats. Place them anywhere except on blocked locations. Like armpits, below the feet, under your clothing. Keep them visible, he said as everyone started placing the marks. You also get 6 of their red balls. These have trackers in them. You have to make each of them count, all 3 marks hit, and you are out. But you don't have to make 3 hits to get someone out. You can be the last one to hit the 3rd mark on someone, and you would still make the point. 1. This got the group to feel like it was much like heroism. You may fight the villain first, but if you win the fight, you get the fame. It's a sad reality, but it was theirs, so they nodded to themselves as the man started to finish his speech of sorts. Now we have explained that, please do your best to strive as a hero. With that, the walls folded outward leaving the area open and free. The classes sprinted out with 1A holding their ground slightly. We gotta stick together group. We are strongest together, Momo called out with Ida agreeing. 3. Fuck that, if I want to really let loose I can't have you fuckers around. You all will just get in the way. What he really means is you could get hurt. Bakubro has been working the sizes of his explosions, can't have us be hurt during the exam, but don't worry, I will stick with him, divide and conquer right, Nami nodded. Can't lose now can we, let's give it our all, split into groups, focus on staying in earshot, and work together. The class cheered. They wanted to move but right then the signal was given and the same man that they saw before, acting friendly was waiting for that. 1. Slamming his hands down on the floor, his quirk taking effect. Shaking the ground, it broke up into parts leaving the class disrupted and confused, which they took advantage of. The class jumped right up ready to beat everyone down and pass quickly. It's over for you all. Homing missile madness. One of his classmates used his 6 balls and threw them at the class. They shot underground causing the group to lose sight of the ball. Fuck, what can we do now? Kami yelled, not wanting to lose that quickly. 1. I got them, Ochako yelled, as she used her quirk on one of the lost chunks of earth in her skill in danger sense to pick up the chunk and throw it right into the ground, stopping the balls. Kami, let's get them, Shiro called out, wrapping tape around Kaminari and throwing him forward into the group. Team move, I choose you, Shiro called out as he threw Kami into the middle of the other students. Thunderbolt. Denki screamed loudly as he shocked everyone in the area, causing them to shake in pain for a small second before someone landed on top of him. 3. Glass Dome, Protection. The glass surrounded Denki, protecting the class and capturing Denki, but Denki wasn't alone. You ain't touching my buddy, Sato called out, crunching on a sugar cube and rushing forward, the glass breaking as Sato's shoulder charged forward, Denki dropping down on the floor to give Sato a free rein. He kept going, hitting the large group right away. I got them. Shiro ran by trying to trap the class, but as the first class, they weren't the only ones wanting to take out 1A. 1. Out came what looked like 10 extra classes, jumping right for 1A. We gotta go, leave them and run, we gotta pass. Momo said as she started dropping smoke grenades left and right while grabbing a hold of anyone she could to run out in a big group. In the end, there were around 6 to 8 groups of students. Bakugo was alone with Kirishima well far away. Shoto was able to escape in the midst of all the chaos. Momo ran out with Nami and Ojiro, in hand and tail. They ran toward the lake, Nami believing she would be best suited around there. Kami, Kyoka, and Aoyama were running to a warehouse, going to act on a run and hide tactics as none of them were really hand-to-hand fighters and that acted on their skills at the moment. Shiro was still linked to Kaminari and Sato grabbed the tape and ran with them to the safety of the city. Without a plan, just hoping for the best. Robin was able to grab Ochako, Toru, and Ida to get to safety, but they had nothing but open fields, which would weirdly enough work for them with what Robin had in mind. They just needed a place to catch their breaths. 1. Mina was saved by Suyu, who was saved by Tokiyami. They went for the hills, to act on high ground to think of a strategy that could work for them. Last was Shoto, who just skated on ice right out of the mids. He had faith in his classmates, so without worrying about them, he went worrying about himself, and how he would get points. No matter how strong he found himself. Fighting against a larger group would always be problematic, so his aim was to shoot for teams of 2 or 3. Teams he knew he could mostly overpower. 1. But the first team that split up was Bakugo and Kirishima, or as Kirishima would call them. Team Super Manly and Super Strong Man that could defeat a lot of people. Or how Izuku would call them as he was looking at them at a bridge. Team Pop Rocks. They climbed up to the top where they came face to face with one of the second years of Shigetsu High. The same school as that dude that headbutted the floor. But he wasn't going for points. He stood with his leg on top of a meatball. 3. You're not a true vision of heroism, it's all for fame and money. He scolded the ball of meat that was a human under the effects of his quirk. Ah, if it's not the 2 students in the class of royalty. He said with a scoff. So what about it, meatball? Now lay down and die so I can take those fucking marks off your chest and win this thing so the princess can see it and be amazed. Bakugo growled as he dropped low with explosions popping out of his palms. Yeah, bro, I got your back. Kirishima said, hardening both of his arms. 3. But the student wasn't even threatened. Or at least he didn't look like that. He more looked irritated. How could such a persona, and a lackey, be in the presence of his grace, and not be executed for that behavior? Bakugo laughed with explosions starting to build as sweat was slowly being stored inside the gauntlets he wore. Oh, I will fucking show you. I will beat the fuck out of you, kick your ass all over this bridge. And write him a message in your blood. Bakugo spoke with Kirishima swallowing deeply. 1. That is a little much, Bakubro, but let's just kick his ass, get the points and pass on to the next part of the exam. That will be a better message to Izubro. The student gasped. You dare speak about his grace in such a manner, use his name in such a state. I will beat you into a puddle and then sculpt you into a beautiful form for his grace. Bakugo shook his head, now understanding where Izuku came from with his hate for that title bullshit. He was fucking irritated by this shit right off the bat. 1. I ain't letting you walk out of here, you fucking shit stain, Bakugo screamed as he used Shave to fly up, scaring the student a lot as he stepped back, barely missing Bakugo's uppercut with a hard explosion, flying him back at least 5 meters, rolling on his back. He wasn't able to do anything. And just because of his skill he was able to roll out of the way of Kirishima, who also used Shave to reach further and stomp down on the ground, cracking the bridge and nearly pinning him down. He got to his feet and his fingers fell off, grew in size, and raised in front of him. 1. Meat puppeteer. The balls of meat around him started moving to his front. Now be aware, while they are under my control, they still do feel pain, so don't attack carelessly, the student spoke, putting Bakugo and Kirishima in a tough spot. Fuck it, remember that thing Eri said? Up high down low. Oh hell yeah, bro, we got it. Bakugo ran off the bridge and jumped out with explosions firing off. Ha, your classmate ran away, leaving you. Kirishima didn't give a response as he started running and punching him. 2. None of the punches hit or even landed close, but it was just for that Bakugo to get into position. Each punch was just wide enough to dodge. The only thing that hit was a front kick that Kirishima landed, kicking the student back 2 meters, just in range for Bakugo's attack. With 2 large blasts, Bakugo shot down, quickly replacing his arms down, to just before he lands, hitting a massive explosion, the force making the student fly forward. His lack of balance due to the kick already causing him problems, now once more he was shot toward Kirishima, barely standing upright. 1. Kirishima wasn't done, but the fight was about to be. Moving in, with a powerful lariat, he caused the student to flip over and land face first on the ground, knocked out and bruised. As Bakugo walked up and grabbed Kirishima by the arm and helped him up, he spoke. Guess you aren't a complete waste after all. Thanks Bakubro, you're awesome as well, now guard up, they are coming back. Kirishima said as the half-dozen human meatballs turned into their normal bodies again. Bakugo and Kirishima put on a dark grin. One with a rock-hard fist and one with explosions popping out his hand. 3. Izuku watched the entire fight. Extremely amused, with how well Bakugo and Kirishima worked together, and how Eri had apparently helped them create a team move. But he was not just checking their fight, no matter how well they did, he was looking over the area where he noticed a student creating a massive tornado with a couple dozen balls swooped up. He then with a single move shot them down and eliminated around 75 people. It amazed Izuku at the control he had over his quirk, or his luck, Izuku wasn't quite sure. 1. Aizawa and Miss Joke sat on top of the area. Miss Joke repeatedly looked up to see if Izuku was still there, which of course he was, while Aizawa was just trying to keep an eye on all of the students. He was sure they could handle themselves, but still there a chance of people trying to attack them because of their relationship with Izuku. He was just happy that the girls were able to take the exam. While he had faith they would all make it, he didn't want this achievement to be taken from them. It always feels better to earn something than to be given something. Momo, Nami, and Ojiro just reached the base of the lake. They were out of breath and still in a panic after what had just happened. Fuck, what the hell was that? Why did they all just jump out at us? It was chaos. Momo nodded to Ojiro's worries. I believe it has to do with fame from the sports festival. We got known during it, so it might just be the case. Momo said as she popped out a metal bow staff. Nami pulled 3 blue sticks out. On the top of each stick was a blue ball. She stabbed them together making a very unique weapon. 1. Nami, what is that? Ojiro asked, confused looking at the new weapon Nami wielded. She smiled. I just got it from the support course. It should give me more use of my own quirk. Nami twisted it around before resting it tightly on the ground. We found them, guys. A guy with a shark quirk screamed as he dove out of the water. His nose was long and almost saw-like. Diving right for Ojiro, who with skill, slammed his tail down and jumped, boosting his jump, with a flip over the shark, dodging him completely. 2. A group of 7 other fish quirked people walked out of the water, each ready to fight and defeat the trio of hero trainees. Great, Nami said, a tad of rage in her voice. Not heard, but the students are the fishmen. But picked up by Izuku. Not sure why that would be the case, but it didn't matter as she got it under control quickly. All 3 got in their own fighting stance, Nami and Ojiro facing the group of 7 while Momo stood facing the loner with their backs against each other. How are we going to do this? 3. It wasn't a good place to be at, surrounded by enemies that were starting to circle them. I got this, it's time to test this baby out. Nami said with a cocky smile as she placed her hand at the front of the staff and pushed it forward. Heat ball. She expected a fireball of sorts to shoot out and cause some good destruction, but in reality, a small hand-sized ball of warm air shot out, doing absolutely nothing but stopping the fishmen in surprise, not fear, just bewilderment of weakness. What? Nami asked herself, surprised at the attack. 1. No bother. She shook her head. Cool ball. She once more hoped for an ice spear to shoot out and freeze them in their place, forcing them to tap due to the sub-zero temperatures, but again a light blue ball came out, doing nothing, not even giving a chill to the fishmen it hit. Damn it, Nami screamed in frustration as her attack did absolutely nothing. Well, my final attack, feel the pain of thunder balls. Instead of an attack that would make Denki jealous, out came a small yellow ball of static, that only caused the fishmen to chuckle at the small current. 1. Really, that was it? A fishman said with wide arms and a long ponytail. Can I try again? Nami wondered with it just being silent. Fuck that, we will kill you now, ha 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 ha. The saw-nosed shark spoke as he walked up to Nami only to be hit with a bow staff in the knee by Momo. We are here as well, remember that. She continued, by using the back to slam it into his face, causing him to lead backward, which she then spun causing the front to slam into his gut. Retreat. Momo screamed. 3. Ojiro slammed his tail down creating a dust cloud as they ran over the fishmen Momo attacked. They held away up in a small fishing cabin where they came up with a new game plan. Nami, what the fuck was that supposed to be? I don't know, they told me it was a weapon, not some fucking party trick. Nami cried as she threw the staff down, which a paper caused to fall out. Wah. Momo said, picking the paper up and started reading it. It took her a second, but she then gave it to Nami with a shake of the head. 1. If you read this note, please note that the weapon is not yet complete. It was a hard test to be completed, so at this point use it to get known, or just as a staff. Sorry about that, Nami read out loud before yelling in frustration. Grabbing the staff, she wanted to throw it out but was stopped by Ojiro. Aren't you going to be a weather witch? How the fuck can that stop you? Got time, just think of a way to use it. I will lead those fishmen away. Ojiro went to stand up but Momo followed. We are in this together. Nami, take your time and join us when you're ready. Nami wiped a tear away before nodding. Both stepped out, ready to fight with the fishmen while Nami thought of a new way to fight with her toy. Momo and Ojiro started running for the fishmen. Hey, we aren't done yet. Ojiro screamed, taking point as a distraction. Oh, you again. Well, what do you want, chum? If you get your buddies here, I might play with you to pass. Try it, we will win that fight. 3. Momo had dropped her bow staff and had decided on 2 smaller sticks, the ones she used for hockey training with Izuku. Out came the 7 other fishmen, now being 8 versus 2. This seems unfair, but I really don't care. The leader of the group walked up. He flexed his arm, stretching it back for a punch with Ojiro running up to him. Tail tornado. Deep sea stream. Tail and fist hit each other, both staying against each other for a bit before both were hit back, equal in strength. Haha, seems you're not a weak shit riding the tail of the prince. 3. Both Momo and Ojiro heard how he just said to the prince. It seems you have a problem with him. Oh, that fake fucker. Yeah, I do. I just wish I could kick his ass, talking all this good shit, but backing up nothing. Should have said that about my boyfriend. A third person said it was Nami again, but no longer frustrated or irritated at her staff. What? Haha, I can send the perfect message now. If you can walk after. She showed to have 2 parts of the staff in her hand. The heat and cold balls. 1. Oh, fuck off, Ginger, that toy doesn't even work. Nami got a vein popped in anger. I will show you a toy. She raised the 3rd stick, the thunder stick, which caused them to look up, showing a massive cloud above them, now with electricity running through it. Thunderbolt tempo. Nami screamed, bringing the staff down to the ground. With a second, nothing happened, causing the fishmen to lower their guard. Weaahhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhh. It was a massive attack seen by everyone in the area. It was truly a weather attack. 1. Damn show. What the heck is that for attack? Miss Joke screamed with Aizawa giving a singular chuckle. I don't even know, it just seems that Ua has received a new weather witch. Izuku was super excited about the attack. He always had faith in Nami's skill, but seeing something like that was just something he really didn't expect to see, at least for a year. He bounced up and down in excitement, wanting to see so more, but after the attack the large cloud dispelled, Izuku clearly saw the group of fishmen knock out on the floor, foaming out the mouth. 1. We'll let's get out points, shall we? Nami said sweetly, with Ojiro and Momo both being super shocked but nodding. That was super cool. Yeah, that was sick, thanks for the win. Ojiro joked as they all tapped the people passing the exam, allowing them to go into the waiting area. Izuku then went to keep looking in the area, more so interested in the rest of his classmates as they were split up. He had absolute faith that they would pass, but he was still interested in what kind of fights they would get and how they would get out of it. 5. First, he found Kami, who with Kyoka and Aoyama went toward a warehouse. They were acting sneakily, which was a great idea revolving around their quirks. Kyoka would be perfect to locate enemies, having no need for sight, thus allowing invisible enemies to be found as well. Kami would then be able to keep them hidden, use her quirk to create an area for them to hide in cause there would be too many of them, and Aoyama for long-range attacks that could be used as flashbangs as the area was rather dark, so a bright flash would be something. 1. The problem they quickly found, however, was that nobody was around them. No other people had chosen to fight in the dark area, so they were in trouble. At least that was until Kami came up with an idea. Yo, what if I just pop out and call some dudes over, and you jump them, that way we can get us some points. They had no other ideas, so they nodded and Kami went on the hunt. She thankfully was able to use shave, which allowed her to hide quickly. 3. Walking out in the open. Not seeing anything or anyone, she decided to yell, "Yo, where the charging port at?" This caught the attention of some of the surrounding people, with a group of 6 jumping up. Hee, perfect. Kami started running away with the group following her as she yelled. Oh no, I really don't hope they follow me to my group. There is no way we could defeat such strong students like them. It was the fakest thing she had ever said, but it worked. The group ran behind her, with happy smiles thinking they would win. 13. They reached the warehouse. Kami gave a quick wink to the side where Kyoka and Aoyama were waiting. 3, 2, 1. Now, Kyoka whispered with Aoyama taking a deep breath before firing a laser. A big one. It had been fully worked out. Kami would lead them, and while doing that, Kyoka and Aoyama would set up a large crate with a plate of metal, and now that large crate was fired at the group of unknowing students. It crashed into them and them into crates, but they weren't done yet. They needed to be stuck, and thankfully Kyoka had found glue. 5. Stabbing her jacks forward, into the same wall they had been thrown into, and she vibrated it. It shooking a loose plank. Loose, which allowed the glue to drop. A true waterfall of industrial-grade glue. They were stuck in mere seconds, allowing the trio of students to walk up, balls in hand. Sorry about this guys, but we do have to pass the exam ourselves. The students struggled heavily. They were unable to struggle against the glue. They moved close and touched the balls on their marks, passing the first part of the exam, and leaving the glue for others to deal with. 1. Izuku was rolling on the ceiling, laughing loudly as he loved the use of glue. It was so smart but looked so stupid, but the fact Kami acted so badly was just too good. Like he really hoped that the students that were glued would work on that, as that might become a problem for them in the long run. Aizawa was having to deal with the laughter of Miss Joke. Oh look, show those are my students, they already passed ha. It was a small group of her students that had passed. So have mine, Aizawa said as he pointed at Bakugo and Kirishima. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Drop pink hearts in the comments so I can know who watches the video till the end, and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.